Chapter 101, Disappearance 5. Looks like your Department of Security is just like your intelligence wing, Amanda. Arnold chuckled as Amanda, who was accompanied by a few soldiers, came to the workshop. Amanda wanted to smack that laugh out of Arnold's face, but then she realized that it was indeed a fault on the Army's part that the imposters were able to enter the premises, so she decided to keep quiet about it. Where are they? They are inside. Come on. Arnold led them inside the workshop where they had imprisoned the imposters. You froze them to the ground. Why the hell are they in their underwear? Amanda looked at Arnold and shook her head. For your first question, usually I don't need to tie up the people that I fight with, so I did what I could. And for your second question, one of them had a weapon concealed inside his clothes, so I had to make sure that the others weren't carrying an explosive or some shit. Arnold shrugged his shoulders. It was all to protect your base. Something that should have been your responsibility. Alright, I get it. You don't have to rub it in my face for the rest of my life. Amanda massaged her temple as she continued. So did they give you any information about who are they and how they got in here? It wasn't easy, but I did manage get a few things out of them. They said they are the members of the Church of Chaos, if I remember it correctly, and no, chaos isn't a symbol. According to them, chaos is the name of their goddess. Arnold replied, and someone on the inside the base helped them to sneak in. God, it's that bunch again. Anyways, did they mention who the person was? Amanda asked, her eyes still on the intruders. Nope. I was just about to ask them that when you called. By the way, would you mind telling me, what do you mean by it's that bunch again? Let's take care of them first. She looked at the officers standing next to her. Take them to the holding cells. I'll deal with them later. The officers obediently followed the order, and with Arnold's help took them out. So, you wanna talk now? Alright. It's gonna be a long story, so buckle up, she said, and both of them sat on the chairs. The Church of Chaos, COC, for short, is a terrorist organization that's led by the one whom they refer to as the Priestess. Identity of this priestess is still unknown. As for their goal, it is to annihilate the remaining American populace, so that the monsters could have a free reign over America. I know, it sounds crazy that these bastards want to do something like that, but it's the truth. So if it's a terrorist organization, then why hasn't the army or the government or whatever the heck runs this country now do something about it? Don't be stupid. Of course we took action against them when we first found out about them. We sent out our best warriors to put an end to the church, but it wasn't an easy task, as they keep changing their locations frequently, while staying outside the boundaries, in the wastelands. Their warriors, who we sent out to track and destroy the church, ended up getting Mia. Author's note: Mia means missing in action. This term is used to refer to a member of the armed forces who is missing in action, and that's why you stopped sending people to chase after them. Arnold stroked his beard. Look, it might seem that we gave up, but we didn't had a choice. We were already short on manpower, and we couldn't just keep sending our soldiers out in the wasteland to investigate random locations while we waited for them to disappear just like the others. The usual cool and collected persona of hers disappeared, and she lashed out on Arnold. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not blaming you or anyone else for the choice that you all made. It was your call and you did the right thing. I'm just saying is that you don't need to worry about them, as I might know where their base is. Say what? Amanda got up from the chair she was sitting on as if suddenly thorns popped out of them. You know where their base is? Whoa, calm down a bit. All I'm saying is that their base has to be nearby. And what makes you say that? Amanda intently looked at Arnold. Her happiness disappeared in a moment. You really aren't a bright one, are you? Arnold smirked. For someone having the best intelligence network, quite dense. I'm still waiting for your answer. Okay, but first tell me, how long has it been since you guys found me? Arnold asked Amanda as if he was asking something to a 10-year-old. 3 days ago. And how long has it been since you found out about me being a creationist? Maybe like 1,213 hours. Of course only the higher-ups knew about it back then and the others got to know about it like 5 hours ago. Did anyone else here knew about me before that? Of course not. So it's been 13 hours at the maximum before people in here knew about me, and still those FKs appeared out of nowhere to get their hands on the weapons that I created, and no matter how fast the news travels, they had to be around the base to formulate a plan and act so soon. Amanda linked the dots in her mind and looked at Arnold with disbelief. See? Was it too hard to deduce the result from the facts? Arnold smirked. I see that you're a bit more intelligent than me, but don't get so full of yourself. Amanda turned around to leave. Where are you going? Arnold asked. To inform the higher-ups and form a task force to search and destroy the church once and for all, Amanda exclaimed. Arnold could swear that her eyes were shining. You really are dense, aren't you? Arnold sighed and shook his head in disappointment. What do you mean? Amanda asked him, confused about his remark. I said that we should assume the church knew about me right after the higher-ups got to know about me. Which means, maybe one of these higher-ups you keep talking about is actually a member of the church. I see, that might be the case. But we'll still need at least 100 or so people to search the surrounding area, and we can't do that without the permission of the higher-ups. Just leave that to me, will you? Chapter 102. Church of Chaos 1. How can I leave it to you? Amanda demanded. I know you're strong and intelligent, but even you must have a limit. You can't do everything by yourself. You're a human after all. It'll be no better if we worked together. Yeah, work together and lose my chance to kill some monsters and gain EXP while doing so. Nope, not happening. Furthermore, I work better when I'm alone. My summons are enough for me. Gosh. That sounds so wrong. Arnold thought before saying anything. You seriously don't know about me, do you? Arnold gave her an annoyed look before continuing. I thought you said you knew all about me. I would if General Nathan hadn't restricted us from accessing information regarding you or your past. Maybe he already knew that the church would come after you if the information regarding your abilities somehow got leaked. Damn. That guy is a general now? No wonder you guys are in a effed up situation. Arnold sarcastically replied. He's the general of the armies of the United States. You will take his name with respect. Amanda snapped. Yeah, he might be that for you. But for me, he's family. Arnold calmly replied back. Is this how I used to behave as well? Snapping at others because of irrelevant things? A realization hit him. Nah. Back even then I was a bit more reasonable than her. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Whatever it might be, I still can't allow you to do such a dangerous task alone. Excuse me, but who did the church attack? Arnold asked. It was you, but they did so inside an army. So who has the right to punish them? I get what you're trying to. I'm thankful that you understood what I was trying to say. That's all. I could. If you wanna help, then try not to include anyone else in this matter. Would you stop cutting me off? I think I should probably head out. Arnold smirked and got up from his chair. The weapons you requested for have already been completed, by the way. They are in the back. So as I've finished my task, he'll be leaving for 2 days. In the meantime, I hope you can handle the things here. Adios. Arnold up and left the workshop even before Amanda could try to stop him. Not that he'd have listened to her anyway. That prick. His audacity. I'll set him straight one of these days. How dare he ignored me? Amanda kept cursing Arnold under her breath. Her cool and collected persona completely vanished. He's right though. Someone powerful must on the church's side. I should try to look into it. Sir, it's not recommended to leave the base without protective gear. The radiation is dangerous. The private stationed at one of the rarely used exits of the Alpha base exclaimed. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I already have my protective gear. Even though Arnold said that, after a few more warnings from the private side, Arnold finally relented and wore a combat-enabled hazmat suit before heading out. Are you planning on walking? The private asked, looking confused. We do have vehicles that you can borrow if you want. Arnold knew there were a lot of vehicles around the base, but the thing was, he never learned how to drive a car, so he decided to ride over something else. Don't worry about that, soldier. Just open the gate. If you say so. By the way, sir, do you even have the permission to leave their base? Asked Commander Arnold mumbled as he stepped into the wasteland. Sometime later. This should be enough. Arnold looked back to see whether the base was still visible or not. He had been walking through the barren wasteland this entire time as he wanted to make sure that no one from the base got to know about his summons. He already knew that they knew about his automatons by now, but he didn't want to risk it anymore. He was being extra cautious because he knew that at least one of his enemies was hiding inside the base. After I've dealt with the church, you'd have to do something about that person as well. After he was sure that it was safe to call out his summons, Arnold opened a portal for his domain and summoned everyone out. First of all, automatons, every one of you link yourselves to my communicator, Arnold instructed. There's about 200 of us, that should be enough. Okay, form 4 groups having 50 summons each among yourselves, and make sure there are at least 5 automatons in each group, as they will essentially act as a communication relay between me as well as the others. Talos, Duke, Asterios, and Bad Breath, you guys will be the group leaders. Your task is to search the area near the Alpha base and look for some kind of a hideout, but be discreet, and if you find something, do not engage until it's absolutely necessary to do so, and inform me and the others as soon as you find anything. Cerberus, you'll stay with me. All clear? Yes, master. All of his summons yelled simultaneously. I told you to be discreet, idiots. Don't shout. Even though Arnold told them to be discreet, he himself was yelling at the top of his voice. Now off you go and try not to get destroyed. Yes, master. His summons whispered. While his summons slowly got out of his sight, he opened the interface. Right now, there were only 2 tabs available on his interface, as the rest of the system was offline. One was the quest tab, while the other was the tab that contained information about his subclasses. He quickly selected the tab containing his subclasses, as he intended to use all of his experience to level up a particular subclass. Subclass: Magical Gunslinger LVL 10 max level. EXP. Abilities: Quick Shot LVL 10, Explosive Shot LVL 10, Lucky Shot LVL 10, Critical Shot LVL 10, Engineering Pioneer LVL 7. EXP 03000. Abilities: Quick Assembly LVL 7, Efficient Recycling LVL 7, Novice Programmer LVL 6, Quick Dismantling LVL 5, Blood Maniac LVL 14. EXP 478,515,000. Abilities: Blood Necromancy LVL 14, Bloodborne Intelligence LVL 12, Bloodlust LVL 10, Blood Bond LVL 10. Available experience: 105,598. Without giving it another thought, he dumped all of the EXP to level up his Blood Maniac subclass, as he had a quest related to it that he had to complete. Subclass leveled up. Blood Maniac LVL 21. Rewards: Mana plus 5,000. INT plus 70. Blood Necromancy upgraded to level 21. Additional effect upgraded. Bloodborne Intelligence upgraded to level 19. Additional effect upgraded. Blood Bond upgraded to level 17. Additional effect upgraded. Bloodlust upgraded to level 17. Additional effect upgraded. Author's note: don't worry about the new skills that you are seeing. He obtained them during the time skip at the beginning of this volume. The effect of these skills would be disclosed soon. Now, since that's taken care of, it's time to go and hunt some monsters. Arnold mounted on the back of Cerberus, who transformed into a chimera, and sprinted deeper into the wastelands. Chapter 103, Church of Chaos 2. These guys definitely got bigger, Arnold mumbled while dodging the attack from a mutated goblin. Amanda was right. These goblins are more like ogres. Arnold remembered facing goblins that were usually 4 to 5 feet tall, had a skinny frame and a funny smell that always surrounded them. Their bodies were almost always dark-skinned, and they were fairly weak in comparison to a regular D-ranked warrior. Even though they didn't have much strength, their agility made up for it. They also specialized in stealth attacks, as most of the time they were outmatched in terms of strength. Hence they always traveled around in groups of 4 or 5 and carefully selected their prey before attacking them. But the goblins who Arnold was fighting right now didn't resemble the regular goblins at all. Their height had increased by more than a foot, and now they were almost 6 feet tall and looked well built. Their weapon of choice had changed as well. Arnold could faintly remember that the goblins only used blunt weapons such as clubs etc. But now they were using swords and shields to attack their opponent. Even though they had gained individual strength, they still traveled around in groups, which definitely made it difficult for low-ranking warriors to win against them. But sadly for the goblins, growing bigger necessarily didn't mean that they were stronger, and Arnold was right to rub salt on their wounds. Out of the group of 5 goblins mutants that attacked Arnold, he had already killed 2 of them. In fact, they died from a single blow from Arnold's fists. But after killing them, Arnold suddenly went on defensive mode. To the goblins it felt like Arnold had ran out of stamina, but in reality, Arnold was simply analyzing the behaviors of these mutants. If he had wanted, he'd have finished this fight even before it started. Had he wanted to get rid of them, he could have simply blew their brain out by using the Vindicator, or order Cerberus to kill them. But he didn't do that, because, firstly, he wanted to test out his gear in a real combat, and secondly, to judge what the mutants were truly capable of. It's getting boring now. Arnold again dodged the attack from one of the goblins. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Let's finish this and move on. I can only hope to find the real ogres soon. The next time, one of the goblins tried to slash Arnold with sword. Arnold simply rolled to his right side, dodged the strike, and delivered a punch to the goblin's chest, which got squashed like a watermelon, and his fist got covered by a slimy liquid. Gross. Good thing I'm wearing a hazmat suit, otherwise my gloves would have started smelling like animal poop. Arnold shook his hand to get rid of the slimy blue liquid that was oozing out of the goblin's body. After seeing their third comrade fall by Arnold's hands, the remaining 2 goblins started running for their lives, thinking they would manage to outrun Arnold, but before they could get far, bang, bang. Arnold didn't wanted to chase after the goblins and waste his time unnecessarily, so he quickly took out the guns from his inventory and killed them with a single shot for each of them. You've killed a mutated being. EXP, plus 1000. First rank C mutant killed. EXP. Plus 850. First mutated goblin killed. EXP, plus 1000. Total number of mutated goblins killed, 5. EXP awarded, 5 times 600 equals 3000. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. You can upgrade the subclass by opening the information tab and select the subclass you want to upgrade. After he was done, he stored one of the dead goblins' bodies into his domain. I can use the blood from the monsters I hunt to feed the egg. Gotta make sure to raise it to be strong and healthy. Headhunter Introduction. You've proven your worth to the Immortal One, and now your true training begins. Task: hunt down 300 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. Progress: 9,300 monsters hunted. Special completion reward. Exclusive title: First hyenas then goblins. These new monsters are certainly interesting. Arnold mumbled, Cerberus, are any more monsters around us? Cerberus furiously nodded its head to answer Arnold's question and then pointed towards its left to indicate there were more monsters around that area. This was the reason why Arnold wanted Cerberus to accompany him. Cerberus was like a detection dog and could locate the monsters just by the smell, and it acted as a bonus for Arnold that Cerberus was one of his fastest summons, thus making traveling a lot faster. It wasn't much comfortable, but it was faster. Alright. But before that, let's check on the others first, Arnold said as he brought his left hand closer to his mouth. Talos, Asterios, Duke, Bad Breath, any news? Talos' voice came up first. No, master. Nothing apart from a few encounters with mutated monsters. The answers from the others was similar. No one had found anything yet. Keep looking, and report at once if any of you find anything." Arnold sighed and disconnected the call before mounting on Cerberus once again. "Let's go, Cerberus, let's kill some more mutants." Just as Cerberus was about to move, something suddenly popped out of the sand below their feet and ended up tossing both of them in the air. Luckily, they both managed to safely land on their feet. "What the FCK is that thing?" Arnold asked as the creature overshadowed both him and Cerberus. All Arnold could see was a massive reptile that had its head which looked like a dome, and was covered with very long horns. It had no eyes, no visible ears and no nose, but had a shark-like jaw. It also had a thick neck. Under its body were innumerable legs that made it look like a massive mutated centipede. As usual, Arnold was quick to use his probe skill on it. Class: Leviathan mutated being. Name: unknown. Level: 92. Rank: S. Role: affinity abilities. Elemental Shadow active skill. Deathbite active skill. Shadow Seeker active skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP: 1,010,000. Strength STR: 120. Defense Def: 68. Stamina STA: 85. Intelligence INT: 65. Agility AG: 68. Accuracy ACC: 60. Evade DVD: 68. Charisma CHA: damage resistances: unknown. Condition immunities: exhaustion, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, stunned. Threat level: mediocre. Remark: unknown. Proceed with utmost caution. Now this is interesting. Another Leviathan class monster. Well, looks like it's time to make your debut. Arnold smiled and opened up a massive portal that led to his void, and soon a gigantic monstrosity walked out of it wielding a club. Once the portal closed, Dredd looked at Arnold as if he was waiting for Arnold's command. "Just squash this insect, would you?" Having heard his master's wish, Dredd immediately swung his club with all his might and aimed at his opponent's head. Chapter 104, Church of Chaos 3. Dredd swung the club with all his might, and yet the creature was barely affected by it. Its exoskeleton was strong enough to deflect the strike. Dredd was surprised by this, but kept attacking. Soon enough there were a few cracks on the exoskeleton. The centipede also tried to fight back with the only way it could, by using its shark-like teeth, but whenever it tried to pounce on Dredd, he simply stepped aside and again slammed his club on the giant centipede's head as if he was hammering an iron nail. While the titans were fighting amongst themselves, Arnold was busy analyzing their battle while making remarks on the fight. Every once in a while, he wondered who'd win the fight, whether it would be Dredd or the centipede. Whatever might have been the case, he was happy just because he was getting to watch the latest movie of Pacific Rim, right in front of his eyes. "I know Dredd is doing great and beating the living crap out of the insect, but I think the insect is just waiting for him to get tried and then it'll attack him," Arnold said as Dredd delivered yet another blow to the insect's head, which cracked it more. Cerberus let out a small growl as if he wanted to say, "If you are so desperate to know the outcome of the match, then how about using your foresight ability and get it over with it already?" As the fuss between the Leviathan-classed beasts dragged on, Dredd's strength started fading away and his blows became weaker. He was exhausted after continuously swinging his massive club around, but the centipede showed no signs of exhaustion. It was still as active as before. The centipede clearly had the upper hand now. Without wasting a single second, it immediately went for Dredd's unguarded chest and bit hard on it. Black-colored blood gushed out of the place where the centipede managed to bite Dredd, but little did it knew, Dredd wasn't an ordinary monster either. Even though the centipede's razor-sharp teeth managed to penetrate through Dredd's skin, they failed to do much harm to him. But it did manage to enrage him further. All of a sudden, Dredd let go of his club which he was wielding and wrapped his left arm around the centipede. It looked like he was trying to give a one-armed bear hug to the insect. The centipede already regretted its decision of biting his opponent and tried to wiggle its way out of the hold, but it was all in vain as the more it struggled, tighter the grip got around its body. The next moment, Dredd suddenly, grabbed the dome-shaped head of the centipede with his free hand and pushed his fingers deep into the cracks which had appeared on the exoskeleton of his foe after continuously clobbering it down with his club. Even Arnold couldn't have guessed what was about to happen next. With a sudden thrust, Dredd ripped apart half of the tough exoskeleton, exposing a part of the centipede's brain. Dredd didn't stop there, and started pounding the exposed part of Centipede's head with his colossal fists. Screech! For the first time in its life, the centipede got to know what real pain felt like. It started wiggling and squirming more and more, desperate to get away from Dredd, but no matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't break out of the hold, as Dredd kept punching its exposed head. While all of this was happening, Arnold was staring at Dredd, his eyes filled with admiration for the beast. The moment he saw the centipede broke through Dredd's defenses and managed to bite him in the chest, Arnold thought Dredd was done for, but to his surprise, not only Dredd managed to turn the tables around, he was also beating the living crap out of the insect. If only he had a sword instead of the club, this fight would have been over a long time ago. Arnold mumbled, "I should to make a sword for him when we get back in the workshop. But how the heck would I even get a forge that's big enough to make a weapon for this colossal giant?" At the time of Dredd's resurrection, Arnold had thought that Dredd's own weapon was sufficient for him, as he had already seen the deadly power of it when Dredd undershotted his summons. But right now the club was useless to Dredd. There wasn't enough space for him to freely swing the club, and thus it wouldn't be able to inflict much damage, even if he tried to use the club. That's why Dredd had abandoned his club and was using his fist to mow the insect instead. After treating the centipede like a punching bag, straight for a minute, Dredd finally let go of the Leviathan-class insect. Soon enough, a notification popped up on Arnold's interface. "Your summoned Dredd has killed a mutated being. EXP, plus 1000. First rank S Mutant Guild. EXP, plus 6000. First mutated Leviathan Guild. EXP, plus 8000. Due to your low contribution in the fight, EXP earned would be greatly reduced. Only 4500 EXP. 30% of the total EXP will be awarded. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. You can upgrade the subclass by opening the information tab and select the subclass you want to upgrade. Actually, even 30% is a bit generous, considering that I didn't lift to F-king finger to do anything," Arnold said, and walked up to check the dead remains of the dead centipede. "I'm definitely not resurrecting this piece of crap. It's simply not worth it. After all, the only thing special about it was its exoskeleton. Let's just store its body in the void for now, and I'll process it later. Maybe I'll even make a sword or something else out of the exoskeleton." He then stored the body of the insect inside the void before turning around to face Dredd. "You did exceptionally good. Go and rest now, you deserve it." Upon hearing his master's command, Dredd lifted his club and nodded before disappearing into the void at once. "Now, let's get going." Before Arnold could do anything, a multitude of notifications popped up on his. The content of the message was bad. Really bad. He immediately contacted Talos, but before he could say anything, the automaton's voice cut him off. "Master, Asterios' squad isn't responding to our—" "I know," Arnold mumbled. "How do you?" Talos didn't want to admit what was obvious. Even a blind person could tell what had happened to his Asterios and his group. "They have been wiped out," Arnold replied in a monotonous voice, as a stream of text was imprinted on his eyes. "Your summons. Asterios, T3, T9. Rank B Ice Golem. Rank B Lava Hound. Rank C Undead Warrior. Expand to view 46 more. Have been destroyed. Destroyed undead warriors cannot be resurrected. The other summons would resurrect in 2 hours." Chapter 105, Church of Chaos. For Arnold quickly arrived at the last known location of Asterios' group, and sure enough the area was covered with blood and lifeless bodies of his undead summons, as well as broken parts of his automatons. Arnold wasn't concerned about the loss of the automatons, as he could always salvage and repair them, The thing he was actually worried about was the loss of his undead summons, which formed the majority of his combat force. Even though most of them were ranked at C, they were still an important resource that could be used to intimidate his opponents. Arnold's first thought was that someone or something might have used some kind of explosive or some similar abilities to destroy all of his summons simultaneously, but the more and more he investigated, lesser the chances of such a thing happening got. As for starters, if they had been obliterated by an explosion, then there should have been at least some kind of mark around the area to indicate so, but all of the old buildings which surrounded the area were still intact, which wouldn't have been possible in case of an explosion. Thus Arnold had to let go of that theory. Right now Arnold was sure about one thing. The one who did this knew that Arnold was coming after them. Maybe they even did this to aggravate him, which they failed to do. Even though Arnold was definitely upset about the loss of 30 or so undead summons, but something like that wasn't enough for him to lose his focus. But he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't allow his summons to move around freely anymore, as they might get targeted next, and thus he had already instructed all of them to assemble at his current location, which they soon did. Found anything? Arnold absent-mindedly asked while he checked up on one of his destroyed automatons. There's no sign of anyone around, Master. Maybe it was a large group of mutant that attacked them. Talos replied. All of his remaining summons have already been assembled near the wreckage. This isn't the job of a few mutants. I highly doubt any creature would have enough strength to simultaneously wipe out so many summons at once. And so far I haven't seen any monsters fighting as a group, apart from goblins, that is. But I don't think something like goblins would be able to pull off something on scale, not unless someone was helping them. Not to mention, Asterios wasn't someone hard to go down so easily. Arnold said and opened a portal to his domain. Take the broken automatons and go inside. I can't risk losing any more of you guys. I'll summon you out when the time is right. As you wish, Master. Talos replied and acknowledged his master's request. Soon Arnold was left alone in the vast wasteland. I know you're looking at me. Just come out already, Arnold whispered and started walking towards the base. If I can't find you, I'll force you to find me instead. From top of a rundown building, two people were silently observing their prey. But unlike Arnold, they weren't wearing any protective gear. Instead, their bodies were covered with a weird white clothing, which seemingly protected them from the radiation. It had been more than an hour since they managed to annihilate around 50 or so of Arnold's summons. However, just as they were about to leave, Arnold suddenly appeared at the scene, with a force that was thrice as big as before. They could easily deal with 60 or maybe even 100 monsters, but right now the force in front of them was too much for them to handle. They couldn't do anything than to wait for them to leave first. Is he the one? One of the men asked. How would I know? The priestess simply informed us about an intruder. She didn't give us any description of what the person actually looked like. The other guy replied while looking at the man through his binoculars. Something's happening. Those monsters are going inside some kind of a portal. Is he retreating? Looks like it. He's headed towards the army base. At this moment, a voice came through their communicators. Capture him. Alive. Bring him here. It was oddly satisfying to hear the feminine voice. It felt as if a guardian angel was talking to her subjects. Even though the order was too cautious someone, the voice was full of motherly love and care. It will be done, Your Holiness. Both the men simultaneously got to their knees and bowed their head down as if they were paying respect to the air. There wasn't anything else in front of them, so that must have been the case. After a momentary silence, they got back on their feet. You got your answer. Now let's capture the bastard. You fool. You just saw the army he has, right? Let's just wait for him to get exhausted first. Well, pounce on him once he's out of mana to summon them anymore. The person slyly smiled and turned around. And once he's out of breath, well, overwhelm him with the strength of these tamed monsters. Just like we handled that Minotaur. The other guy approved the plan of his subordinate. A couple of hours later, Arnold was fighting against the 7th group of goblins by himself. But rather than finishing them off with one hit, He was only defending himself while attacking the goblins every once in a while. These idiots don't even know how to hide their aura. Arnold thought and accidentally got hit by a goblin's punch. His new armor was holding up pretty well. Even though he had been hit numerous times, his HP barely went down by 50 points. He had been acting like this ever since he felt the strange aura that followed him. This entire time he was trying to force the ones who had been following him out of hiding. He knew that they were looking for an opportunity to jump him, and so the ever-generous Arnold was giving them every opportunity to do so. Maybe they're not sure whether I can still use my summons or not. Well, I can easily take care of that, can't I? Damn it. Why does my summoning skill has such a huge cooldown? I can't summon anyone to help me out. Arnold cursed himself again and again. His voice was barely loud enough so that his pursuers could hear him. He knew his plan was childish, but it was the only thing he could do for now. He could have easily attacked them along with his summons and torture them until they have him the information he wanted. But he was 90% sure the church would have placed some fail-safe measures to keep that from happening. Thus he didn't want to risk it all. The only thing he could do right now was to let them capture him and hope they'll take him to the church themselves. And maybe, just maybe, be able to find this bogus priestess there as well. Chapter 106, Once an Enemy, Always an Enemy. One die. Arnold yelled loudly as he finished off the last goblin and it fell with a thud on the ground. Finally, I should run towards the base. It was a wrong decision to come out here alone, especially now that I can't even summon the monsters to help me out. He had his hands on his knees and was panting real hard. Come on out now. How long do you plan to keep me waiting? Arnold was still pretending to be weak and useless without his summons, hoping that his pursuers would soon reveal themselves and attack him. Maybe they are waiting for me to be fully spent first, those sly bastards. Arnold thought and stretched for a bit before moving onwards. But just as he was about to take a step, he saw a group of 10 or so green-skinned monsters heading his way. These huge creatures were nearly 8 feet tall. On top of that, they had an extra set of arms protruding from their shoulders. They wielded a different type weapon in each of their hands, that ranged from proper weapons to sticks and stones. They had a multitude of scars and wounds all over their muscled body. They were still bleeding from a few places. Maybe they had gotten into a skirmish or something not long ago. Few of them even had a weird red color tattoo that covered half of their faces. But the thing that got most of Arnold's attention was the weird collar which every single one of them was wearing. It made them look as if they were Sumion's slaves and were doing their master's bidding. Whatever might have been the case, Arnold instantly knew what the monsters were. Ogres. Arnold mumbled. He was conflicted. On one hand, he finally got what he was looking for, a chance to fight against mutated ogres, while on the other hand he couldn't possibly fight them at his full strength, as he was trying to fool his pursuers into thinking that he was actually super weak without his summons. He knew that doing the latter was more important than killing some monsters, thus he decided to continue acting like he was weaker and started stepping backwards, only to realize that he had already been surrounded by around 100 of them. Meanwhile, his pursuers, members of the church, had something different on their minds. After seeing Arnold desperately trying to hold on, they finally decided to step out of their hiding place and ordered their tamed ogres to surround their target as well as to take him hostage. After seeing Arnold's reaction, the members of the church could confirm that he won't be able to fight even a simple force consisting 10 ogres at his current strength. This gave them the confidence to force Arnold into submission. Before anyone could do anything, 2 men completely dressed in white stepped forward through the rows of ogres and stood in front of Arnold. Arnold quickly analyzed their figures. One of them was around 510 inches, had a narrow face, a well-formed nose, and thin lips. His brown eyes were shaped like an almond and had angular eyebrows. He had shoulder-length, frizzy, strawberry blonde hair which honestly made him look like a child molester. He had toned arms, a stocky torso with lightly defined muscles, while the other guy was a bit taller than his comrade and was well built. He had a large mark on the left side of his face which extended from his chins to his temple. The scar also divided his left eyebrow into two parts. His soulless eyes were focused on Arnold. He had a long face, a hooked nose, and greasy black hair oddly reminded Arnold of a wizard from a particular novel and movie. Author's note: if you got that reference, then you are allowed to pat your back and hats off to you. Who are you? Arnold asked, still acting as if he was intimidated and confused about what was happening. Don't worry. You won't be harmed if you willingly surrender yourself to us, the shorter guy said. And if you don't, then that'll be unfortunate for your health. Take a good look around yourself. See these ogres? They do whatever we tell them to. So it'll better for you to surrender and just come with us. Look man, I don't want any trouble. Just let me go and no one would get to know about this. Arnold raised his hands in air. Trouble? I think you're mistaken. You don't have a choice in the matter. Can't you see? Surrounded. Thud. Just as Arnold was about to say something, one of the ogres standing behind him slammed his club on the back of Arnold's head and he fell down. Are you out of your mind? The shorter guy yelled at the taller guy, as it was him who gave the signal to the ogre to attack Arnold. He was taking too much, the taller guy said as the shorter guy quickly ran towards Arnold to check up on him. Thank God he's just unconscious and not dead. The priestess would have exiled us from the church if something happened to him. She told us to bring him alive. Remember, he's alive. So stop yelling and get back to church before something else happens. The taller guy then instructed one of the ogres to carry Arnold and follow him. Still too careless, too loud. Maybe I should knock you out as well. These guys are truly idiots. Arnold thought as his unconscious body dangled along the ogre's shoulder. They really thought something like that would knock me out. At least I got a free lift, so that's good. In the distance, he could hear the two men chatting amongst themselves. But sadly he couldn't make out what they're talking about. So, instead of thinking about them, he wondered about the weird collars of the ogres. As it was the only thing that was shared by the ogres. I have to get my hands on one of these. Maybe I'll be able to replicate them, and if I am successful, I'd be able to control any monster without killing it. But first I've got to put an end to this church. Arnold thought. I think it's going to take a while before we reach the church, and since I'm already unconscious I should use the foresight and see what I'm up against. Chapter 107. Once an enemy, always an enemy to the world in front of him changed. Everything became foggy as his consciousness was pulled apart from his body that was still dangling like a ragdoll on the ogre's shoulders. Arnold quickly scanned the area around him. Just broken buildings and abandoned roads. Looks like he'll have to move further ahead. Arnold's conscience ran past them like a ghost. It was one of the benefits of upgrading the foresight ability. Not only the duration of the skill has increased by 6 times, its initial value now could also choose a place or a person that he knew to view the future happenings related to the person or the place. However, there was a downside of this additional effect. The particular place or the person in question had to be within 100 kilometers radius of him at the moment of activation of the skill. Regardless of it, if he still forced himself and used the skill on someone or someplace that wasn't within the above said range, his ability wouldn't work and experience a head-splitting pain that would last for 4 to 6 hours, and no healing ability would be able to stop the pain. This was the reason he always used the foresight ability when his mind was calm and relaxed, so that his mind doesn't wander off to somewhere else and ended up causing him pain. Arnold kept moving forward in the direction the ogres were headed to, but no matter how fast he went, all he could see were old, abandoned, and run-down buildings that were on the verge of collapsing, and few broken cars that were buried deep under the patches of vegetation. It felt strange that this particular area had trees and vegetation unlike the other parts of the wasteland he had been to. The network of roads that led to the center of city was now indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. Fallen trees blocked some of the paths while others continued to grow, their branches no longer prevented from growing into broken houses. Some doorways seemed in relative decent condition while others windows were completely destroyed and were indistinguishable from other collapsed walls and piles of rubble. Many roofs had collapsed and in some cases had taken the entire building with it. Other buildings looked in crappy shape and were filled with dirt. Once, it had been a growing town on the rise to a better future, but now, it was just an eerie shell of its former self. An eerie silence had taken over and was only interrupted by the cracking of wood in the wind and the occasional monster cries who had made their home under one of the many collapsed roofs. Arnold came across the train station that too had collapsed and the tracks were covered in shrubs and fallen branches. Nobody was waiting for the next train anymore. No longer eagerly going to the next destination or waiting for those coming home. Despite the many small mutated mammals like rats and squirrels that inhabit this town, it was still a very unsettling sight to behold. Nature had taken its toll on the vast majority of town. But even though many buildings had found a new purpose, there was just no way this town's former self could ever be restored, even if the monsters were gone for good. As he moved forward, something caught his eyes. A dozen of men wearing hazmat suits, similar to the one he was wearing, were standing in front of a building. Not only that, inside the hazmat suit they were wearing the military uniforms that was exactly the same as Amanda's and the others, but something was wrong. Their eyes were lifeless, like the eyes of someone who had lost everything in his life and was waiting for death to knock on his doors and take them away from this hell. Are these the soldiers who had disappeared while searching for the church? They were carrying swords and guns and were stationed outside a particular building as if they were tasked with guarding it. Arnold knew he had found exactly what he had been looking for. From the outside, Arnold could tell that the building that were guarding was in a better condition than any other buildings he had seen since leaving the base. But still few of the people were busy in restoring and repairing whatever they could. The two-story building was built with tan stones and had walnut wood decorations. Arnold didn't know why they were decorating the image if they were actually trying to hide themselves. Large, octagon windowless frames added to the overall beauty of the building in an asymmetric way. He could see a few more guards stationed near the windows as well. Next to the building was some sort of garage, and about 10 to 15 vehicles were parked inside it. Most of them were military vehicles, while a few of them had been salvaged and repaired to function once again. The mechanic wasn't able to do a great job, but the vehicles were all in working condition. The building itself was shaped like a T. The two extensions extend into a garden path reaching until the end of that side of the building and was surrounded by an electric fence. The roof was actually pretty high, like a chapel should have been, and was covered with grey wood shingles. One small chimney poked out the center of the roof. Several long, thin windows let in plenty of light to the rooms below the roof and acted as guard outposts. This has to be their base of operations. I have to hurry and get inside. Time is of the essence, Arnold exclaimed and pushed inside the building, but there are too many guards stationed here. Once I get here physically, I'll have to play my cards defensively till I'm able to get close to the priestess and put an end to everything. It was true, he had to hurry because the duration of his ability could end any time now. He hurriedly went inside. The interior of the building was better than the exterior. Arnold actually felt like he was inside a posh hotel of some sorts, fully equipped with candles and a massive chandelier that hung down from the ceiling. Innumerable people were leisurely walking around the building, all of them wearing the same type of clothing as the men who came to capture him. Unlike the people stationed on the outside, these people looked lively. That wasn't all. Arnold could feel a weird aura surrounded nearly all of them. Arnold moved on as he wanted to locate the priestess as soon as possible. But he was clueless about her location and he didn't have the time to leisurely move around and check each and every room inside the building. All he could do for now was to follow the trail of guards, as he knew they had to protect the priestess, as she was the most important figure for them. So without wasting his precious time anymore, he started floating down the path that was guarded the heaviest. The fact that no one, not even the other members, were allowed to go through there, further strengthened Arnold's decision. He kept floating along the corridor that was completely empty apart from the guards that were stationed there. I feel like the Canterville Superscript 1 ghost right now, Arnold mumbled as he got deeper and deeper inside the building. After following the corridor for a few seconds, It abruptly came to an end in front of a gigantic door. Arnold thought he had finally located the priestess and phased through the door and into the room. But instead a sickening scenario waited for him inside. On one side of the room, dozens of men and women had tied up to the beds that were inside the room. The mouths had been forcefully opened through metal hooks, as if they were in middle of some kind dental treatment. They were furiously trying to free themselves from the chains that were holding them down. While people on the other side of the room were tied up as well, but they weren't struggling to free themselves. They were just lying on their bed, their eyes just like the ones Arnold saw at the entrance on the building. As he got closer to one of them, he saw a reddish black liquid coming out of the mouth of one of the quiet people. Is this blood? Arnold looked around the room and noticed something he had missed initially. Limp and decapitated bodies of various types of monsters were being held upside down at one corner of the room. Their blood was being collected into a vessel. A few people were busy collecting the blood from the vessel and were forcefully feeding it to the ones who were trying their best to resist, but it was all in vain as they were forced to gulp it down. Arnold noticed that the moment the blood touched their lips they immediately went silent just like the others. Arnold was sickened by this and looked away, only to see a woman dressed in black clothing enter the room. He couldn't see her face as it was covered with a black hood. The people inside seemed to know exactly who the woman was, as they immediately went on their knees and simultaneously praised the one dressed in black. Long live the priestess. The woman slowly pulled her hood back and smiled at the ones kneeling before her. At this moment Arnold felt his conscience returning back to his body as the duration of his skill had ran out, but it didn't matter anymore. He had already seen the face of the priestess. So, we meet again, Alice. Arnold thought as his conscience returned back to his unconscious body. Author's note: Canterville Ghost is a short story that was written by Oscar Wilde and was published in 1887 for the first time. So far it has had about 4 movie adaptations so far. I think I had to study it as a part of my academics back in 20,162,017, but man, it was a great story. So if any one of you like comical stories, I think you will definitely like it as well. Chapter 108, Once an Enemy, Always an Enemy. 3 After walking for 10 more minutes, the ogres finally came to a halt. Arnold still seemed to be unconscious, as the men entered the church, followed by the ogre who was carrying Arnold on his shoulders. Inform the priestess, the hunt was successful. We have captured the man she requested us to. The guy having shorter height informed one of the church people, while the taller guy instructed the ogre to put Arnold down and leave. Upon getting the order, the ogre grabbed Arnold's hazmat suit and slammed him down with his monstrous strength before walking out of the church. Arnold seemed to have regained his consciousness due to the sudden shock caused by being thrown on the floor. He tried to getting up, but the 2 men were quick on their feet and pushed him down once again. While his head was forced to the ground, Arnold heard a lot of footsteps racing towards him. He slightly raised his head to see who all were in his welcome party, and his fate would have had it. The great priestess herself with her entourage of escorts was headed his way. Put him on his knees and take off his helmet. I want to see his face, Alice roared. The men hurriedly did what they were told. Everyone around them was confused by the sudden change in the behavior of their priestess. She had always been a calm and collected person, but right now, she was the opposite of it. She was anxious and angry. None of them had ever seen her like this before. Once Arnold was forced on his knees and had his helmet removed, Alice leaned in to see his face. She was all beautiful as ever, but the moment Arnold saw her face he couldn't help but feel disgusted. If he wanted, he could have just up and killed her right away, but right now there were too many variables in the play. He didn't want to take unnecessary risk. Moreover, he was also interested in something other than the priestess. He wanted to know what that blood ritual was that he saw when he used his foresight. Your hair has grown quite a bit. Your body and face has changed as well, but those eyes are still the same. It is you, isn't it? Quite a surprise. I never thought I'd be able to see you ever again and return the pain you generously bestowed upon me and my father. She mumbled and forced Arnold to look up. It's been a while, Alice, Arnold enthusiastically said. How's your fiancé? Oh, I'm sorry, I killed him, didn't I? How forgetful of me. Smack. The moment Arnold mentioned Jake, Alice completely lost it and smacked him hard across his face, but to be honest, he couldn't even feel anything. After all, it was a slap from a pathetic person. There was no way in hell he'd feel any pain by getting hit by such a person. Still a loser. Like always. But don't worry, he'll help you get rid of that misplaced attitude. Don't worry, I won't kill you. No, killing you would be too easy. See those slaves over there? She pointed towards one of the living zombies that just came out of the room where the ritual was taking place. I'll turn you into one of those and abuse you for the rest of your miserable life. You still want me to be close to you? I knew you had a thing for me, but sorry, I'm not a perverted masochist like you. So I'll have to decline your offer. Arnold replied with a smug look on his face. Smack. Take him inside and immediately begin the process to turn him. Alice yelled and stormed off. The other people were silently watching the two, and were surprised to see how little did they know about their priestess. The fact this beautiful maiden once had a fiancé who was killed by this strange man, broke their hearts. You heard her. The shorter guy finally broke the silence and he pulled Arnold back to his feet while some other guy tied his hands together before pushing him inside the room where the soul-washing ritual took place. By gods, it smells so bad in here. You guys sure this is a church? Shouldn't you clean this place a bit more? Arnold smirked. Oh God. Please forgive the assholes and cleanse thy soul with vodka martini. The men ignored his witty remarks and tied him up to an empty bed. The room itself was mostly empty, only a couple of people were inside. Perfect. This was exactly what Arnold was hoping for. Furthermore, the idiots decided to tie him up without taking his hazmat suit off. Which meant Arnold still had his overpowered gears on him. Not gonna lie, this chain thingy, it's kinda kinky. But I'm not sure it's my thing. Could you remove these? Arnold said. You sure we can't kill him instead? The taller guy asked his counterpart. You heard the priestess. She has special plans for him. Either way, our work here is done. Before the man could even complete what he was saying, claws popped out of Arnold's suited hands and he stabbed them into the short guy's throat. With his current strength, breaking iron chains was no longer an impossibility, and so was killing an unprepared opponent. As the short guy fell on his knees, desperately gasping for air while holding his throat, Arnold didn't waste any time and jumped at the tall guy before he could process what was happening, grabbed his head, and slammed him down with all of his strength, squashing his head like a rotten watermelon. TSK, you were actually nothing without your ogres. How disappointing. Arnold shook his head, and stared right through the ones who were busy preparing for the ritual. All right, I only need one of you to be alive, so the one who tells me how the FCK this ritual works would live, the other would die. If you waste my time, both of you die. Your choice. Like we'd ever betray our one of the men started barking, but before he could even finish, Arnold stabbed his claws into his head, killing him in an instant. Wanna join him? Arnold asked as he looked into the other man's eyes. Police, they'll kill me if I tell you. The man went on his knees and started begging Arnold for mercy. TSK, I don't know why I waste my time talking to the living. Getting information out of the undead is much easier and efficient. Arnold shrugged his shoulders. Well, at least I tried. No police, I have a wife to take care of. The man panicked and started groveling at Arnold's feet. Does she works here as well? Arnold sympathetically asked and gently pulled the man back up to his feet. After hearing Arnold's sympathy-filled voice, the man stopped crying, thinking he had been forgiven. Yais. She works in this ward as well. Then don't worry. She'll be joining you soon. Arnold nodded and slashed the man's throat. As the man fell on his knees, he desperately tried to stop the bleeding and tightly grabbed his neck, but it was all in vain. The blood kept coming out of his wounds. In his last moments he glared at Arnold as if he was cursing him. He opened his mouth to say something, but only blood came out of the mouth. Hey, don't look at me like that. You just got what you deserved. Think of it as salvation for your sins. Arnold kicked the man and turned around to leave. Chapter 109, Once an enemy, always an enemy. 4 Please have mercy. Don't kill me. The guards stationed outside the room exclaimed. The people all of you tormented here had families, friends, and loved ones they cared for. If you didn't show any mercy to them, then how the hell could you even expect someone else to forgive you and let you live? Arnold mumbled as he killed yet another guard outside the room he had just been in. You've killed a human. EXP, plus 200. Rank a human killed. EXP, plus 2000. Total number of humans killed, 9. Total EXP obtained, 9 times 2200 equals 19,800. The experience I'm getting isn't half bad, Arnold thought, and as usual, dumped it all to increase the level of his Blood Maniac subclass, DSK. Too bad, killing humans doesn't add to my Headhunter subquest. At least I've got the blood concoction from them. Baby Wyvern would be happy to have such a diverse meal. He thought killing humans might contribute towards his Headhunter subquest, but it didn't, as it was clearly mentioned that he needed to kill 300 monsters, and even though the humans he was killing were no less than monsters, still they technically didn't count as monsters. They are even worse than monsters. Maybe the system to that in account. Not to mention, he didn't forget to take the vessel filled with monster blood either, and stored it in his inventory while he stored the bodies of the monsters in his domain for research purposes. After all, if he could solve the mystery behind the weird concoction of blood, then he could effectively use it in numerous ways, such as, he could use them to increase his army or his workforce, or maybe he could even use them as spies. But he was sure about one thing: Alice couldn't have accomplished this all by herself. Someone was definitely backing her, and he had to know who that person exactly was, and for that he had to capture Alice, no matter the cost. Apart from all that, something else was bothering him as well. Ever since he killed the ones inside the treatment room, he expected a large group of guard-set warriors to surround him and attack him, but nothing of that sort happened. Why haven't someone noticed anything yet? Arnold mumbled and quickly checked his surroundings. There were no cameras present there, but still there was no way Alice would have forgotten about him after all the crap she spewed about making him her slave. Moreover, the number of guards stationed along the corridor was much lesser than he had seen when he used his foresight. Speaking of foresight, he thought about using it once again, right then and there, but doing that would have caused him some trouble. Whenever he was used the foresight ability, his body went into a defenseless state, which was a big no number. Thus he decided to continue the search for Alice on his own. As he got closer to the gate that separated the treatment wing from the main building, Arnold heard some noises as if there was a skirmish between two groups. He slightly opened the door and saw the chaos that was going on. The 100 ogres that had been peacefully standing outside had gone berserk and were killing anything and everything that got in their sight, and the human guards were busy handling them, though obviously they were failing miserably at it. The magicians of the church were busy casting random spells aimed towards the ogres, while the brawlers, tanks, and swordsmen were busy attacking and defending at the same time. It looked like they've managed to kill a couple of ogres, but the cost was high as well. More than a dozen humans have already been either killed or severely injured. Things weren't looking good for the humans. So that's why no one was paying attention to what was happening inside the treatment wing. They were already busy having their asses kicked by the ogres. Arnold silently nodded. Why the hell are the ogres attacking us? One of the mages yelled as he used wind-type magic to push back a couple of ogres. I don't know. Someone contact Zuka. Another mage yelled. You don't, but I know why. Arnold thought he had expected something like this to happen. After he killed that tall guy who seemingly controlled the ogres. It was all a theory that Arnold had made. According to Arnold, once the one who controlled the monsters died, there had to be some kind of change in the behavior of the monsters. Honestly, Arnold thought that the ogres would go into comatose and remain unresponsive to anyone else's commands, which would have made his fight with the church a lot easier. But that clearly didn't happen. Even so, he was more than happy with the outcome of his actions, as now he didn't have to worry about the guards or the church people anymore. I don't like to be left out of a party though, Arnold smiled. Guess I'll have to invite myself then. He opened his void and called out his army of summons to join the fray. Even though their numbers had decreased a bit, they were still more than enough to handle the humans and the ogres. Looks like it's payback time. Arnold smirked when he saw Asterios huffing like a crazy bull. I'm gonna give you guys one instruction: kill anyone and anything you see, except Alice. I don't care whether she's missing a limb or two. But you won't kill her. I'm the one who'll do it. Alright then, go. With a single command, his troops tore the door down, and charged at the humans in front of them. The defenseless magicians who were at the rear, were the first ones to die from the sudden and unexpected attack of his summons. The unfortunate ones who managed to survive the initial attack, were soon stomped to death by the golems. Only a single word was repeating in the minds of his summons: kill, kill, kill. Where the hell these things appeared from? Asterios crushed the head of the swordsman before he could say anything else. With the mages out of the picture, the rest of human forces was sandwiched between the ogres and Arnold's summons. They knew they couldn't fight both of them simultaneously, as they were outnumbered, nor could they escape from there. They were about to die and they couldn't do anything to save themselves. It was inevitable. Soon the slaughter resumed and the humans were killed one after another. But they didn't go down without putting up a fight either. Every now and then either one of Arnold's summons or one of the ogres fell by their hands, but there were clearly more casualties on the human side. They were fighting a losing battle and Arnold wasn't interested in them. And this he started searching for Alice. Where are you hiding, priestess? Arnold mumbled as he went upstairs to look for Alice. Luck was on your side last time, and you managed to run away. But it ain't happening this time. Chapter 110, Once an Enemy, Always an Enemy. 5 Vroom. As Arnold was looking for Alice on the first floor of the building, he heard a loud noise of starting a car and immediately rushed downstairs, towards the garage. He completely ignored the three-way battle that was going on between humans, ogres and his summons, and kept running towards the garage. On his way there, he ripped off a piece of cloth from a dead mage and wrapped it around his head to protect him from the radiation, as the garage was located outside the main building, hence there was a chance he could get affected by it. Since he already knew that the clothes these church members wore, granted them immunity to the radiation, he felt safe to step outside. By the time he reached the entrance of the garage, Alice along with a few others was already seating in a military Hummer and they were about to leave the building. "Oh, not getting away so easily this time," Arnold exclaimed, as took out his guns and began shooting at the tires, as they tried to get away. The driver, however, didn't stop, and accelerated, even more, only to lose the balance of the car and crashed into an old building. A huge part of the building fell on the top of the car and completely trapping the car. Since, now the car out of the question, the 4 of them had no choice but to step out of it. But even as they got out, rather than running away, 3 of them charged straight at Arnold, while Alice started running away from the scene. "I've got 2 guns in my hands and these idiots are still charging towards me." Arnold shook his head in disappointment, and aimed his guns at his targets. Did she promised to give them a kiss in hell or something? Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people fell like dominoes in front of him. He then aimed his guns at Alice. "Looks like he'll have to resurrect you after I'm done with you." DSK, what a way to waste a precious slot for elite summons. But right when he was about to take the shot, half a dozen military vehicles surrounded her, while more were en route towards his current location. People immediately stepped out of their vehicles and handcuffed Alice while the remaining people made their way towards the area where the clash between ogres, humans and his summons was taking place. Not that there was much for them to do either way, as his summons already had the situation under control. A common factor among these people, all of them were wearing exactly the same hazmat suits as Arnold, indicating they were the members of the army. His doubts vanished once he saw the familiar face of the woman who was headed his way. "I thought I told you to stay away," Arnold said. "I thought you'd like to see me for once," Amanda replied. "I know what you said, and I was going to let you handle it all alone, but then I kinda lost your signal and then I meant then I decided to move out in case you were in trouble. However, you weren't in any type of trouble, so that's good, right?" "Lost my signal?" "We did I. He, for lecturing me on my intelligence. Not the brightest yourself, are you?" Amanda smirked as if she finally got a much-needed and well-deserved payback. Arnold smacked his head when the realization dawned upon him. Of course there would have been a tracker or something inside the hazmat suit. Ding ding ding. "Correct, and you've won some stone-cold embarrassment," Amanda chirped. "Well, when our soldiers started disappearing we had to do something about it. So we decided to equip the suits with trackers so that we could track them in case they went maya, but we never got to test them on the field as the soldiers were rarely sent outside after the new suits were manufactured." "You wish." "I'm not someone who gets embarrassed from such minuscule things," Arnold replied. "So what are you going to do with her?" "Interrogate her. What else?" "Hey, don't tell me they seriously damaged your brain." Amanda messed up with him a bit more. Before Arnold could reply, a voice came out of Amanda's communicator. "Ma'am, the ogres have been taken care of and the remaining humans have been arrested, but there are some weird monsters here as well. They are not attacking us, but they look intimidating. We're not sure what to do." Arnold knew exactly what the guy was talking about. Thus he seized Amanda's hand and brought it closer to his mouth before speaking. "You do anything to them and he'll personally rip your hands of your sockets," and then hurried off to the main hall to cancel him summoning before anyone tried to pull off a stunt. Later that night, the Alpha Base, inside an interrogation room. "What were the drugs you were using to brainwash our men into doing your bidding?" An intelligence officer who liked like the Hulk was trying his best to intimidate Alice and force some information out of her, but so far he couldn't get a single answer out of her. "It wasn't a drug." That's all Alice kept repeating. "Then what was it?" "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." "Then tell me, who are you working for?" "I'm a priestess." "Take your guess." Arnold, Amanda, and a few high-ranking officers, including the Brigadier General himself, were witnessing this whole ordeal from behind the Anue mirror. While the others looked desperate to get some information out of Alice, Arnold remained calm and quiet while he patiently waited for his turn to interrogate that bitch. He had wanted to interrogate her as soon as they reached the Alpha Base, but the higher-ups rejected the idea, saying it was their job to do so. But when Arnold persuaded them for a bit, they finally gave in and agreed to allow him to interrogate her after 3 hours, and it was already about that time. Just a couple of minutes more, Arnold thought. But then suddenly the atmosphere inside the room changed. "What the hell is he doing?" Amanda exclaimed. "Someone stop that man." Arnold immediately got up from the chair he was sitting on, to see that the man who was interrogating Alice had pulled out his gun, and was a moment away from pulling the trigger. The soldiers rushed inside to stop him, but before they could have stopped him and the man pulled the trigger, bang! Alice's blood splattered all over the Anue mirror and in all of the chaos. The man took out a small flask from his pockets and emptied it in his mouth. It was poison. Soon the man started hyperventilating and fell on the ground, and spat out some blood before dying. While the others were still processing what had just happened in front of them, Arnold was busy analyzing everyone's faces. All of them looked genuinely shocked. All, apart from the one man. "I thought it might have been you." Chapter 111, Guardian Syndicate DSK. "The information she had could have been useful for us," Brigadier General said. "It's a pity, but dead men tell no tales." "Actually, they do talk sometimes." Arnold smirked at the Brigadier's remarks. "What crap are you spewing out?" the Brigadier questioned Arnold. "I think you require some medical assistance first and foremost. Maybe you've hit your head or something during the fight." "You'll see what I'm talking about, soon enough," Arnold said as he opened the door to the interrogation room. "But I think you won't like what's going to happen next." It seemed like the last comment Arnold had made got through the Brigadier's mind. as he was barking orders at the privates like a madman. Levinsky, that man is trying to tamper with the evidence. Shoot him, arrest him before he gets away with it, the brigadier screamed. One of the two privates immediately followed the order of his superior and aimed his gun at Arnold. It was one of the guns that Arnold had made himself. Moreover, he knew exactly who the private was. I knew you were a bit suspicious from the moment I saw you outside the workshop, so let me guess, the brigadier general's pet, and you informed him about the weapons I was making. Similarly, the brigadier general informed about it to his partner in crime, the priestess, who then sent her men to infiltrate the base and get their hands on the weapons. I bet one of you gave the free pass to the frauds himself. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Arnold narrated the entire story while having an I-know-it-all look on his face. The others who were present inside the room were strangely looking at their superior. The brigadier tried to remain calm after hearing the allegations. I don't know what you're talking about, the brigadier general replied. As far as I'm concerned, you're a threat to this facility and its people. Thus I'm ordering you to stand down and surrender yourself before something terrible happens. The private from earlier gulped down his saliva while the brigadier was busy arguing with Arnold. Ordering me? Do you think it'll be a good decision to do that? I thought we could be cordial about it all, but you didn't leave me any choice. Arnold shrugged his shoulders and called out a few of his summons. And if not wrong, then why are you so hell-bent on stopping me from revealing the truth? Asterios, Duke, Talos, Cerberus, and a couple of more summons surrounded Arnold. Bet you didn't saw this happening. Did you? Now stay quiet and let me do my thing. Or what did you say? Oh, right. Something terrible would happen. Talos, do your thing. Sometime later, in West American region, headquarters of Guardian Syndicate Superscript 1. I actually wanted to meet that idiot for once. Nina sighed and unlocked her phone. She had a picture of a group of people as her lock screen. She was intently looking at one particular person. It was the same person who had saved her and her team from a sneak attack from a group of mercenaries, about 7 years ago. It always pained her heart when she remembered the scene where she thought it was all over until he arrived. Even though she couldn't remember his face, she knew exactly who her savior was. Remembering that person always calmed her heart. It was odd, because she never felt like this towards anyone else. It was as if she knew that person would always save her no matter what. Her only regret was not being able to tell him how much she was grateful to him and wanted to thank him, but sadly she couldn't, as she was still in the hospital when that person left Florida and went to train in Brazil. She thought she'd thank him once he returned from his training, but then the person went missing inside a dungeon trip. When there were no signs of him even after an entire year, he was declared dead. Her heart was torn apart. How come sometimes like him be dead? She just couldn't accept it. But then, the dungeon break happened and apart from a few people, everyone forgot about him, as they got busy with taking care of the monsters while failing miserably at doing so. The entire country changed after that. The government, the society, the world, everything changed. Still, she never forgot about him. And then like a miracle, the person suddenly came back like a mystery. She wanted to meet that man, but as luck would have it, she had to go and clear a dungeon instead. When she returned from the dungeon, she asked the embassy Nathan if the person was actually him. It's Arnold all right, but I couldn't bring him with me as the syndicate might have tried to blame us for partial treatment. Although he's a guy who deserves it, still he was understanding and wants to work his way to West America. Nathan had replied. She was ecstatic to hear that her savior was alive, but then she was understandably upset she won't be able to see him for a while, and that's why she had a bottle of wine in one hand while she was looking at the picture she clicked during their night at Malibu Club around 7 years ago. Wow. Still looking at my brother's photograph, Nicole said as she helped herself with a little wine and next to Nina. What can I say? Your brother has a special effect on me. Nina smiled wanly and placed the phone back inside her pocket. So how was your A-rank dungeon trip, meh? It was bland. I'd rather be in the eastern region and kill the monsters than stay here and take care of useless monsters. Nicole waved her hand around as she sipped the wine. I'm sure you'd like that. Nina chuckled. They were inside Nathan's office, waiting for him to report about their individual responsibilities as they used to do it every evening. That's why they were so casually drinking and talking about random things until Nathan arrived. Maybe we should. Nicole was about to say something when the landline phone present in the office ringing and Nina unhesitatingly picked it up. You've reached Nathan Black's office. How can I help you? Hey, Nathan. Wait, who's this again? Amanda. I think the number is wrong. A man's voice came through the other side. Whoever you are, could you hand the phone over to Nathan? I have something important to discuss with him. Nina immediately knew whose voice it, and rather than doing what was requested by the man, instead she screamed, Arnold. 1. Guardians Syndicate. It is the name of the new ruling body of America. I wanted to come up with something cool, but couldn't think of anything, so if you have any idea or thoughts about a name, then please comment them. Chapter 112. The unknown variable 1. Earlier in the alpha base. What the hell is happening here? One of the men inside the interrogation room exclaimed as the priestess corpse slowly recovered from its wounds and got back up to her feet. I don't know, it's the first time I've seen something like this, Amanda mumbled. Even the brigadier general, who was continuously throwing accusations left and right, was stunned into silence. No one said a word until Alice fully recovered, and stared hard at Arnold. Please don't give me much trouble. Arnold thought. He needed Alice to remain calm once she was resurrected. He was worried because most of the resurrected beings threw a tantrum once they were fully resurrected, and Arnold had to use the authority of his domain to force them into submission. But he didn't want to do anything like that now for the time being, since by asking Talos to resurrect Alice in front of everyone, he already had revealed one of his biggest trump cards. He knew it would cause him some issues, but he didn't want them to know more about his abilities and hence didn't want to reveal the existence and the potential of his domain in front of them as well. Right now he could only hope that due to the betrayal from her partner, she'd be willing to rat him out. So you even got his ability, huh? Alice asked in a sad and defeated voice once she was resurrected. Jake had a similar ability himself. Arnold was genuinely surprised by the reversal in Alice's behavior. He thought she'd explode and maybe do something to harm him. Not only she wasn't throwing a tantrum and causing trouble for him, she was behaving like a gentle soul. But Arnold didn't let his guard down. For all he cared, she could have been faking it all so that he would let his guard down and then do something to hurt him or the others. He then suddenly remembered about Natasha, as she also pulled regular stunts like the one she did. Arnold went inside to resurrect Dredd. No matter how hard he imagined about Natasha and Alice together, not a single positive outcome came to his mind. What crap have I gotten myself into? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Right now I need to focus on the task at hand, he thought. So you knew about Jake's ability to resurrect the dead? I thought he was keeping it a secret from everyone, Arnold asked Alice, just to make sure her mind was in the right place. I don't think you resurrected me to talk about that, did you? You want to know who I was working with, don't you? Fine, I'll tell you, because as much as I hate to admit it, I was given a chance to take me revenge on him by being resurrected by you. Alice kept speaking in a usually warm tone. I'm not going to waste your time. It's him. Arnold expected her to point her fingers at the Brigadier General, but instead, she pointed at the private, who darted out of the room the moment Alice pointed at him. Talos was quick to respond, and even before the private could even reach the handle of the door, he got shot in his legs by Talos' gun. Ugh. He tried to crawl out of the room, but Arnold grabbed his injured leg and dragged him back to the center of the room and froze his hands and legs on a chair. Everyone else was stunned, even the Brigadier General. Start talking, Arnold ordered. What do you want me to talk about? Huh? You and that son of a bitch Nathan? The private cursed both of them loudly. You FKers took everything from me. Everything. Do I even know you? Wait, I thought I've seen your face before. Don't tell me it's you. Arnold finally remembered who the private actually was. Yes, it is. Alan, Nathaniel's biological son. Alice answered in Arnold's place. He had been working with us for a long time. Why the hell would you do something like this? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you betray your own family? Arnold was not expecting something like this to happen. He had forgotten about Alan as he never saw him since they went to clear a dungeon together and Arnold soloed it, defeating the Bone Berserker by himself, and Alan had tried to gaslight him into giving up on the loot that Arnold earned. For more info, reread the chapter named Celebration. Because of people like you. My father took away everything that was supposed to be mine. My father treated his own son like a piece of trash while all of you played a happy family. All because of that stupid, useless, black family. When the dungeon outbreak happened, instead of keeping me safe, my fucking father threatened to disown me and forced me to enlist in the army, saying I had to prove my worth. While nearly everyone in the so-called family got a free pass to live in West America. It's all because of people like Nathan and you, that my father never acknowledged my existence. Alan blurted out with nothing but rage with himself, but then I found someone who acknowledged me. Someone who understood how I felt after my father alienated me. He gave me the power to control people. To make them obey my commands. He gave me the technology to gain power. But he had a condition. Just one. What condition? Amanda asked. Use it all to destroy the black family. And I happily agreed. After all, that was the only thing I had been planning on doing for a long time. Alan smiled like a maniac, but I knew I couldn't have done it all by myself. But the guy had already figured it all out and helped me meet up with the priestess who had the same goal as I did. And so our plan to take down the family began. My job was pretty easy. All I had to do was to mislead a group of army troops to where the priestess had already set up an ambush and let them get captured. You won't know how easy it was to fool these superiors. All I needed to do was to hack into the servers and change the location as to where the troops were headed and wait for the priestess to successfully capture them. Guess my brain still counts for something, right? We then planned on increasing our manpower while reducing the manpower of the army at the same time, and once it was done, all we had to do was to attack and take over the base, then allow the monsters to invade the safe haven of the people. Alan's vision was clouded by his hatred for the family, and that's why he couldn't see something that Arnold could. Alan was just a pawn for the one who had planned it all out. He was nothing but a resource that the unknown person was using up to get rid of the black family, and it was this person who Arnold had to take care of, because if he didn't, then something similar would again and again, with replaceable pawns. For the sake of family, Arnold had to know who the identity of the person. Who was it? Alan? Who was the one who had been helping you? Arnold calmly asked him. It was the same person who attacked your sister. Alan happily exclaimed. You've messed up too many plans of him. He'll get you soon enough. Chapter 113. The unknown variable. To tell me his name, and he'll ensure that shown some leniency during the trial. Arnold tried to persuade Alan into giving up the information regarding the unknown mastermind. Leniency? Nice try, but I already knew that I effed up royally when the plan was set into motion. Not you, nor anyone else can help me now, so stop trying to bait me and kill me already. Alan laughed yet again. He was officially out of his mind now. Oh, you think I don't have a way to uncover the leader's true identity, without your help? Or do you think that I don't want to kill you? You make me sick to my stomach. Arnold spat on the floor in disgust. I just wanted to give you a chance to clear your name. Or the family's name at least. But you're rotten to your core. It's true, no one can save you, not because it's impossible, no, but because you're a lost cause. I could kill you as easily as I kill the monsters because you're no different than them. But I won't. Arnold carried on. I won't kill you because I don't want to cause any grief to the man who gave me shelter and hope when I was at my lowest. Hurting that man is the last thing he'll ever do. Whatever happens to you from now on is solely because of your choices and no one else. I've had enough of your daddy issues. Amanda, I assume you have the contact details of Nathan. Could you get them for me? He's the family head, so I think he should take care of the things here. Before I do something that he'll regret for the rest of my life. I'm on it. Amanda replied as rushed off to somewhere. Soon Alan was taken into custody by the Brigadier General's orders. Everyone left the room except Arnold, the Brigadier General, Alice and the rest of Arnold's summons. After calming down, Arnold turned towards the Brigadier General. He still had his doubts about the General's weird behavior towards him, but before he could say anything, the General cut him off. "I know you don't trust me, and I'm fine with it, but if you still need anything from me, I'll gladly help you. After all, you've accomplished the Herculean task of taking down the church by yourself, and for that, I'm truly grateful to you. Also, I'm sorry for my cold behavior towards you earlier. I might be stepping out of the line here, but what was that ability which you used earlier? I'm positive that woman was dead but you resurrected her. I'd appreciate it if this matter stays within these walls, and I apologize for the rudeness, but I don't think it's a good idea for me to tell you about the ability." The Brigadier General was visibly taken aback by Arnold's remarks, but he knew he couldn't force anything out of his mouth even if he tried to do so. His only choice was to let the matter go and hope he and Arnold were on the same page. Otherwise, the results would have been terrifying. Not wanting to risk his life, the Brigadier General left without saying another word to Arnold. He definitely knows more than he's showing about all this. Gotta keep an eye on him as well. "Arnold, if you'd like, I can give you the identity of the leader," Alice said once she was sure that the Brigadier General had left the room. "And why do you want to tell me that?" Arnold asked her back. Although it surprised him as to why was Alice so eager to help him, but then since everything was going well he didn't bother to ask her about it then, and now that they had the entire room to themselves, he didn't waste any time and asked her about this change in her character. "Frankly, I never wanted any of this. I didn't want to lie and lure you, but my father, the president and Jake all persuaded me to go along with the plan, as, if they helped the leader, it would have helped them gain them some recognition and power, and in a moment of weakness, I finally agreed. But then everything went wrong. You killed Jake, and my father was arrested and charged for crimes he never did. All I could think about was run and then find a way to take my revenge in you and your family, but before I could do anything to harm the family, the dungeon incident happened. I was defeated. I felt miserable. All I could think about was either ways to end myself or to kill your entire family. And then the leader contacted me, and soon I was at the facility that was built under the guise of an abandoned factory. At first, I was angry at him as all of this was his fault, but he fueled my anger and pushed me on the same path as my father and the president. But I wasn't the only one he had contacted. There were a lot of people who were part of his secret plans. Soon, I was assigned to lead about a quarter of themselves. He helped us by giving us advanced technology to tame both monsters and humans, both of which you have already seen. Alice kept telling him her tale, and Arnold kept listening to her. He had no doubt that what Alice did was wrong, but for some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to punish her and patiently waited for her to reveal the identity of the leader. But as usual, his patience was running out. But then as more and more people were converted to serve me and our cause, I started having second thoughts about it all. Wherever I saw those soulless people, I cursed myself for being so cold-hearted. Soon I was tired because of it. All I wanted was to end it all. But whenever I remembered about my father and Jake, I got filled with unadulterated rage against you and your family, and the cycle continued. In the end, I carried on with our plan. I know you won't believe me even if I told you how happy I was when I saw that man pointing a gun at me. I thought finally this misery would end, and I made sure that the bullet managed to hit me. I was so glad to die. Finally, I was at peace, but then you resurrected me. Alice, I need a name. Although Arnold sympathized with her, his patience was running out. Alice smiled wanly and continued, I'm sorry I got carried away. I don't know whether you know him or not, but he is quite famous. So, who is it? Arnold said as he massaged his temple. Devon M. Troy, the CEO of Troy Industries. Financially speaking, he's the world's richest and thus a dangerous man. Chapter 114, The Unknown Variable 3. Wait, you mean the Troy Industries? The way Arnold screamed the company's name, startled his summons a little bit. "So you know him?" Alice asked with a perplexed look on her face. "I was employed at their office in Florida before all this dungeon crap happened." "You used to work with his company?" "Well, that's something new," Alice mumbled. "But why would he try to kidnap Nicole and do all of this crap? It doesn't make any sense." "Arnold, I've got General Nathan's contact details as you asked." Amanda came running into the interrogation room. "That was quick. Are you related to Usain Bolt or something?" Arnold smirked as she sent him the details and then proceeded to call a few men to clean up the interrogation room as it had started to smell a little bit. But for Arnold had gotten used to being around bad breath, who smelt worse than a skunk. The smell was nothing special, thus he paid no heed to it and proceeded to call Nathan. "I should have taken his contact details when we first met after I came back." The number however different. "I guess technology does moves ahead whether you walk along with it or not." "Well, at least it's ringing." Soon someone on the other side picked the phone up. "You've reached Nathan Black's office. How can I help you?" "Hey, Nathan. Wait, who's this again?" "Amanda, I think the number is wrong." Arnold felt like he heard a familiar voice. He tried and tried but couldn't place a face on it. "Arnold, is that you?" the feminine voice asked. Arnold was sure now that he had reached the right place. After all, who else could have guessed him just by listening to his voice? It was a shame though that he couldn't remember the face of the person he was talking to. "It is me, all right. But could you get Nathan please? It's something urgent that I wanted to talk to him about." In the end, Arnold didn't want to offend someone by not guessing their name, so he tried to quickly change the topic and got right to the point. He expected a response from the other side, but all he could hear was silence. "I guess you don't remember my voice." "It's all right. After all, it has been 7 years since you last saw me." "It's Nina, you creationist weirdo." Nina's voice came through the other side. "But on a serious note, what's the emergency?" "It would take a few minutes for Nathan to get here. Meanwhile, if you want to, you can talk to me about it." "Yup, that's you all right. No one else would call me something like that. It's good to see that you're doing good." "I thought you'd." "Never mind that. Now's not the time to talk about all that." Arnold hesitated a bit before speaking again as he was internally debating whether he should tell Nina about Alan or not. A few seconds passed, but Arnold decided to tell her about the incident, as she belonged to the same family, had the right to know about the matters that concerned the family. Not to mention, she potentially was the next head of the Branch family after her dad, if she wasn't already. Either way, she should know about these matters. Thus Arnold began telling her everything that he had got to know. Everything apart from what Alice had told him about the masked leader, who was the mastermind behind it all, as he was planning on letting Nathan know about it first. By the time he was done, Nathan was already there, and thus he repeated the entire thing for Nathan. "The balls on that kid. Nathan lost it. I know father was harsh on him, but honestly, I never thought he would go to this extent." "Where is he now?" "Imprisoned." "I thought you should deal with it without involving Nathaniel. The old man has already seen too much." Arnold replied. "Right. Father must never know about this. It would be too much for him to bear alone." "You made the right decision. When you said Alan was working with the church that had been bothering us for so long, I honestly thought you already killed him and were calling to inform me about it. But I'm glad you didn't." "I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to, but even with his flaws he's still family." "I understand. But still, he has to be punished," Arnold reminded Nathan, as he thought Nathan might get soft on Alan's mistake and forgive him. Arnold had to push the matter. "I know. He'll be heading there shortly. We'll talk about it when I get there. Till then, keep an eye on him." "And Arnold, thank you for helping us." "No need to thank me. I'm just helping the family, that's all." With that, they ended the call and Arnold turned towards Amanda. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave the rest of the things to you. I think I should take some rest before Nathan gets here." "I understand. Don't worry about anything, Arnold. Thank you for your hard work. We owe you a lot." Amanda saluted Arnold and left without waiting for Arnold's reply. "That woman is way too focused on her job. Not that I can do anything to help her." Arnold shrugged his shoulders and opened up a portal to his domain. All of his summons including Alice stepped one after another into the portal. Right when Talos was about to step in, Arnold pulled him aside. "Talos, I have an important task for you," Arnold whispered. "I can't fully trust Alice." "Not yet anyway, so would you keep an eye on Alice and make sure that she doesn't get into touch with Natasha?" "Consider it done, Master." "I'll make sure she stays away from Natasha. I'll inform the others about it as well," Talos replied. "I'd appreciate it." Arnold nodded and closed the portal as Talos went inside. "It was a long day. I better go and sleep now. After all, tomorrow's going to be a tough day as well." He stretched a bit before heading out to the workshop where his sleeping arrangement had been set up, thinking his day was over. Little did he know, it was going to be a very, very long night for him. Chapter 115. Dharma. The workshop was considerably darker since Arnold had fallen asleep, but on the outside, the moon was shining in all its glory, a cool breeze was flowing around, everything was peaceful. Everything, except Arnold's mind as he constantly flipped and squirmed on his bed while sleeping. He was having a nightmare, like one he had long back when Bob Bad Breath and Nikki tried to capture his sister. But this time, it was a bit different. He was stranded on a barren snowy mountain. There was not even a single living soul in his sights. Just rock and snow all around. He felt a bit cold as he wasn't wearing anything apart from a worn-out shirt and a torn pants that barely covered his knees and was climbing the mountain barefoot, but still, the cold was bearable. It wasn't like someone who had ice affinity would freeze to death either way. Arnold knew it was him, but something felt different as he couldn't control his own body. Suddenly his body started paining a lot. It was then he noticed that his body was covered with wounds. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't drenched in blood. Taking a single step was proving to be a Herculean task. But he kept moving forward. With every step he took, more blood spurted out of his wounds. It was as if he was possessed. All he cared about was reaching the summit of the mountain. His bloodshot eyes were filled with rage, remorse and sadness. He wanted to give up, but he kept moving forward. His stamina was running low as the weight of his body was pulling him down. From time to time, he heard the blood-curdling cries of multiple people, most of whom were cursing him to death and desperately trying to shake his focus, but he just smiled and kept moving forward towards the summit of the mountain, the place of his salvation. But before he could reach there, a man gently grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back. Arnold turned around but lost his balance and fell over. He tried to look up to the one who made him fall, but his vision was blacked out and he couldn't see a thing. He could only hear a man's voice ringing in his ears. "Being my vassal is a curse. A curse to lose everything you ever loved. A curse to make the sacrifices for the greater good. A curse of creation and destruction." The voice whispered, "But not ready yet. For you don't know what true meaning of sacrifice is. Go back now. Become a true vassal. Defeat the trials, and when you've experienced the true pain, come and find me. Only then you'd be worthy of becoming my successor. No matter what happens, you must never lose hope in yourself, and never forget your Dharma." Author's note: Dharma essentially translates to religion, but in Hinduism, Buddhism, as well as Jainism, it has a much deeper meaning than that. The word itself encompasses the eternal and inherent nature of reality, regarded as a cosmic law underlying right behavior and social order, or in other words, it is the law of life, which guides us all on the right path. Arnold woke up with a start. His whole body was drenched in his sweat. His heart was beating madly, ready to come out of his mouth at any second. He placed his right hand on his chest, tried to calm his heart and his breath. What the hell was that all about? Once he regained his composure, he looked around himself to confirm whether it was a dream or not. He was still inside the room next to the workshop, so it was a nightmare. He then tried to remember what he was dreaming about, but nothing much came into his mind. And all he remembered clearly was a strange feeling. as if his life was slowly being torn apart. Slowly he began to vaguely remember a bit more about his nightmare. He remembered the voice of the man who was standing in front of him. Arnold didn't know who the man was, but his voice sounded divine and almighty. The man was telling him something about Dharma or something, but he couldn't remember what. He was still tired, so he tried to sleep once again, but he just couldn't. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of his bloodied and battered self flashed before his eyes. Damn it, I can't sleep like this. Nor can I ignore the nightmare. Last time I ignored it, Nicole almost got kidnapped, he said as he massaged his temple. The only good thing this time was that it only involved me and nobody else. I guess I got all the sleep I could, so much for having a peaceful night. He hastily got up from his bed, drank some water and went inside the workshop, as it was the only place that would distract his mind into doing something fruitful. Once he was inside the workshop, he poured all of the materials that he had gained after hunting a few monsters earlier on the floor and then proceeded to fire up the forge. He didn't spare a single thought on what he was going to make, as he already had a clear picture in his head about it. I don't want to ignore that nightmare. In any case, it's about time to rearm my summons with deadlier weapons. Arnold nodded his head. They are my first line of defense as well as offense. If they have better weapons, it'll increase their battle prowess significantly. With that being said, he picked up the largest scale he had gained after processing the Leviathan-grade insect and started beating on the scales, slowly shaping it up. He also summoned Talos and the other automatons to help him out. Finally all done, Arnold yawned as the sun came out and kissed the surface of the earth. Arnold silently admired his new creations. A huge sledgehammer for Asterios and a katana-like sword for Dread. Storm Crusher, a warhammer made up of scales of a Leviathan-grade monster which was enhanced by its creator. Grade A, Strength STR, plus 75. Weapon type, warhammer. Weight, 18 kilograms. Additional effect, the Barbarian. From hell, each successful strike by this hammer increases the chances to insta-kill an enemy if the enemy has the same rank as the one wielding the warhammer. Additional effect, pleased to kill. Killing enemies strengthens the hammer. STR increases by 2 points for every 10 monsters slain. Futazanomatamenat Tsurugi Superscript 1, a katana made up of scales of a Leviathan-grade monster which was enhanced by its creator. The sharpness of this sword allows it to slice through the enemies like a hot knife through butter. Grade A, Strength STR, plus 80. Weapon type, sword katana. Weight, 12 kilograms. Additional effect, Leviathan's Fury deals additional 12% damage to monsters. Additional effect, Untamed Death when fighting alongside undead soldiers. Adds a buff of plus 18 defense to the soldiers as well as the wielder of the sword. Note, generally weight of a katana is 1.5 kilograms, but since this katana was made for Dread, thus it's bigger and heavier. He had already used enhancement on both of these weapons as well as on his already overpowered cloak and gloves, but sadly he could only achieve permanent enhancement on the sledgehammer and the katana. But he wasn't sad or anything, as his gears were already great and would remain so for a long time. But that wasn't all. He was now making plans to make a variety of weapons to rearm all of his summons. Moreover, he still needed to figure out the secret behind the monster taming collars and the brainwashing blood concoction, as well as meet with Nathan to think about what they were going to do with Alan. TSK, it's gonna be a hell of a busy day for me. 1. Futsunomatamunut Tsurugi is the name of the sword of Shinto, Thunder God. You guys might have heard the name Futsunomitama as you have seen Danmaki. Chapter 116, Blood Bond 1. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, so thinking it was Amanda or maybe Nathan, and since the gate was already opened he just told them to come in. Hey Amanda, is Nathan here already? Arnold asked without even looking towards the gate as he was busy tweaking his gears a bit, and he also heard someone walking in heels, so he was sure it wasn't Nathan. Until and unless Nathan had developed a weird personality. Who's Amanda? A familiar feminine voice echoed in his ears. It was a voice he hadn't heard in years. Nicole? He was both shocked and surprised to see his little sister standing next to him. Hello, brother. Nicole tried to give him a cheerful smile like she always did when she was a teenager. It's been long, hasn't it? Before Arnold could react, another voice came from next to Nicole. Before you both do something weird, just remember I'm here as well. But he paid no attention whatsoever to Nina, who was standing behind Nicole and hugged his not-so-little sister. But after remembering that he was shirtless and drenched in sweat, he quickly let go of her before he soiled her attire, which was the Black family's traditional combat suit. Thus it wasn't soiled. Nina was wearing a similar suit herself. Both of them looked beautiful yet deadly in those suits. It's good to see you two, brother. But next time you leave without informing me, I'll kill you. Nicole finally gave up on pretending and genuinely smiled, but then tears welled up in her eyes. I thought I'd never see you again. You're not gonna get rid of me that easily. Arnold laughed and patted her back. You've grown quite a bit from the last time I saw you. Of course, I have. After all, I'm not 15 anymore. You sure? Because you're behaving like one now. Arnold smiled, but then he realized something. Why the hell was Nicole wearing a combat suit? He turned towards the person who advanced him. Good to know you're still the same witty as whole like before, Nina said, waving her hands around as if she had already read what was on his mind. Do you wanna tell him? Guess I should. I think it'll better if you sit down first, brother, Nicole said as Nina pulled a chair for Arnold to sit. What's going on? Arnold said after Nina forced him to sit down. She didn't have enough strength to do so, but Arnold didn't bother and went with the flow. Look, there's something no one has told you about me. Nicole took a deep breath and blurted it out. I'm a SS ranked warrior. Ha ha ha. Arnold started laughing hysterically. Good one, guys. Good one. I almost fell for it. I think I deserved it for leaving for such a long duration, but seriously, guys, if you wanna pull something like this off, then next time try to tone it down a bit. SS ranked warrior. Haha, I'm a SS ranked warrior by the way. Haha. Arnold, she isn't joking, Nina mumbled. Sure she isn't. Arnold smirked, but when he saw the seriousness on Nicole's face, the smirk disappeared. Are you serious? Yes. It'll be no better if I show you instead, Nicole whispered and pointed her arm towards a table which immediately turned into sawdust. What? There. Actual FCK. What kind of power is that? Arnold jumped up and instinctively assumed a battle stance. That power Nicole just released was a bit much for him to handle. That's the part we don't know. Nina grabbed Arnold's shoulder, which pulled him back to reality. All we know it's that she's the only of her kind. Why didn't anyone told me about it? I made them swear not to. Because I wanted to tell you about it in person. Nicole averted her gaze from the sawdust and stared at her brother's face. After the initial shock of the revelation dissipated, Arnold snapped. He had left his sister under the family's care because he wanted her to stay safe as she was ill, but instead, the family turned her into a warrior. He didn't know whether he should be thankful to them for making Nicole independent or he should get pissed at them for hiding something about his sister from him. Nonetheless, he was conflicted over the entire scenario, but he didn't want to upset his sister on the day they met after so long, so he swallowed his thoughts up and smiled at Nicole. Sorry for overreacting. It's just, it was a bit too much for me to take in, but I'm happy for you. Arnold smiled. I guess it would be me who'll be getting protected now, and not the other way around. You can count on me for that. Nicole smiled. Since you people are here, I guess Nathan is here as well? Arnold asked Nina. He is, actually. He's waiting for you in the Brigadier General's office. We should probably get going. While Arnold and Nina were walking side by side, discussing something, Nicole decided to hang back and have a chat of her own. So what do you think? Nicole thought. They'd make a good couple, that's for sure. Donna's voice echoed inside Nicole's mind. That might be true, but you know that's not what I'm talking about. Nicole replied. Geez, no fun. I miss the old, sweet and innocent version of yours. She was much fun to talk to. Don't try to. I know, I know. We share the same mind space, so I know what you're thinking. And wrong. Your brother isn't a vassal. I thought he already killed. Will you hear me out first? Donya squealed. He's not a vassal, not yet, but he'll become one soon enough. He got his powers after I got mine, so that's expected, but still his progress is too slow. Will he be ready in time for Nicole wanted to say something, but Donya cut her off. And that's way wrong, love. His progress isn't slow. It's just that his trials are longer and tougher than the ones I give you. Looks like the Immortal One isn't taking any chances on grooming his potential heir, just what I'd expect from him. He's too hard on his paladins. Right now, I'd say, your brother's progress is more than what I expected, and the way he's progressing, he'll surpass you and the others in no time, and become the first person to cross even the cosmic boundary and become a true deity. That's not gonna happen. He has already endured enough because of me, now it's my turn to protect him. By the way, you haven't given me today's daily quest. Oh my, I forgot. Either way, it's the usual Soul Reaper one. How many? 10 should suffice. Monsters or humans? 10 each. Too demanding, you know? Nicole smirked. Him demanding? The one who wanted to level up and become a B-ranked cosmic being. Donna replied. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, you'll get your souls. Hey, Nicole. What are you slacking off for? The SS-ranked warrior, not us. Nina shouted. Come on, move faster, you slowpoke. Coming. Chapter 117, Blood Bond 2. And so, I conclude that Devon Troy is the true culprit behind all of this. Arnold finished explaining about the person who was the actual source of the problem and not Alan. Nathan and delegates representing the syndicate were present inside the conference room, intently listening to what Arnold had to say. I understand what you're trying to say. Elena White, one of the two delegates, was the first to speak after Arnold was done, but I think you're forgetting who Devon is. He's the sole weapons manufacturer who is still operating in America, and it's because of his weapons and gears that we can still defend ourselves from the monsters, and throwing accusations at him as if he's a regular civilian. You should at least give us some proof that could back your accusation. Throwing accusations? Arnold gave a sarcastic smile to Elena and then proceeded to point towards his ears. Didn't you heard what I was yapping about for the past hour? He wants you to engage in wars so that the syndicate, or whatever your name is, would buy more and more weapons and gears from him. He's just leeching off from your people, and as far as the proof is concerned, I have witnesses. I'll give you the choice of who do you want to hear it from, Alan or her. Who are you talking about? The priestess. Who else? Arnold grinned as a small portal opened up and Alice walked out of it. Interesting. Interesting indeed. These were the first words that escaped through Marina Tempest, the other delegate's mouth. Is it her? Nina and Nicole, who were also present in the room, were shocked as well, as especially Nicole. The others were shocked as well because no one in that room knew about Taylor's resurrection ability. No one apart from those who were present inside the interrogation room last night. Alice's complexion had changed after being resurrected, but hair and other details were still the same. The shock on everyone's faces disappeared once Alice started speaking. She confirmed what Arnold was saying was true and that she did what she did because Devon wanted her to. I can't say that I'm surprised, Nathan admitted. We had been secretly investigating him for a long time for various reasons, and his background is a bit shady if nothing else, but I never suspected him to have a hand in all of this as well. And before you ask, why were we doing business with him despite knowing what a shady guy he was? I'll tell you exactly why. It's because, A, we didn't have any other source to obtain high-end weapons from, and B, we didn't have enough proof to corner him. But now both of the problems have been taken care of. We have the proof and we have a very capable creationist among us as well. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself when I say this, but I think skills are unparalleled. Firstly, why the hell was your family investigating someone without the syndicate's knowledge? And secondly, what creationist are you talking about? Elena blurted out. Marino, however, remained calm and silently observing the situation. Oh please, Don't think that I don't know about what your family have been doing behind the syndicate's back. We never asked you why you were collecting all those beast crystals, so I don't you're in any position to question us either. Also, just because your family has some kind of relationship with him, it doesn't mean that we'd let go of this matter so easily and for the sake of your family's non-existent honor. But I urge you to cooperate with us in this matter. Eleanor's face turned expressionless. It was true that they had a close relationship with Troy Industries and wanted to prosper alongside the company, by giving him all the weapon and defense contracts, but they were all doing it in secret, influencing the people under the table. And after knowing that the Black family knew about it all along made her rethink about her trustworthy family members. But right now she didn't want Nathan to mock her family anymore and thus decided to stay quiet and curse the traitor within her family. And as for your second query, Nathan got up from his seat, walked next to Arnold, and put his arm around Arnold's shoulder. Why don't you talk with the creationist himself? I know what you're thinking, but I'm not recommending him because he's a part of my family. His skills are pretty good, and if you still don't believe me then feel free to test him out. I'm sure he'd be excited to prove his worth, won't you? Arnold turned towards Nathan and whispered, "You son of a gun, you know that I won't back down from a challenge, and you used that fact. Well, it's not like only you'd be benefited from this. Directly or indirectly you'll be helping the family to strengthen our position within the syndicate as well." Nathan whispered back, "It's not like him taking advantage of you or anything. You're an exceptional creationist and I'm simply pointing it out." "Fine, I'll do it." Arnold shrugged his shoulders and told the delegates, "Feel free to test me out whenever you like." "Perfect. So I guess that concludes the meeting," Nathan said and clapped his hands. "Thank you for joining us today, Lady Elena, and Sir Marino. What about the other culprit?" Elena spoke once again. "What about him?" Nathan smiled at her, knowing all too well that she was planning something. "As far as I can remember, the Council of 12 leaders of the syndicate sent us here to ensure that we've punished the culprit for his crime. And so far I haven't heard anyone talk about him or his punishment." Seeing Nathan smile, Elena smiled as well. "Excuse me if I'm going out of line here, but considering the lengths he went to commit a crime, which I think is nothing less than heresy, he should be punished publicly at the very least." Since Nathan verbally slapped her earlier by disclosing her family's plans, she decided to deal a blow to the Black family's pride, as everyone knew how much prideful the Blacks were about their family's unity and loyalty, and publicly punishing one of their own would leave a huge dent to their pride. What she didn't know was the fact that she was playing with fire, a fire that could potentially burn her entire family down. "I'm fully aware of what the orders were, and if you want I can recite its content, word by word to you. Sir Marino, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember about anything about publicly punishing the culprit. All I can remember is that the head of the family has the right to penalize their kin in any way they like, and the delegate's job is only to oversee the proceedings and confirm that the punishment has been dealt to the culprit." "Sir Marino, I guess that was it." Marino grinned and nodded his head, agreeing with every word that came out of Nathan's mouth. Now it was Nathan's turn to play games with Elena. "I was planning to ignore the connection between your family and Devon Troy, but since being all righteous and want justice, I think you'll be pleased to know that once I'm done handling the current situation, I'll be informing the Council of 12 about your family's connection with the actual culprit of this incident." Elena had successfully managed to dig her own grave, and the moment she realized it, her expressions were priceless. Even Nicole couldn't help but snicker at this new development. "You can't." Elena lost it. "I will if you don't leave the base this instant." Nathan calmly looked at her. His grin was getting bigger every moment as he knew he had Elena in the palm of his hand. Seeing no other way around, Elena stormed out of the room and left, saying she won't forget it. Soon Marino followed her example and let himself out, but not before Nathan properly thanked him. Once only the members of the family were left inside the room, Nathan ordered the soldiers to bring in Alan. After all, family or not, they still had to penalize him for his crimes. Chapter 118. Blood Bond 3. Soon the guards returned with Alan, who had chains on his wrists and ankles. The chains made a clanking sound whenever he took a step. He kept his vacuous stare at the floor as the soldiers escorted him to the conference room, where Arnold and the others were waiting for his arrival, but Alan didn't know that he thought only military personnel would be present there to give him his sentence. But instead, when he walked into the conference room, he saw the person he hated with all his heart. A plethora of thoughts flooded his mind that very instant. Since he had been behaving well, the soldier had been lightly holding on to his chains, thus allowing Alan to free himself from the guards and jump towards Nathan, all while cursing him like a maniac. But before he could reach Nathan, Arnold stepped in, and the next thing he knew, he got slammed into the wall on the opposite side, which shattered into pieces. His head got bruised, but it wasn't bleeding. While he still tried to recover from the dizziness of the unexpected attack, Arnold grabbed the chains on his wrists and slammed him on the ground. Arnold's hands were pressed against his back, while his legs locked Alan's knees, and his other hand pressed his face on the floor. No matter how much Alan squirmed, he wouldn't have been able to free himself unless he decided to break his legs to free himself. Just calm down, will you? We're not your enemies. We want to help you out, Arnold whispered in Alan's ears, but Alan wasn't listening anymore. His bloodshot eyes were fixated on Nathan, while he huffed loudly like a wild elephant. He felt like a psychopath, an animal, and the tight grip of the chains around his wrist was added to that feeling. How dare they, the borrowed kids of his father, treat him like this? Arnold repeated his words while adding more weight to his hand that was holding his face down. Just calm down, Alan. Listen to us. Unacceptable. I won't listen to SHT that comes out of the mouth of this bastard son of my father, he said in a muffled voice, and then tried to spit on Nathan's face, but couldn't as Arnold was holding him down. Just 5 minutes after that, well, do whatever you want from us, alright? Arnold tried to reason with him, knowing all too well that he won't listen to him, but Alan's response caught Arnold off guard. Just 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes. Arnold slowly released Alan and helped him to his feet, but he still held on to his chains as a precaution. Once everything was taken care of, Nathan ordered the soldiers to leave the conference room, and only he, Arnold, Nicole, Nina, and Alan were left inside. Arnold placed 2 of his golems to guard the gate and make sure no one disturbed them during their talk. Nathan was the first to break the silence. Alan, I know you hate me from the bottom of your heart. The reason for your hatred is not unfounded, and honestly, I know you'll keep hating me no matter what I say or do today, and I'm okay with that. But the way trying to hurt our family and the people of this nation is unforgivable. Hundreds of people lost their lives because of you. And yet, all of us, who are present here as well as those who are not, including our father, want to give you a chance to mend our relationship. Of course, Nathan was lying. Their father, Nathaniel, had no idea about the shenanigans of his biological son. Right now he was enjoying the peace after his retirement at a farmhouse near California, but Alan didn't know that, nor was anyone going to tell him that. Nathan tried to use this to his advantage and play an emotional card to somehow get Alan on his side. Yes, Alan, Nina chimed in. Uncle was deeply hurt when he got to know about your involvement with the church, and he understands that it was his fault that he let it happen, and now he wants to correct his mistakes, and give you what was rightfully yours, including his love, and name you as the rightful head of the family. All he wants from you is your love, and it'll all be yours. You people are lying. All of you are liars. Alan screamed and pulled the chains, but Arnold was tightly holding on to it, prevented Alan from taking a single step. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so that's why. Nathan nodded towards Nicole, who took a piece of paper out of her breast pocket and handed it to Alan's chained hands. I got an official letter from Father, which states that, from the moment you'd like to take on the responsibility as the head of the family, I'll have to vacate my position and will have to help you to the best on my abilities. Now does that looks like we're trying to trap you or something? But why would you do something like this for me? So many people lost their lives because of me. Alan mumbled as he read through the content of the document. His voice started shaking. "Why am doing it? It's simple. My brother and I just want us to be on the same side." Nathan stood up from his chair, and put his hands on Alan's shoulders. "So what do you think?" "To need some time to think about it." "Sure. Take as much time as you want." Nathan smiled and called the guards to escort Alan out, lose those chains and allot the most lavish room for him to stay in for as long as he wants. Once Alan and the guards were out of the sight, Arnold shook his head in amusement. "So you noticed, huh?" Nathan snickered. "You kidding me? Even a blind person would be able to see through the ton of bullshit you guys just dumped on him. Be the head of the family. Father is repenting. Here's a letter from the father. Damn guys, you just pulled off an Oscar-worthy performance. I knew I should've gone to drama school. DSK, it's too late now." Nina smiled. "Anyways, since Nathan wanted to confirm whether Alan had gone nuts, like you said, so we joined in and went along with the plan, and it looks like he's actually out of his mind." "Ahem, at least now we can be sure that he won't be doing something rash now." "Not while he's in the illusion of becoming the head of the family, but still we can't let him go free," Nathan informed them. "So for his punishment—" "Hold up." Arnold raised his hand to interrupt Nathan. "It might sound absurd, especially since I'm the one suggesting it. But can't we go a bit easy on him?" "What?" everyone shrieked at the same time. Chapter 119, Blood Bond 4. Looks like Alan isn't the only one who has gone nuts. Nina shook her head, disagreeing with Arnold's comment. "You were the one who caught him. You know it better than any one of us about the horrors of his crimes, and yet you want us to go easy on him? What the heck are you thinking?" "I agree with Nina," Nicole chimed in. "His crimes are too serious and are not something we can just let go of. Actual people lost their lives because of his foolishness." While the other two were calling Arnold out on his crappy idea of going easy on Alan, Nathan just quietly stood there and looked at Arnold's calm expression. Honestly, he had faith in whatever Arnold was planning to do, but neither he nor the girls could see any possible reason behind Arnold's weird suggestion. Thus Nathan decided to ask Arnold about his intentions directly. "Girls, hold up for a bit, let's see what Arnold has to say." Nathan raised his hand to stop the girls from speaking. "Go on, Arnold. Let's hear what's on your mind first." Arnold sighed heavily and massaged his temples before speaking. "Come on people, could you not go around branding me as a psycho or something? Honestly, I thought you guys would be pleased after listening to my plan." "Let me clarify some things first. Firstly, going easy on him does not mean that I'm telling you all to forgive his crimes, and secondly, allow me to rephrase my words. What I wanted to say was that maybe we shouldn't give him capital punishment or send him to jail or something. That'll be going too easy on him and not worthy of the seriousness of the crime. Next time try to say what you want to instead of saying something that completely throws others off guard." Nina smacked her face and sighed. "So what do you plan on doing now?" Arnold didn't immediately reply to her question. Instead he walked up to the single gigantic window that was present inside the conference room. Feeling the heat of the sun permeating through the window, outside the window he saw the shadows of the possible and the probable. Outside the window, beyond the far reaches of morality, Arnold had finally made up his mind, knew what he needs to do. He had never used this skill of his before, as it only worked on humans, and he wasn't willing to use it as he felt using it on someone else was immoral. A line which he didn't want to cross, but still he was curious about the results of using this skill, and this was a great way to use the skill and take care of Alan. It was a bit selfish and immoral for him to think of Alan as a test subject, but Arnold didn't care. Alan hadn't done a moral thing either by deciding to. "Brother?" Nicole reached out Arnold and grabbed his shoulder. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about giving Alan a taste of his own medicine," Arnold said with a poker face and looked at Nathan. "But I want to ask all of for approval." "Approval for what?" Nathan asked, confused about Arnold's remarks. "Approval to turn him into a slave." Arnold spoke in a low voice. "Say what now?" As usual, Nina was the first one to react. How are you even going to accomplish that? I see. Your idea doesn't sound that bad. Nathan stroked his whitish beard. Nathan, Nina tried to object, but Nathan immediately stopped her. I was about to exile him either way and tell our father he went on a mission or something, and Arnold's plan is better than that. But before I approve it, I'd like to know a few things. I'd have wondered if you didn't ask some question. So shoot, Arnold replied, still maintaining his poker face as the Q&A session between them began. Are you planning to turn him into soulless human like ones you found in the church? I'm not. He'll still have his soul and mind intact. It's just he'll have to do whatever I tell him to. I see. Have you ever used this power of yours in anyone before? I mean, have you manipulated someone into doing something against his or her will? No. Nathan stared long and hard at Arnold's face, trying to decide whether Arnold was telling the truth or not. As for Nathan, it was hard to believe that someone, having an ability like this, wouldn't have used it to influence others. The problem was he couldn't read the minds of the others like Nathaniel used to. He had no way to be certain about it. All he could do right now was to trust what Arnold was saying and move ahead with the plan. I never was good at this intimidation stuff. Nathan smiled weakly before looking at Arnold. A last question though. Will there be any long-term side effects of using this skill? As far as I know, there won't, other than the fact that my way of thinking would be imprinted on his mind, essentially making the two of us think alike. Arnold didn't know about it himself, as he had never used the ability before and was only reciting what he could decipher from the description of the skill. I see, Nathan mumbled. Thanks for answering my queries. Feel free to proceed whenever you like. Wait. If your way of thinking gets imprinted on Alan's mind, won't it stabilize his mind as well? Nicole suddenly blurted out. That's exactly the point. He won't be a mindless slave, but instead, he'll be able to realize his mistakes and try to redeem himself. That way, he'll be given a punishment that would be sufficient to please the syndicate, while he'll be able to correct his mistakes. And here I was thinking that your perverted self was planning on doing something weird. Nina joked in an attempt to lighten up the mood. Why is it that you keep branding me as a pervert? Don't tell me one of those. What were they called again? Oh right, Sandia. Not at Sandia, who has a crush on me. Are you? Nina's checks turned pinkish at Arnold's remark, while everyone else was busy laughing at her panicked self. Why are you guys looking at me like that? It's not like that, damn it, Nina shrieked in panic. Yup, she is one. Nicole joined the fray as well. The clouds of dullness that surrounded them disappeared within a moment and got replaced by the ones of help and happiness. Chapter 120, Blood Bond 5. Blood Bond. Active ability. A type of control spell, allowing the user to permanently form a bond with the target which lasts till either the user or the target dies. If the user of this ability dies before the target would perish alongside its master. The target becomes dependent on the user and will gladly sacrifice his or her life in order to protect its master without a second thought. The target slave becomes acquainted with its master's way of thinking and rapidly adapts to it. In rare cases, the slave and master gain the ability of telepathy and can use it to talk between themselves. The success rate of the ability depends on the intelligence of the target. Lower intelligence the target has, the higher the probability of success becomes. Rank S. Mana cost 2000. HP cost 0.1% of max HP of the target. Lost amount of HP can be recovered using a potion or other healing skills. Cooldown 1 week. Blood Bond, an ability which is unique and one of its kind. The potential of this skill is endless, but nothing in this world comes without a price. Arnold thought and scrolled down below to reveal the dangers of using this skill. Warning: if for some reason the bond wasn't able to form, it might lead the target to lose all his sense and may or may not go berserk. If during this time the target harms someone else, the user of this skill would be penalized for the target's actions. This was the information Arnold had kept to himself and refused to tell anyone about it. This was also the reason why he was so persistent on being alone with Alan while he tried to form the bond with him. The system only informed him that there would be a penalty for failure but didn't inform him about the nature of the penalty. Would it be a temporary debuff, or maybe a permanent one? Maybe lose a fraction of his health, or maybe something else. He wasn't sure about it and had no intention of trying to know about it either. Thus it was better for him if he was alone with Alan during the procedure. I still don't get why are you so adamant about going in alone? Nathan questioned Arnold, but seeing that going out of your way to help him, I think you should be allowed to do whatever you like. Nathan looked at Nina and Nicole, who nodded their heads in agreement. It's settled then. By the way, how long would it take for the process to complete? A couple of minutes should be enough, but considering that it's my first time using this ability, it might take up to 5 minutes or so. Arnold answered back. I see. Well, not that I can help you out regarding this matter, so all the best. We'll be waiting for you to deliver the news, Nathan said as Arnold left the room. Duke and Marshall, who were guarding the room, joined him as he passed through the door. While they were exiting the building, Arnold came across one of the privates who had escorted Alan towards his new quarters and asked him for the directions. At first, the private was stunned when he saw two enormous ice golems that were standing behind Arnold like his bodyguards, but was snapped back to reality once Arnold started speaking. He's been allotted the private guest room 117 in the barracks. First room on the right of the first floor. The private stuttered and stepped aside. Once Arnold thanked him and left with the golems at his toe. Author's note: I guess you all know why it's 117. Soon he was standing in front of the guest room that the private had told him about. 117. The chief wouldn't like this, Arnold thought and smirked before knocking on the door. Alan soon opened the door. I told you to not disturb. Oh, it's you. What do you want now? I have no business with you, Alan asked while eyeing the golems who were standing behind Arnold. Oh, I see you've been tasked to be my bodyguard. I'm quite disappointed. I hoped they'd send your sister to do the job, not because she's a SS-ranked warrior, but because she's cute, just my type. Don't worry, sir. It's just a temporary arrangement. You'll soon get someone else as your bodyguard. Arnold barely managed to keep his temper in check and played along with Alan. They better do. I can't even bear the thought of seeing your face every day, from when I wake up till when I sleep. Alan smirked and let them in, oblivious to their intention. So are these boulders supposed to protect me? Arnold waited till he and the golems were inside the room before answering back. Sadly, they are not here to protect you. Arnold smiled and snapped his fingers. They are here to restrain you. The golems pounced on Alan like a pair of hyenas and grabbed his hands and legs while lifting him in the air. What are you doing? I'm the head of the family. You won't get away with THIMMHMHMMMM. Alan shrieked with all his might before Arnold plugged his mouth with a tablecloth lying nearby. Yeah, you should have thought about it before talking shit about my sister. Hold him tightly. I don't want him to start squirming like a pig before its slaughter, Arnold said before he activated the ability. As he activated the ability, weird sensation spread across his right hand. He couldn't feel his hands anymore, and before he knew it, his forearm turned black as if it was completely drained of blood. But that wasn't all. The nails of his fingers turned blood red and got longer and longer. By the time the transformation stopped, his nails were 4 inches long and he felt like his hand would fall off any moment. Alan, who was witnessing the entire thing, was scared shitless. He wanted Arnold to stay as far as it was possible. Sadly, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Arnold didn't know what he was supposed to do next, but his instinct was telling him to do something. All of a sudden, Arnold clasped Alan's neck and stuck his nails into it. A moment later, the blackness of his hand started fading away. His natural color gradually returned. Even though Arnold had punctured Alan's neck, surprisingly no blood came out of it. Soon Alan's eyes turned white and his pupils were nowhere to be found. Only one thought crossed Arnold's mind. Don't you dare die from something like this. 5 minutes later, Alan's was lying on the floor, while Arnold kept pacing around the room they were in. Since he isn't going berserk, The only possible outcome is that the ability was successful and the bond has been formed. Arnold mumbled, but then why the hell he isn't getting up? Arnold slapped Alan hard across the face and a message popped up on his interface. Bond formation. Success. Transformation complete. You've earned a new ally. Ally type. Blood brother. Blood brother, a unique type of ally, who would fight till his last breath to honor his comrade who specializes in close-range combat techniques. Synergy effect. Once enemies, now brethren, when attacking the same target. Strength ST are boosted by 15%. Agility AG boosted by 12%. Gain more allies to unlock better synergy effects. You've gained your first loyal ally to aid you in your battles. EXP, plus 4,500. I wanted a servant, not a f***ing brother. Chapter 121. What went wrong? Arnold was absent-mindedly scrolling through the catalogue of messages in front of his eyes when, on spur of moment, Alan sat up straight and started scratching his neck. Damn. Why does it sting so much? My head is killing me too. Did I pass out drunk or something? Alan let out a grunt as he got back to his feet. Arnold instantly closed the interface and stared long and hard at Alan. The moment their eyes met, Alan immediately bowed down in front of Arnold. I apologize for the pain and hurt I've caused to you and the others over time. I'm fully aware of the severity of my actions, and the aftermath of it. Blinded by my rage, I couldn't foresee the outcome of this dispute and foolishly followed the teachings of that corrupt bastard. Rather than following the family's example, Alan kept saying meaningless things to Arnold and constantly begged for his forgiveness while Arnold simply stood there like a statue, dumbfounded by the change in Alan's behavior towards him. His mindset has changed, but he isn't behaving like me, Arnold thought. I'm clueless. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do next. Is he even a human anymore or is something wrong with him? I know my mistakes are unforgivable, but if you desire I'll gladly sacrifice myself out on the battlefield to repent for my sins. And what good would that do to me? If I wanted you to die, I'd have simply killed you and brushed my hands off of you. Value the life I've spared, work hard and prove that you're worth keeping alive. But if you fail then, you know what will happen next. And stop bowing down for God's sake. Straighten your back and behave like a man. Since Arnold didn't know what to do next, he thought it was better to treat Alan like he was someone close to him and observe his reaction. Yes, brother. What even? Arnold smacked his head. Don't call me that. All right, sir. I'm already regretting my decision. Arnold massaged his temples. Just call me Arnold. Got it. He's able to recognize me, I guess. So I think he still has his memories somewhat in place, and he regrets what he did, so that's a good sign as well. But looks like he doesn't have the ability to communicate with me using telepathy. Is there a special criterion for attaining it? Arnold contemplated his situation. Everything looked well, but this wasn't the reason why Arnold formed a blood bond with Alan. Alan was just his test subject to know more about the ability and clear out the clouds of uncertainties, and there were so many of them that Arnold needed to eliminate them one after another. After all, it was his first time forming a forceful bond with someone. But Alan wasn't the only one he was curious about. The newly found properties of the skills such as synergy effect and ally type had also caught his attention. What were the other synergy effects he could get by forming bonds with more people? How many types of allies were there? Why was Alan chosen as a brother instead of servant? Were there special criteria for people to be classed as different types of allies? But most importantly, would the bonded ones mindlessly follow his command? Arnold could have easily got the answer for his last question, and he was about to test that. Alan, jump down through that window right now. Arnold pointed at a random window and waited. If Alan really tried to jump through the window, obviously Arnold would stop him. After all, Alan was his precious test subject. He couldn't lose him. At least not now. Alan first looked at the window, then at Arnold, then at the window again, before speaking. Do you expect me to do that? I mean, I won't mind doing that, but I don't have a reason to. Arnold didn't reply as he was lost in his thoughts but kept moving in circles around Alan and keenly observing him. Looks like he still has his own will. Shame he didn't turn into a mindless slave. That would've been fun. Damn it, it sounds so wrong when I thought about it like that. He was still trying to get a gist of the situation between him and the newborn Alan when someone knocked on the door. Arnold told Duke to get the door while he instructed Alan to behave as usual. Rip! A loud noise came from the doorway. Arnold and Alan ran towards the doors thinking that someone attacked Duke, but the sight he witnessed was unexpected, to say the least. It looked like Duke was unable to open the door, so he did what he could and ripped the door off its hinges instead, and in front of the door Nathan, Nina and Nicole were standing, confused about what Duke was doing. "What is going on here?" Nathan barked. He was still holding his knuckle in the air as if he was about to knock on the door, which sadly wasn't at its place anymore. Before Arnold could say a word, Alan rushed towards Nathan, who mistook it as Alan trying to attack him and pinned him down to the floor. "Looks like your little trick failed you this time around, Arnold. He's still the same sneaky bastard after all," Nathan said as he pushed Alan's head further into the cracked floor. "Brother Nathan, what are you doing?" Alan shouted in a muffled voice. "Is this how you greet your younger brother?" "Say what now?" Nathan grabbed the back of Alan's collar and lifted him in the air. "How come this bastard is addressing me as his brother?" "Believe me, I'm trying to figure out the same thing." Arnold shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. "Hey, you told me to behave normally. And I don't why but I can't remember how I behaved before. So I thought a hug would be appropriate." Alan shouted, still suspended in the air. "Now could you let me down?" Nathan let go of Alan's collar, and he fell hard on his butt. Once Alan got up, immediately started caressing his butt with a pained expression. Slowly human. "My ass isn't as strong as yours." Nina, Nicole and Arnold burst into laughter as soon as those words escaped out of Alan's mouth. Nathan, however, wasn't pleased at all. "The hell did you do to him?" "Like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 122. New Chief of the Base 1. Nathan and Alan sat down together and were busy conversing about various topics, while Nina, Nicole and Arnold were busy having a conversation of their own. Even though Arnold was accompanying the ladies, his mind kept wandering towards Nathan and Alan, because all of a sudden Alan's expressions had changed, and he was looking more serious. Since he didn't know much about the effects of blood bond, he was worried that Alan might go out of control and try to attack the others, and then wind up dead. Something he didn't want to happen. At least not now. "You know, Nicole, your brother is the only man alive who, rather than focusing on us, the lovely ladies, is busy worrying about the conversation between an oldie and his brother." Nina and Nicole chuckled while Arnold just stood there and shook his head. "I don't think there's any need to keep reminding someone about something they already know." Arnold turned his gaze towards Nina. "Beautiful, and you know it, so why bother about seeking validation from someone else?" Arnold's time in Brazil taught him one thing. If you want to stop a woman from bothering you, then just flirt back. But overdo it. It wasn't like he found Nina attractive or anything, but right now he wanted to focus on the conversation the other two were having, which soon ended. Nina couldn't even complete what she was trying to say as her eyebrows arched upwards while her jaw hung slack. Out of everything she had expected, Arnold would say, she was not expecting him to so bluntly flirt with him. Even Nicole was surprised by Arnold's reply. "Hole your horses, brother." "What?" "I'm just telling the truth." "I'm still surprised that both of you are still single." "I can understand why Nicole is single though. Who in his right mind would date a?" "Looks like we're done here," Nathan said as the two of them got up from their seats. The good news is, Alan remembers the location of the facilities they were trained at. The bad news is, we can't go there, not now anyway. "May I ask, why can't we go to wherever they are?" "I mean, technically the leader of this nation, so," Arnold asked in his confused. "Because the location is not in our nation anymore," Nathan replied in a sorrowful voice. "It's in Florida." It's near the place where the dungeon break happened, and going there is suicide. That place is the that was hit worse than the other places. It got transformed into a deadly swamp. No one in their right mind would ever think about stepping into such a place. Is it that dangerous out there? Yes. The place has turned into something out of the Jurassic Park, where no human had ever stepped foot into. Nathan then proceeded to inform Arnold about the multitude of reasons as to why the swamps were so dangerous. One prominent reason was the deadly nature of the swamp itself. In swamps, due to the viscosity of the marshy water that the entire swamp was covered with, it was much harder to fight and even harder to run away. If a battle didn't go as planned, the entire situation quickly turned from bad to worse, and a single mistake could take your life away. For this reason, tank-type warriors, who had to wear heavy armor and carry gigantic shields, were much more prone to death or getting injured in the swamps, and without the tank, no matter what the others did, they were doomed to follow the same fate as the tank. Another reason being that most of the machinery and vehicles didn't work effectively either, as they were swallowed up by the swamp even before they could transport reinforcements and other essential items into the battlefield, thus making it much more difficult for them to launch a full-fledged attack. Not to mention, the mutated monsters were deadly. When Florida was nuked and the radiation sitter across the entire eastern coast of America, the alligators, snakes and whatnot, started mutating, and soon they changed so much that they were indistinguishable among themselves and evolved into the lizardmen, the nagas and the mermonsters. These three weren't the only species in the swamp, but they were the prime example of mutated monsters. But that wasn't all. They evolved rapidly and continuously to adapt to the new topographical changes that occurred in the swamp, which made them faster than cheetahs, stronger than lions, and had skin like concrete, which to them was a blessing as it made it easier for them to hunt for prey. They were the apex predators of that region. While the lizardmen and nagas fought among themselves over the land, the mermonsters were unrivaled ruler of the marshy water below swamp. Fauna wasn't the only part of nature that changed either. The plants and trees themselves evolved into carnivorous beings, swallowing anything and everything that dared to come close to them. The swamps itself was alive, ready to consume anyone who dared to step a foot in it. I don't even know how the hell someone even managed to establish a facility in a place like that. Going there is an absolute no-no. It'll be no better as we look for another one of their base or something and prepare ourselves for war. I see. Arnold was lost in his thought and scratched his unkempt beard. If the situation is as bad as you're saying, then it's better to prepare ourselves rather than trying to attack a hidden enemy. And I think they would be prepared to attack as well, because they would usually have to fend off the monsters on a regular basis. So their defenses have to be undeniably strong as well. But I'm sure Alan or Alice would be able to confirm that for us, as they've been there. I agree. By the way, wouldn't Alice have some information about some other base as well? Nina joined the conversation. Arnold shook his head and sighed. Alice and Alan were trained in the same facility. She already told me that last night. What she forgot to mention was the swamps. Everyone in the room felt distraught. They were so close and yet so far from putting an end to Devon Troy. As they were still trying to come up with a solution, Arnold got an idea. But first, he needed to know something else. By the way, Nathan, how do you know so much about the swamps? You talk about it as if you've personally been there. I have been there. I was a part of the force that was tasked to get rid of the creatures there. But rather than getting rid of them, about a quarter of our force got wiped out with moments of starting the operation. Most out of whom were tanks. It was horrible. Ever since then we've kept an eye on the region with the help of drones instead. Nathan responded. And so it's even more surprising that someone managed to build some type facility there while we had our eyes on the region. So it's safe to assume that the monsters can't attack aerial units. The edges of Arnold's mouth curled up. Nathan, you don't worry about the swamps anymore. I think I have a plan. Just try not to disclose anything to anyone till I tell you to. Chapter 123, New Chief of the Base 2. At the same time, at the landing zone of the Alpha Base, Elena had just got inside the helicopter that had been waiting for her arrival. Good morning, ma'am. I hope your business here was successful as always," the pilot humbly asked as Elena stepped inside the chopper. "Successful, my ass. Stop asking stupid questions and get moving," she yelled at the pilot and furiously started dialing Sumion's number on her old and rarely used communicator that only a few people knew about. Within seconds the holographic face of a masked man appeared before hers. "What is it?" "If it's another one of your requests to get you a black beast crystal, then you can forget about it. I'm not going to throw away the life of my men, just because your family is my business partner." "Good morning to you too, Ashol. And no, this isn't related to that matter, but it's something you should be worried about," Elena informed him and then proceeded to retell the entire tale of what happened in the conference room. "I knew the blacks were after me, but to think they were so close to me is certainly worrying, or I should say it was worrying," Devon boasted. "They would never even dare to try and capture me." "What do you mean?" Elena retorted. "Let's just say I'm somewhere in the old America. They'll have to go through hell to reach to me, and by then, they would be so exhausted, they'll barely be able to move, let alone fight. Everything is under my control here." "Where exactly are you?" "A fool. A capable woman, but a fool." "You seriously expect me to give you that vital information when most probably compromised?" Devon retorted. "You'll get your next consignment of beast crystals, and that's it. No more beast crystals. No more partnership. If you want some, then go and collect them the old way. It's too risky for me to carry on our partnership anymore. This will be the last time you contact me, understood?" "Wait. You can't do. Hey, get back here." "Damn it all," Elena yelled and threw the communicator out of the helicopter. "That son of a BTCH. Curse the black family. I'm going to end them." While Elena was busy ranting and cursing the black family, her pilot, Roland, calmly made the helicopter hover and fly towards their destination while smiling now and then. "A BTCH like you deserves every bit of crap that gets thrown in your way," he thought. After all, he hated her from the bottom of his heart. A few hours later, Arnold watched the retreating helicopter with an unwavering gaze, as the fiery red orb of light slowly sank beneath the horizon, and threads of light lingered in the sky, mingling with the rolling clouds, dyeing the sky first in orange, and then red, until all that was left of the sunset was a chalky mauve, and then that melted away in turn as Stygian darkness slowly tried to take over the sky. Sequin silver stars like the glowing embers of a dying fire winked down at him as their helicopter carrying his sister and friends disappeared out of his sight as he was facing over the dipping sun. Two smartly dressed major-ranked officers made their way to him. "What are your orders, sir?" Both of them simultaneously saluted him. "Carry on with your usual duties and notify the Bravo, Charlie, and Delta bases that they should expect a visit from me soon," Arnold ordered the majors, who immediately left after receiving the orders, and Arnold went back to gazing at the sleeping sun. That crazy bastard outdid himself this time. What was he even thinking when he named me the section chief of Zone 4? Arnold sighed heavily but then smiled. After the dungeon break, the United States of America was divided into two parts, namely East America and West America. West America retained its former glory while East America was established as the first wall of defense for it. But it wasn't all. To increase the efficiency of the defensive measures, East America was further divided into 13 smaller parts. These were named as Zone 1 to Zone 13. Each of these zones had multiple bases in them, and a section chief was appointed to oversee the zones. Each of the section chiefs had to prove themselves to be worthy of the position by accomplishing a troublesome task. Like Arnold, who got rid of the Church of Chaos and thus was named to be the section chief of Zone 4, thus placing himself even above the Brigadier General, whose authority was limited to the base itself. So far only 5 out of the 13 zone had been allotted a section chief, the rest were controlled by the Syndicate. Zone 4 was one of the zones without a section chief, but now Arnold had been appointed as its chief, and it wasn't a sole decision of Nathan either. The Syndicate itself had appointed Arnold for the position, stating he was more than worthy of being a section chief. Nathan even told him that out of the 12 heads of the Syndicate, 10 voted for him while the White and the Lash family voted against him. While the White family voted against him because of their rivalry and bitterness towards the Black family, while Andrew/Slash simply did so because of Arnold's racial origins, a petty reason, but Arnold didn't care. Author's note: visit chapter 83 if you don't remember who Andrix is and why he's a racist. Nathan also informed him that out of the 5 section chiefs, Arnold was the second person from the Black family to be rewarded that rank, Azariah being the first one. She was the section chief of Zone 1, which was nearest to Florida. Knowing this put Arnold's mind at ease because Zone 1's role would be crucial once they launch an attack on the swamps. As such, Arnold felt an ominous foreboding before he felt happiness. This duty would be tiresome. On top of that, I already have a long and tiring quest to complete. Monsters to hunt, weapons to make, got people to train, technologies to analyze, including that weird monster controlling collar, and I'll have to raise a wyvern soon. Which I assume would be troublesome as well. Damn, I have to feed it soon too. Too many tasks and so little time. If only there were more hours in a day. It then hit him. He indeed had a way to increase the time. Wait, I can use the void to save some time, and my summons can help me out as well. With a plan in his mind, Arnold opened a portal to the void and quickly stepped into it, before someone came looking for him again. Chapter 124, Monster Attack 1. Arnold stepped inside his domain and saw a sight similar to the other times he has been inside the domain. The only thing different from the others was the increase in the amount of chaos inside the domain. Asterios was wrestling with Panzer, who was holding up there better than Arnold expected. Even Bad Breath was exchanging friendly blows with Duke, while the remaining undead summons of Arnold cheered them on. Even the automatons active inside the domain and were discussing weapons modifications, technology and the usual stuff, which was a rare sight as they almost always aimed to conserve their energy. Dredd was intently watching the hounds play among themselves. Natasha was sulking around a corner, as usual, while Talos and Alice were chatting among themselves. I wonder what they are talking about? But before he could inquire about that, his summons noticed his presence and immediately stopped whatever they were doing and rushed towards him. This happened every time he stepped foot in the domain, and it always made Arnold smile. It was weird, but he kinda felt like a father who came to visit his children. He knew it was absurd, but he didn't care. "Alright guys, as usual, I need your help." Arnold began his speech. "You might be knowing about the recent developments, and now it's too much work for me to handle alone. That's why I'll like you guys to ease a bit of burden from on me." "Well, do as you please, Master." As usual, Talos was the one to speak first. After all, he was their unsaid leader. The others happily joined in. At their reaction, Arnold smiled and nodded. "Alright then, listen up. I'll make different teams to accomplish a variety of tasks based on their specialization. Firstly, I need a few of you to continue making the weapons and gears. Talos, you and the automatons would be in charge of it. But don't forget to repair the destroyed automatons before you do that. It'll increase your productivity as a team." "We're on it," Talos said, and left with the automatons to repair their comrades, who were destroyed by the ogres yesterday. Secondly, we need to form an assault team whose task would be to go out and hunt monsters regularly, but be vigilant as we still don't know what might be hiding out there. Asterios, you'll be leading the assault team. Take the golems and the undead with you and a couple of automatons as well, so that if you find anything suspicious or anything weaks that you'd want me to look at, you can contact me anytime. Asterios huffed loudly in agreement. After all, battles were one thing he loved doing. "Alice, you'll be accompanying the assault team as well. Even though most of them can resurrect, it's a pain in the butt to wait for hours for that to happen, and with your healing abilities to back them up, they'll be able to battle recklessly without worrying about getting destroyed." "I'll do my best." Alice acknowledged Arnold's request. "The hounds will keep an eye on the base. Cerberus, you'll be leading them as usual." Arnold continued. The hound barked to confirm his master's command. "And finally, Bad Breath will help the new friend of ours, Alan, to train and grow stronger. Everything clear? Since they were given their tasks, they nodded at Arnold's question and went about to prepare themselves. The crowd soon dispersed, but Arnold still had things to take care of. Now, since that's out of the way, Asterios, Dread, come over here for a moment. I've got something for the two of you. Dread and Asterios exchanged confused looks while Arnold fetched something from his inventory. A moment passes and he pulls out the weapons he had made for them. I present to you, Storm Crusher, a warhammer handmade by yours truly, for the Minotaur whose aid has been crucial to me. Although Arnold exaggerated about the help a bit, still it was true, and Futa's a new Mitamanut Jarugi, a classic katana, made by the ingredients of the monster Uslu. It's light, fast, and destructive. Something only someone of your caliber can wield. The Minotaur and Dreadnought were dumbstruck for a moment and continued to stare at the weapons, then at Arnold and then at each other. Arnold wasn't sure whether they liked their weapons or not. You guys didn't like. But before Arnold could even complete what he was saying, the Minotaur immediately went to his knees. It was something Asterios rarely did because despite being monsters, Minotaurs were a prideful group and thus they rarely kneeled before anyone. They'd rather die than getting disrespected, but at that moment Asterios was kneeling right in front of Arnold while everyone else silently watched them. Soon Dread followed Asterios' example and kneeled as well. Arnold was deeply moved by their gesture, but he thought they were overdoing it. In the end, he had to order them to raise themselves, as otherwise, they weren't going to stop anytime soon. After that, Asterios went towards the others and visually boasted about his new warhammer while Dread immediately started swinging the katana, trying to get used to it. However, the moment Arnold turned around, he was met with the ominous gaze of his other summons, even though not single word was exchanged between them. But Arnold knew exactly what they were thinking. Fine, I get it. I'll make more weapons and gears for all of you. But, you guys would have to bring your own material for that and I'll make whatever you want. Good enough? Arnold smiled and shook his head. He was already planning on making a specialized weapon for everyone, but he never expected them to so freely express their desires, but he was happy that they did so. After sorting out everything, he returned to the normal world and saw a few soldiers were looking for him, most probably wanting to meet him, and then he heard Amanda's voice. You said the section chief was here? She barked at the nearest soldier. Yes, ma'am. The soldier immediately answered back. Well, I can't see him, can you? Amanda asked the soldier in a sarcastic tone, but she seemed to be bothered and concerned about something. This time the soldier didn't reply and silently stood there, his eyes fixed on the ground as if Arnold would burst through the earth and present himself in front of them. And honestly, what type of section chief is he when he isn't available in the time such a crisis? Amanda spat out, but just as she did that, Arnold waited next to her. Sheesh, give a man some break, will you? Arnold yelled once he was right behind her. After all, it's only been a few hours before I've been given that rank. Amanda got startled and jumped back when she heard Arnold's voice, but quickly managed to regain her composure before speaking again. Sir, there have been sightings of monsters that are gearing straight towards the Alpha base. That's weird. Why would they do that? We have no idea. How many of them are there? Arnold inquired about the enemy's head count. Around 100 mutated ogres and goblins. Maybe more, Amanda answered back with a solemn expression in her face. 100, you say? Well then, I'll welcome them here myself then. Arnold's lip curled up. Chapter 125. Monster attack. 1 hour ago the sunset had radiated across the clouds, turning it molten orange with bands of pink, but now it was gone and the base was covered by the starless, moonless sky. There was no twilight, only darkness. Arnold felt claustrophobic, like he was inside a cave. The low sky had become a ceiling of grey-black rock above. Only the cool soothing winds and the first drops of rain let him know that he was out in the open. Arnold was standing in the top of the wall which served as the first line of defense for the base. He wasn't wearing any protective suit as the radiation near the base was non-existent. The sun was already down, so it was difficult for everyone to see clearly, and thus they were making use of night vision goggles and binoculars to keep an eye out for enemy movement. The cloudy night and rain weren't making their job any easier. Arnold was busy fiddling around with his gloves when the first drop of rain fell on his calm and concentrated face. When he was young, he always liked to play in the rain. He could still faintly remember how angry his mom used to get because of it, but then made hot chocolate for him and Nicole. But as he grew older, the rain wasn't fun anymore. Instead, it only brought pain to him. Amanda was accompanying him and was trying her best to persuade him to not engage the enemies alone, but Arnold was adamant because he had his own reasons for doing so. He urged that the others to let him handle the horde alone, as he knew most of the people at the Alpha Base weren't happy about his sudden appointment as the section chief. The Brigadier General was one of them. As for him, Arnold was someone who took his authority over the base from him, and Arnold knew the Brigadier General wouldn't remain quiet about it all. Arnold thought his relationship with the General would improve over time, but it looked like things were not destined to be like that. DSK, can't I ever get any rest? He thought. There was also another reason why Arnold wanted to fight alone, was that he suspected that someone might still have some kind of a connection with the monsters, and maybe they were trying to attack the base under some kind plan to show how incompetent Arnold truly was, and then get rid of him. Although it was a long shot, Arnold couldn't throw this thought out of his mind yet. That's why he wanted to handle the horde alone. To show the others why exactly he was chosen to be the section chief and shut their mouths once and for all. But to mention the progress he'll be able to make on his headhunter quest. Tell all units to retreat, but to keep an eye out for other targets as well. If the monsters are collaborating between themselves, then I think they'll attack us from more than one direction. Arnold ordered Amanda, who immediately relayed his orders to the concerned soldiers. Arnold. I meant, sir, are you sure you want to handle them all on your own? Amanda asked as she put her communicator down. It's your last chance. We can still assemble the army and take care of it together. I thought there wouldn't be a need for that, but since you really want to involve your recruits, so tell them to guard the other 3 sides of the base instead and keep a lookout for anything peculiar. Arnold then pointed his thumb downwards. And as for your question, no, I'm not going to fight them alone. Why would I fight alone, when I have them? Amanda was confused, so she bent down to see what Arnold was pointing at. Oh my God! Are they all? Amanda exclaimed as she saw an army of monsters. Humans and robots were already positioned down below and were ready for the battle to commence. Yup, all of my summons, well, not all, but most of them anyway. Arnold smirked when he saw Amanda's shocked expression. It'll be no better if you step back a bit as well. Right. After a last gaze at Arnold's summons, Amanda stepped down from the wall as Arnold equipped his gears and took out his old and trusted weapon, the Vindicator. He soon received the confirmation about the sighting of the monsters. They were coming from the front. Let's light up the night sky, boys, he shouted and jumped down. It was time to slay some monsters. You've killed a mutated ogre. EXP, plus 800. Total number of mutated ogres killed, 4. EXP awarded. 4 times 800 equals 3,200. A total number of mutated goblins killed, 6. EXP awarded. 6 times 600 equals 3,600. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. Your summon Asterios has killed a mutated being. EXP, plus 1,000. First mutated rank B Cougar killed. EXP, plus 1,200. According to your contribution in the fight, you've earned some EXP. Only 1,100 EXP. 50% of the total EXP will be awarded. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. You've killed a mutated goblin. EXP, plus 600. The pleasant sound of system alerts filled his ears. No time to waste, gotta push through it all. However, the moment Arnold saw the notification for the experience he earned, he frowned instead of having a happy smile on his face. Once again he threw his body towards the battlefield in front of his eyes. Arnold ran towards a battlefield that held not 100 or 200 monsters but more than 1,000. The intel he had received was completely of the mark. Still, Arnold and his summons were winning the fight and gaining a tremendous amount of EXP at the same time. He wasn't happy because he felt like someone was trying very hard to get at his bad side. Still, it wasn't the only thing he had been worried about, because he thought killing the monsters here would help him progress through his Headhunter subquest. But for whatever reason, no matter how many monsters he or his summons killed, the counter of the killed monsters remained unchanged. It didn't increase in the slightest. Is this happening because they are mutated beings? No, that can't be right. The counter did increase when I killed the goblins yesterday while I was looking for the church's hideout. It has to be something else. Arnold thought as he threw yet another lava grenade in a random direction. At least Asterios is happy. Just look at him swinging his warhammer like a madman. It was truly an amazing sight to see the raging Minotaur slamming the Stormbreaker on the heads of his opponents and smashing their heads into pieces of a gigantic jigsaw puzzle. Right now, Asterios' kill count was the highest among Arnold's summons. Of course, Arnold was killing most of the monsters thanks to his grenades and other gears, but Asterios wasn't very far behind either. The explosive abilities of his warhammer wreaked the monsters one after another, sometimes he even one-shotting his target. It was only a matter of time before the battle ended, or Arnold believed that to be the case. Unknown to Arnold, he was busy fighting a horde of monsters that were used as a diversion. The true attack was yet to begin. Chapter 126. The ones hidden in shadows. One, the lightning flashed and pushed its inverted limbs down to the battlefield. In 1, 2, 3 seconds. The loud boom of the thunder struck. Light and docile raindrops soon turned heavy and violent. Moments later there came the rumbling thunder, and right on cue, the rain began to fall even more haphazardly from the sky, as if it wasn't entirely committed to the idea of rain. Damn. Just look at that explosion. Maiko, one of the soldiers stationed at the west wing of the Alpha base, said in awe, "I wish I would have been stationed near at the north or south wing. The view from there would have been more exciting. Don't you think?" "Oh, just shut up and focus on the task we have been given. Understand?" the Noel retorted as he took another drag from his cigarette. Raindrops began getting heavier and heavier as the clouds raged through the heavens. Say whatever you want, but isn't our section chief the best? He's even taking on the entire monster armada by himself." Yeah, he's great and all, but he's still a new fly here. I heard he was in a coma for 5 long years but threw himself right at work the moment he woke up. He's so admirable. The first soldier continued. "He is. Unlike the Twinkie roll between your legs." "Now shut the FCK up and focus." "Wait. Did something move there?" The guy threw his cigarette and grabbed a night vision-enabled binocular, but still, he was having trouble differentiating the figures in the dark as it was already pitch black and the rain was only making it worse. Then suddenly a bolt of white-hot lightning broke the utter blackness, cleaving the night in parts, and lit up the surface, but only for the briefest of moments. And in that violent but short period of illumination, Noel saw something their enemy did not want him to. Mikey, who was still busy gazing towards the direction in which Arnold was fighting in, was completely oblivious to what his partner saw. "You never told me how much you hate my Twinkie." He mindlessly laughed at his partner. "Quick, inform the others we have company. We have to uke." The binoculars slipped from his hands, and he fell backwards with a loud thud. He died almost instantly. "Your cheap pranks won't work on me anymore. Bastrode, haha." Maiko thought Noel was trying to pull off a prank of some sorts as usual and paid no attention to it, but when he didn't reply to anything Maiko was saying, Maiko instantly turned to the other side, only to see that Noel's lifeless body near him. His head had been replaced by a giant wooden arrow and the pool of blood that was subsequently formed as a result of that. But before he could even realize how it all happened, an arrow hit him too, and he fell beside the person who was his partner in the military as well as in life. It was so dark that even their fellow soldier would not have been able to discover their lifeless bodies until it was too late. Another streak of lightning traced the path of its predecessor and unveiled the ones who attacked the soldiers. A creature was laying there, blended with the darkness. Its slate-gray powdery skin helped in camouflaging him within the darkness. The creature was 15 feet tall, had a bumpy body like a sack of rocks, incongruously small head with scrubby sparse lank hair, an effluvium of rancid lard, legs like tree trunks, great warty feet with hairy toes. He was carrying a crossbow with him, the weapon which took the lives of 2 humans. He slowly got back to his knees from his prone position and signaled behind his back, and soon, one after another, 5 more of his kin stepped out of hiding and joined him. These creatures were known as black trolls. Their speciality: they could curl up like small mountains and their furry skin turned rocky, and which enabled them to absorb the radar waves, and hence they didn't show up on radars. That's how they were able to reach the base without being seen. They looked like a pack of wild King Kong-like gorillas. 3 of them were carrying clubs, 2 of them were equipped with some sort of a makeshift battering ram, while the remaining black troll was carrying a crossbow with him. Despite looking like gorillas, the behavior of the monsters was more like a group of cats who, instead of killing their prey fast, they preferred to toy with them first. But the situation was different right then, because they had to destroy the base once and for all, and expand their territory. They had enough of humans interfering with their business. They planned to simultaneously attack the base from all 4 directions and destroy it, not allowing the time to humans so that they won't be able to reinforce every side, thus stretching their defenses to its limit. Of course, the trolls couldn't have done it all by themselves. They were huge and powerful creatures, but they weren't invincible, and unlike other monsters were limited in numbers. Moreover, a concentrated cannon fire would have killed them in an hour or so. That's why they needed to the ogres, goblins and other species of monsters to be the cannon fodder instead. But instead of attacking the base from different directions, it looked like those fools decided to band up together and attack the base from a single direction. But even after that, the base was still guarded somewhat heavily. What should we do now? One of the trolls carrying the ram asked their leader, in the monster tongue. We need to attack now. It looks like the humans don't know about us yet, maybe because of the heavenly waterfall. Their vision is limited. We can sniff them out, but they can't. We need to use it in our favor and strike them down while we can. A club-wielding troll chimed in. Their leader, the one wielding the crossbow, nodded in agreement and proceeded to shoot down as many humans as he could before they got to know about their existence and counterattack. While he was shooting down the humans one after another, the rest of his group cautiously proceeded to break through the walls using battering ram and clubs. All the leader had to do was to keep the attention of the humans on himself and keep them busy till the others burst open the wall. After that, the humans were like sitting ducks waiting to be hunted down. Chapter 127. The ones hidden in shadows. Too, the clangor of the swords had died away. The shouting of the slaughter was hushed. Silence lay on the blood-stained sand. The battlefield lay quiet, for it was now a graveyard of the unburied. Their corpses lay among the barren wastelands. The clouds were still pouring down rain, and the wind still blew as harshly as before. Among the victors, a single man stood out, covered in the blood of his enemies, with dual guns tightly gripped in his hands. He looked up to let the rain cleanse his bloodied face. It was Arnold. After fighting for hours, he finally had some peace. Although he had won the battle, he had to pay a price. Most of his summons were destroyed, and Alice was among them. Since the healer was gone, he had to put extra effort to end the battle, because of which he ended up drying his mana almost completely. But regardless of that, it was finally over. Look for survivors and kill them. Also try to retrieve the broken automatons if you manage to find some. He instructed his undead summons. Duke and Cerberus extract the beast crystals. Kaboom! ... There was an enormous explosion. It was as though a fist of orange flame had decided to punch its way out of the main complex. Windows of various buildings were shattered. Smoke and fire rushed out. Thousands of pieces of glass and steel mixed with a deadly rainfall showered down. Alarms shrill and deafening erupted. A huge bite had been taken out of the side and the roof of the base. Suddenly Ceres' cannon shot resounded, desperately firing at something to kill it. Don't tell me there are more of these goddamn monsters. Arnold cursed the monsters and rushed towards the direction where the explosion happened, with his elite summons at his toes. Keep firing the cannons. Mages, prepare to unleash your strongest magic. We have to end it. Tanks, brawlers and swordsmen. Establish a secure perimeter without getting closer to the trolls. Amanda commanded a group of C-rank warriors, but even so, she knew it was just a matter of time when they get overwhelmed by the strength of the trolls. The Bombardier's people who operate cannons and a handful of mages obeyed her command and did what they could to delay the inevitable. Damn it, how did we never pick them up on radar? Amanda thought. The fact that she wasn't much help in the battle simply made her feel worse. Despite being a psychic mage, it wasn't possible for her to use psychic attacks and get rid of the trolls, as she wasn't that strong enough. Right now the best thing she could do was to hope that someone arrived at the right time to deal with the trolls. Right then and there, the noise from the east stopped. That must mean he's done with the monsters on that side. We just need to hold out for a few more minutes. Amanda gave them the signal and the Bombardiers fired at the troll who just walked in through the hole in the wall they had made. And as usual, the troll hardened itself. All the cannonballs could do was to make another crack on the troll's hardened body. While all this was happening, one of the trolls shot out an arrow which ended up destroying the cannon in a single hit. These monsters work very well together. There is no way they are doing this on their own. In Amanda's opinion, the armed trolls in front of her were being commanded. They were too much in sync, as if they exactly knew when the other was in danger and immediately went to support a fellow troll if it needed. They worked in close cooperation. This was the reason why the group of soldiers had been instantly surrounded by the group of trolls, despite throwing everything they could at them. They couldn't be reckless. One mistake could be the end of them. This was why they had to bide their time for an opportunity. If a new group of soldiers showed up, the group of trolls would most probably move to and surround the new group as well. The problem was that the other soldiers were still far away, reluctant to help them out. Thus it was difficult for Amanda to pin her hopes on them. If someone would just show up here, she thought. Just then she saw something like a ball flew over her head and landed between the troll's legs. The ball-like thingy caught the troll off guard. A moment later the ball exploded. Flames poured out of the grenade, but not much damage was done to the troll as it managed to step back in time. Yet one could see it was in pain. But all of a sudden Amanda wasn't interested in the troll's condition anymore. Rather than she turned around to see who their savior was. "It's really nice to see you. I never thought I would be this happy to see you." Amanda sighed in relief. They were saved. They were saved. "Stop smirking like an idiot and get your men out of here," Arnold yelled as he charged through the crowd. But then he heard a voice telling others to do the opposite. It was the Brigadier General. "My soldiers, we can do this on our own. Keep firing at the trolls. Don't stop." The Brigadier's voice boomed through the loudspeakers that were present throughout the base. The Brigadier was nuts about stealing glory, that much Arnold had expected. But what made Arnold's blood boil was the fact that a few of them were actually listening to the Brigadier's absurd command, and decided to stay the while Amanda and her soldiers slowly backed away. Even Alan was with her despite knowing that he wasn't very useful against the trolls. Arnold yelled at the soldiers once again, but they simply refused to obey him. These soldiers were the first to die at the hands of the trolls. Arnold furiously looked at the intelligence building where the Brigadier General was currently broadcasting from. "This bastard. I'm gonna kill him after I'm done with the trolls." Arnold knew it would be a waste of time to go and argue with the Brigadier, and only God knows what the trolls would do during that time. Right now he had to take care of the trolls first. The Brigadier would be the next. Just you wait. As whole. Chapter 128. The Ones Hidden in Shadows 3. Class: Giant Mutated Being. Name: Black Troll. Level: 95. Rank: S. Role: Tank. Affinity Abilities: Uproot Active Skill, Fury Stomp Active Skill, Hardening Active Skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP: 1,010,000. Strength STR: 102. Defense Def: 91. Stamina STA: 85. Intelligence INT: 65. Agility AG: 68. Accuracy ACC: 60. Evade DVD: 28. Charisma CHA: Damage resistances: unknown. Condition immunities: exhaustion, frightened, frozen. Poisoned. Threat level, mediocre. Remark, yes, they look like King Kong, and no, a woman won't be able to calm them down. Their ugliness is a scar on the face of this planet, alone sufficient enough to scar the earth. Now that being said, we don't need them anymore. Do we? So do your planet a favor and kill them now? Men screamed in pain, clutching their grievous wounds as arrow after arrow kept destroying the cannons and soldiers stationed near as well. The arrows were like snakes of deaths that kept biting the courageous but foolish army. The walls of the base initially stood defiantly, but in face of such ferocious siege weapon, its pride shattered. Fire! The brigadier general ordered from the safety of his chamber, while suddenly his cannons unleashed waves of fire, in hopes of destroying the trolls who were carrying the siege weapons, but it was all in vain. Soon the walls of the haven were shattered. The trolls started killing the soldier like ants. Get back, you idiots! Arnold's voice reached the ears of the soldiers, but they simply ignored him. They were the soldiers who were loyal to the brigadier general, and no matter what would never disobey him, not even in the face of death. They loaded the cannons once again and aimed at the trolls. Get back now! Arnold once again yelled at the top of his lungs while he barraged the trolls with bullets while his mana slowly regenerated. But unfortunately, his icy bullets didn't have any effect on the trolls. The only thing which seemed to be working on the trolls was fire or lava. That too if Arnold's attacks managed to penetrate through their hardened skin. Sadly, he didn't have enough mana to use Frost Flame or any other ability that would cause true damage in that matter. He only had enough mana to make a couple of dozens of fiery bullets, and after that, he was done for. Moreover, since he couldn't access the shop as it was offline as well, there was no way for him to quickly replenish his mana, and after the way, he went overboard to kill the ogres, goblins, and other monsters. He was dead tired. But right now his safety didn't matter. He was more concerned about the foolish soldiers who were dying now and then by the hands of the trolls. Just why don't they listen? They are getting squashed like mosquitoes, but still, why are they so desperate to die? Arnold cursed the brigadier under his breath. I have to distract the trolls away from them if I want to save them. Luckily I know exactly how to do that. He might not have enough mana to get the trolls aggro on himself, but he did have his summons to help him do that. Asterios now! Arnold yelled, and the Minotaur, who had been evacuating the injured soldiers till now, charged at the troll nearest to him like a raging bull. The troll was slow to react, hence couldn't dodge in time and was thrown out through the same hole in the cemented wall that they had made using the battered ram. But Asterios wasn't the only one under the spotlight. Arnold opened up a portal to his domain, and through it walked out the dreadnought. Brandishing his new katana, he immediately charged at one of the club-wielding trolls. It was a good decision to not summon Dread during the first battle with goblins and ogres. At least he isn't exhausted like I am. Together, Asterios and Dread were able to take the aggro of the trolls on themselves. Arnold's plan had worked, but he knew that the two of them wouldn't be able to take care of 6 trolls by themselves. Cerberus and Marshall tried to help out but ended up getting destroyed by a single blow of the trolls, hence Arnold had to order his summons to let Asterios and Dread take care of the trolls while they focused on helping out with the evacuation. Looks like it's about time the troll tried to shoot something. Let's see who or what will the troll target. The cannons, Asterios or Dread? Arnold mumbled as he had noticed that the arrows were shot at regular intervals. Arnold had already read through his enemy's attack patterns, and sure enough, the crossbow-wielding troll shot an arrow towards Dread, who didn't even bother to dodge the attack and took it head-on. The arrow traveled at the speed of a bullet train, but the moment it came in contact with Dread's skin, all of its momentum was gone. The arrow barely managed to put a scratch on his skin. Arnold had pretty much expected this outcome because, unknown to the trolls, Dread was immune to piercing damage. Arnold smirked. The only way to destroy him is to bludgeon him to death, something I doubt these trolls can do. Not while Asterios is still on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, the club-wielding trolls would have been a perfect counter for Dread, but this wasn't a normal circumstance. as Dread was no longer wielding his old club but a brand new katana. With the help of his katana, he was easily able to overwhelm his opponents with his quick movement. Moreover, when the trolls tried to make their way towards Dread, the hyperactive Minotaur jumped between them and stopped them in their tracks. One of the trolls got frustrated after Dread managed to chop off his club in half with his katana, and charged at Dread like a mad titan while the others occupied Asterios. As the troll closed the distance, the Dread raised its blade high. He was positioning itself to cut down the enemy in a swift manner. Right when they were about to collide, Dread gracefully sidestepped to avoid the tackle and then stabbed his katana in the back of the troll. Dread's attack was so quick that the katana managed to penetrate through the back of the troll before it could harden its skin to protect itself. As Dread extracted his sword, and an arc of blood fountained into the air, the troll first fell on his knees and then fell over a destroyed building. The troll had been slain. I think it's time for me to try and take care of that crossbow wielder. Otherwise, hell, just keep killing the soldiers. Arnold nodded as he recovered a bit more mana from idling. Chapter 129, Strike Back 1. Upon seeing the formation that the trolls had assumed, even a newbie would be able to say that they weren't faring well in the battle as they were forced to assume a defensive position. 4 of the remaining trolls had formed a semicircle around the one wielding the crossbow, with their backs against him. As he was the only one who could have taken care of the cannons for them, the other trolls wanted to protect the arbalist at all cost. An arbalist, pronounced as arbalist, is someone proficient in using a crossbow. After seeing how easily Dread managed to kill one of them, the trolls became rightfully reluctant to face him, and would only try to attack him if he got closer to them. Otherwise, they maintained a safe distance from him. But Dread wasn't the only one they were wary of. Asterios wasn't going to let Dread steal all of the glory for himself either. Asterios certainly lacked the ability to swiftly kill his enemies like Dread, but his raw strength and unchecked rage were more than enough to make up for it. Asterios was only an A-ranked summon while the trolls were S-ranked. It was given that the trolls were stronger than him, but the war hammer he was wielding was the thing which gave him an edge over the trolls. With a single swing of his hammer, he was able to destroy the hardened skin of the trolls, a feat even a concentrated barrage of cannonballs couldn't achieve. Together Asterios and Dread were a pair of Shinigami for the trolls. Author's note: to those of you who haven't seen Death Note or simply don't know, Shinigami are gods or supernatural spirits that invite humans toward death in certain aspects of Japanese religion and culture. Shinigami have been described as monsters, helpers, and creatures of darkness. Even though Arnold was winning the battle, he was in a sore mood, because even though his summons had managed to put a hold to the active slaughtering of humans, the arbalist was still busy shooting arrows at the few cannons that were still operating. Each of his arrows at least took one life along with it. Much to Arnold's relief, the Brigadier General finally gave the order to the others to retreat. Out of the 150 soldiers that stayed to fight the trolls, only 19 were able to survive without a scratch. 23 got out having minor wounds while around 42 were critically wounded. Most of them were the people who Arnold's summons had managed to save. Arnold desperately wanted to end the arbalist troll, but wherever he tried to use an ability to take the troll or at least his crossbow down, one of the other trolls came in between and take the blow on itself. 3 arcane grenades and a couple of ice burst grenades. That's all I've left. If I don't use them now, Arnold mumbled to himself and shook his head, I have to find a way through. Make sure to freeze the arbalist troll's legs and finish it off by arcane grenades and fire-based attacks. No. It'll take too much time. If I use them instead, it'll take less time, but before that, I'd have to figure a way to get rid of their hardening skill first, otherwise, it won't be able to pierce through their skin. Then there's another problem I have to deal with before attacking the arbalist. The other trolls have to die or they'll just keep taking blows for him. As if Asterios and Dread were reading their master's thoughts, they simultaneously charged towards the trolls in front of them. The moment he saw its enemies charging towards his comrades, the arbalist troll aimed for Asterios, but before it could take the shot at him, The ground beneath his feet suddenly became uneven, courtesy of Arnold's elementalist abilities, which resulted in the troll losing his balance and instead of shooting Asterios, he shot one of his fellow trolls whom he was trying to protect. The arrow managed to hit the troll in the back of his head, killing him in an instant. Even though Asterios' target had already died, he didn't slow down. Instead, he quickly altered his direction and charged at the troll nearest to him. The troll, however, was prepared for the attack and quickly hardened his body. After all, no matter how strong Asterios' attack was, he wouldn't manage to one-shot the troll if he had hardened itself right. Wrong. In his hastiness, the troll forgot to harden its head. But it should be alright because the trolls were taller than Asterios. So even if Asterios tried to aim for the troll's head, the troll would have easily managed to block the hammer with his hands. Right? Wrong. But then everyone on the battlefield knew that the Asterios hammer was heavy and that added to his own weight. There was no way he'd be able to jump high enough to attack the troll's unprotected head. Right? Wrong. Wow. A single word escaped from Arnold's mouth as he saw the Minotaur jump in the air, an Olympic high jumper, brandishing his warhammer over his head. It felt like Arnold was watching it all in slow motion. The troll was quick to react and crossed his arms over his head to protect itself from the Minotaur's strike. A good but futile move. Even though the troll's skin had already hardened its hands, Asterios' momentum was too much for just his hands to bear, as it was clear the moment when Asterios successfully slammed his hammer on the troll's hands, which broke them in half, and then managed to hit its head, shattering it into pieces. Dread wasn't playing around while all of this was happening either. He too managed to catch a troll off guard and quickly got rid of him by cleanly cutting his head off his shoulders. As the troll's headless body fell on the ground, Arnold noticed something unsettling. The only area that wasn't covered after being hardened was his crotch. As gross as this weakness was, Arnold wasn't going to ignore this weakness if his enemies. Everything is fair in love and war, right? Arnold sighed and grabbed something out of his inventory. At first glance, it looked like a spear, on which a cylindrical container had been attached to. But in reality, it was the prototype of a weapon that Arnold had made for himself while he was making the katana and the warhammer for Asterios and Dread. It was single-use, handheld harpoon. Looks like it's time to finally test it out. Chapter 130. Strike Back to That's a creationist. If he is a creationist, then the true Casanova of this world. A soldier's excited voice echoed through the surveillance room. Is that the best thing you could come up with? The female soldier behind him smirked. But I agree, our section chief is no ordinary man. I mean, just look at his monsters or summons or whatever they are. Just 2 of them managed to kill 4 of the 6 trolls, and he didn't even have to lift a finger to do so. They were watching the live feed of the battle that was going on in the courtyard of their base. The Brigadier General was also present inside the room when everyone started praising Arnold and his summons. No wonder he wanted to take on the horde of monsters on his own. With an army of monsters like that, it'll be much easier to battle alone rather than team up with someone else, and which might cause unforeseen problems. Yet another soldier chimed in. Every word spoken in favor of Arnold was like a wound to the Brigadier's self-respect. He was fuming. But he had no other choice but to keep his cool, as deep inside, he knew what the soldiers were saying was 100% true. Arnold was no ordinary man, and he knew it very well, but he just couldn't get past it. He was supposed to be their leader. All of them had worked under his authority ever since this base was established. He treated them like a family, and they turned on him the moment another man appeared. Is this the way his family appreciated his existence? After all he has done for them, unacceptable. He'll be the one to lead this base no matter the cost. No one can threaten his authority over his soldiers, his family. But what could he do to save his honor? Nothing. All he could do was to stand there in silence as one by one, his soldiers slowly turn against him. Back in the battlefield, the tables had turned on the trolls as they no longer had their numbers advantage over Arnold's summons. Not like that would have mattered either way. Seeing that, both of the remaining trolls were occupied by his summons, Arnold quietly put on the hoodie of his robes. With a harpoon held tightly in his hands, he was ready to charge towards the arbalist. "Come on, shoot at someone already." Arnold was ready, but still, he had to wait till the troll shot the arrow. Once the troll shot an arrow, he needed at least 10 seconds before he could shoot again. Arnold was planning on taking him down within this time frame. As the time came nearer, Arnold became impatient, mostly because of the fatigue he had. "I've waited for enough." Arnold took a deep breath, and was about to charge when the troll finally took his shot at Asterios. As usual, Dead came in between and blocked the attack while Asterios jumped at the other troll. "Your summon Asterios has used the skill Battle Crylvl. 3. Well done, Asterios." Arnold's smile widened as the notification appeared in front of his eyes. The battle cry was a skill exclusive to Asterios. This ability had two independent effects. 1. It boosted Asterios' strength temporarily by 15%, and 2. Asterios took all the aggro from the monsters on himself. The only issue with this skill was its duration, which was roughly about 5 seconds, but right now it was enough for Arnold to get closer to the arbalist troll and get it over with. Without wasting a single second, Arnold activated his rapid flash ability that boosted his ability even more. A few long strides later the troll was within Arnold's attack range, but it was true the other way around as well. Right as Arnold was about to throw the harpoon, the Bastrode troll realized what was Arnold's intentions and attacked him first. But the troll didn't use his crossbow to do so. Instead, he attacked Arnold with his foot, maybe intending to kill Arnold like an ant. Stomp! Dust and rubble rose in the air and a crater small was formed at the place where the troll slammed his foot, but surprisingly Arnold wasn't inside it. Thanks to the residual effect of rapid flash, Arnold easily managed to dodge the attack and slip between the troll's legs. The troll quickly turned around to attack Arnold once again, but as he turned around, its crotch erupted into flames. The pain was too much for the troll to handle and he fell on his knees while tightly holding onto his crotch. Arnold wasn't proud of what he did, but it was necessary to do so. While Arnold quietly slid between the troll's legs, he threw the harpoon into the beast's crotch and pulled the 10-meter-long cable that was attached to the bottom of the cylindrical container. As soon as the cable came off the container, the mixture of sodium, potassium, cesium, and rubidium instantly reacted with the oxygen present in the air and caught fire. This fire then lit up the gunpowder inside the container, which exploded and resulted in Troll's crotch getting mutilated. Arnold's inspiration behind making this weapon was pretty simple. It was his first attempt at replicating the effects of Frozen Lance but with a twist, as he wanted to add the fire element in it. The weapon was still in its early stages but Arnold was already impressed with its effect. It required some more iterations but his experimental weapon was successful. Due to the intense pain in his crotch, the troll lost control over his hardening ability and luckily, a small part of the back of his neck revered back to its furry nature. Initially, Arnold had planned on dealing low blow after low blow to the troll until it died out of pain or humiliation. But if the troll was offering him a better solution then he wasn't going to refuse it. After all, he was a man of honor. Thus Arnold started climbing on the back of the troll like a professional rock climber. While this was happening, the remaining troll was being taken care of by Asterios and Dread. Together, they managed to quickly dispatch him. As soon as he was dealt with, they rushed to help Arnold but Arnold declined. "I got this," Arnold yelled at them. His summons diligently obeyed his command and stepped back, but they were alert, ready to help him if the need arises. Sadly they were waiting in vain as Arnold took out 2 more harpoons from his inventory and proceeded to stab them deep into the troll's exposed neck. "Will 2 be enough to kill him?" "Nah, I should add 1 more, just in case." With that Arnold took out 1 more of the harpoons and stabbed it into the troll's neck as well, before grabbing the cables that were attached to the cylindrical container, and jumped down. Gravity did its work and accelerated Arnold's descent, making it easier for him to tug at the cables in his hands. Just like the last time, as soon as the cables came off, Cylindrical containers simultaneously exploded after coming into contact with air, but something was different this time, as instead of an explosion, hot lava poured out of those containers. The rain wasn't enough to stop the troll's neck from melting, and soon the lava severed his head off his shoulders. The last troll was dead. Chapter 131, Get Out. After the blackness of night, sun rose from its sleep, on the horizon, spreading its gold in every direction. It came in a way that natural forces do, not needing an invitation yet feeling welcomed and radiating hope, a new beginning. Another chance to live. The start of a brand new day. Only an hour ago the blackness was absolute, but now the silver mist was visible. Through the mist, there came a startling band of colors hung in the sky. The rainbow was as vibrant as anyone would have ever seen. But seeing the rainbow only brought sadness for the most. The ground that had been baked so hard yesterday was now soft due to the heavy rain, Arnold's every step making a temporary puddle of murky water behind, which was made of rain along with blood and sweat of both, the living and the dead. With it, came the scene of a ravaged base. As Arnold retraced his steps back to the base after storing the bodies of the trolls in his domain, all he could see was silent chaos. Soldiers of all ranks were running around. Some were looking for survivors. Some were counting the dead while retrieving their dog tags, while the rest had already started with the repairs. The bodies on the field, typically still in full combat suit, were scattered around more or less evenly, or sometimes in little clumped groups. Most of them had a few missing limbs and in some cases a missing head. A few soldiers saw Arnold and saluted him when they noticed him, while the others just smiled wanly at him. He was drenched in rain and blood and dust. His overall appearance was similar to someone who hadn't slept for months. Although Arnold had defeated the monsters, he felt like he wasn't a winner. The happiness of killing the trolls was long gone. He felt like a hero. After all, he had saved hundreds of lives. But all he could think about were the dozens who lost their lives. Feel like a hero? Yeah, right. No hero. A hero is someone who saves everyone's life. Someone that isn't me. I never was and never will be a hero. Arnold kept walking aimlessly, often stopping to help if someone needed. He had already sent a few of his summons to help around and to keep a watch out for monsters. He was afraid that another wave of monsters might try to attack them at their vulnerable state. He was about to leave and go towards the workshop, but then he heard Sumion's voice from behind. You know, whenever I felt low or was at my weakest, my mum used to tell me something that instantly filled me with so much energy that I could conquer the world. Amanda smiled and walked next to him. Alan was with her and took the spot next to Amanda. Do you mind sharing that wisdom? Arnold tried to laugh but couldn't. That's what I'm here for. She cleared her throat like a professional singer and continued. Let's see if I remember it correctly. Alright, here it goes. You may think this is a nightmare, and in some ways right. But when you wake up, you'll find the day is a little warmer and brighter than the one before. The sun carries the burden of the entire solar system on his shoulders, never asking for anything back. You know why? Because he knows he's a true hero. Just like you are the hero you've been looking for. You are the only one who can take down the walls that are stopping you from obtaining what you want. You are the only one who knows the answers to your questions, and no one else. So get up. Take your crown and show the world that it can depend on you when the time comes. That's what she used to say. And you, my friend, deserve nothing less than our sincere thanks for saving us. Yes, you couldn't save everyone. But not even gods can do that, can they? So be proud of what you did because we're alive because of you. Moreover, we don't need a sulking section chief for us, so either be happy or leave. The choice is yours. Arnold opened his mouth to reply and express his gratitude to Amanda when suddenly the Brigadier General walked towards him, with his charade of soldiers behind him and started spitting crap about Arnold. Look here, our beloved section chief is busy leisurely chatting around as if he's on a picnic, while all of us are trying to help each other and recover from this crisis, he said, then stared hard at Arnold, who quietly turned towards Amanda. Thanks for the talk. I needed to hear something like that. My summons will try to help you for as long as you want, and I'm temporarily assigning you to lead the ongoing operations of the base. Yes, sir. I'll try to do my best. I know you will. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll like to lay down for a while. Alan, be with her and help her. I'll be in the workshop if you need me. After giving the orders to his subordinates, Arnold turned around, intending to leave before he did something regretful, but the brigadier had other plans. Is that all you're going to do, Section Chief? Don't you think you should at least apologize to me and the soldiers? After all, dozens of lives were lost due to your incompetent leadership. If you'd have been more vigilant, then all of this could have been avoided. Sir, with all due respect, what are you talking about? He did the best he could do to avoid the incident, and as far as I'm aware, most of the deaths happened because of your conflicting commands. Amanda jumped in between to avoid a clash between Arnold and the Brigadier General. Looks like you've forgotten that I am still your senior. I think I should make an example out of you first. Brigadier General snapped his fingers, and the soldiers quickly stepped forward, trying to surround Amanda. Even a blind man could have told their intentions weren't pure. But before they could take another step towards her, bang! Arnold fired a bullet near the foot of the soldiers. I've already lost some soldiers. Losing a few more wouldn't matter much to me. Are you trying to threaten us? The Brigadier General asked Arnold, clearly trying to provoke him. I'm just implying what would happen if you don't stand down now. I'm not in the mood, so just leave and we'll talk about your actions later. My actions? The nerve. Arnold rushed towards the Brigadier General, grabbed the collar of his uniform and lifted him off the ground. Like a dragon, claws popped out of his gloves, ready to rip the brigadier's throat at any moment. The soldiers tried to help their general, but Alan jumped in between. What part of I'm not in the mood? You don't understand. I thought I'd give you a chance, but seems like you don't want it. Arnold said in a calm and cold voice, don't blame me for what's going to happen next. Realizing that things were about to get out of hands, Amanda rushed towards Arnold's side and tugged hard at his arm that was holding the brigadier up in the air. Arnold, don't do it. It's not worth it, she yelled, hoping that her voice would make Arnold snap out of it. But it was all in vain. Arnold didn't even bother to look at the one who was desperately trying to pull his hands away. All he could see was the face of the man because of whom dozens of people lost their lives. But then he got lost in his thoughts. Do I really want to kill him? I don't think I'm not in the mood for something like that. Sigh, this bastard is so lucky. But still, I'll have to punish him and his pack of hyenas. After thinking for a moment, Arnold lets go of the Brigadier General, who fell on his butt, and then, if you want to live, then leave this place as well as Zone 4. I don't need incompetent people who end up making others lose their life because of their foolish and ego-driven decisions. I don't care where you and your ass-licking dogs go. Just get out of my sights. I won't be generous enough to let you off that easily if I see you or your beaches around here ever again. That was your final warning. You can't do this, the brigadier or the ex-brigadier yelled. I already did. Amanda, please take care of it. It'll be my pleasure, sir. Amanda saluted Arnold as he left to rest his exhausted body. Author's note: as you guys might have noticed, my novel went premium today. It's earlier than I expected, but I hope you guys can continue supporting me. Thank you so much. Chapter 132. Trust 1. Arnold stepped into the shower, his toes flinched as they touched the chilled ceramic floor. His appeared to be calm, but his mind was restless, thinking about a single thing. I killed so many monsters. Still, the counter didn't even move up by a single point. He turned the old and metallic dial, releasing thousands of lukewarm drops on his dirty and darkening hair, which slowly trickled down his back. His opened and closed over and over, as he thought about various reasons and scenarios as to why the hell the system didn't count the monsters that he killed over the night. He could have completed a sub-quest of his Ascension quest and gained a new title and other bonuses. Maybe the monsters were truly monsters? No, that was just absurd. Maybe he had to kill some specific type of monsters? But the counter increased for every mutated goblin and ogre he had killed a couple of days ago, but when he massacred so many goblins and ogres last night, the counter didn't increase, so that wasn't a possibility either. Was it because of a certain condition? Like he had to kill them in their own without using his summons? That could be a possibility. After all, I was alone when I was hunting the mutated goblins before. I'll have to check it out later. However, the good thing is, now I have more than the amount of EXP I need to max out the Blood Maniac subclass. More water poured down on his well-built body, slowly washing the sweat, blood, and dirt off his body. As the water dripped by his side, his mind slowly faded into dullness and everything seemed like a foggy illusion as the warm water slowly calmed him, making it easier for him to take his mind off things. All the things he honestly didn't care about. He turned the dial back to its former position and took a towel to wipe off the excess water from his body. He was about to step out of the shower when he heard someone knocking on the door. Without thinking about it, he told the person to come in as he wrapped the towel around his waist. By the time he stepped out of the shower, he was greeted by Amanda and Alan. At the sight of Arnold, Amanda's lips parted. She wanted to say something but stopped midway. Once she saw the drops of water drip down his hair, wet hair softly and slowly made their way down to his body and the perfect abs he had. The water defined his well-organized and obviously worked-out body. Seeing Amanda go into potato mode, Arnold turned his attention towards Alan instead, who immediately informed him about what Amanda wanted to talk about. The Brigadier General, ex-Brigadier General of Zone 4 and about a dozen soldiers have left the Alpha base and went towards the north of Zone 6. I think he has a friend or someone who could help him out there. It's safe to assume they are gone for good. Don't you think so too, First Lieutenant Amanda? Alan spoke more loudly than usual, maybe in a hope that Amanda would snap back to reality. It looked like he was successful in doing so as Amanda started showing some signs of activity once again and immediately agreed with Alan without knowing what she was agreed on. Thanks for the info, Colonel Alan Black and Brigadier General Amanda White. Arnold smiled when he saw their confused faces. What did you say? Amanda and Alan asked at the same time. Well, these posts have been recently vacated, so I thought why not promote some hardworking and worthy people to show them how much I trust them. Of course, I won't force you to accept the promotion if you don't. We accept. Arnold's smile widened a bit more. I hope you understand the weight of responsibility being given. So try not to make me regret appointing you all. Okay? You won't be disappointed about your decision, sir. They both simultaneously saluted Arnold, who simply shook his head. Try not to go overboard with the salutes and all. Just be casual if it's just three of us. Now, Amanda, I believe as the new general, you have a lot of things to do around the base, so. Oh right. And thanks once again for putting your trust in me, she said and retreated out of the workshop. Alan was about to follow her too, but Arnold stopped him. Not you, Alan. I wanted to ask a few things if you don't mind, Arnold said as he took out a new shirt from his wardrobe. Not at all. Ask away. Alan replied and made himself comfortable on Arnold's bed. As much as it weirded Arnold out, he allowed Alan to do whatever he liked, for now. Back when the soldiers tried to attack me, why did you jump in between? I mean, I didn't need your help. In the worst case scenario, you'd have to kill them and get it over with. After all, you aren't strong enough to handle a dozen soldiers on yourself. Why put yourself in unnecessary danger? Alan sighed heavily and stared at the undecorated ceiling of Arnold's room for a brief moment before replying. Honestly, I don't know. It was like something inside me told me to do that. To protect you, even if I ended up losing my own life. I know it's weird, cringy and possibly unbelievable, but that's what happened. At that moment, I felt like your life was more important than mine. And I'm positive it'll happen again if the need ever arises. Looks like the description of the skill was on the point then. Arnold recalled what the description of the skill said. The target becomes dependent on the user and will gladly sacrifice his or her life to protect its master without a second thought. It's truly a monstrous ability. Blood Bond. Arnold had finally started to grasp a little about the true power of this ability. It could potentially turn his greatest adversary into his mightiest comrade within minutes. This ability, much like his other abilities, was overpowered like hell. I have so many unique and overpowered skills. Still, why the heck I'm so weak? It was a thought that always confused the heck out of him. but now wasn't the time for him to worry about that. He already had his hands full. Despite showing that he fully trusted Amanda, Arnold knew that the only ones he could trust were Alan and his summons, and no one else. Why was it like that, you ask? It was pretty simple actually. Amanda belonged to the White family, the same family who had deep connections with Devon Troy, someone who Arnold had sworn to put an end to. So it was obvious that he was wary of her. Chapter 133. Trust. One more thing, Alan, would you mind keeping an eye on Amanda for me? Arnold said in his deep voice. Did I hear you right? Do you want me to spy on her? Alan asked Arnold in a surprised tone. Yes. As much as I hate telling you to do this, it's necessary. I just help whatever I'm thinking is wrong, but this is the only way to know that. So please, try to help me. So you're telling me that you don't trust her? He asked again. I've been betrayed countless times by the ones I place my trust into. So is it wrong for me to be on my toes around people? My heart is telling me that she's in the clear, but it's the same heart which has gotten me into trouble countless times. Right now, I should trust my brain and go through with it rather than trust my heart and get betrayed once again. I somewhat get it, and I know if it wasn't important for you, You'd never requested me to do anything like this. But why me? Isn't it better to make one of your summons do it? Arnold thought about it for a while before speaking again. Let's assume that she's plotting something. Do you think she'd be careless enough to expose her plans in front of my summons? I don't think so. You, on the other hand, my friend, have already worked for the man Amanda could hypothetically be working for. So if you manage to get close enough to her, then she's bound to slip up. Another reason I chose you was of the fact that you are suited for these types of missions. After all, you managed to fool a lot of people while you were working with the church, so fooling a single person wouldn't be that hard for you now, would it? I didn't think you'd put so much thought into it. And wait a minute. Did you promote her so that she'd think she's clear and you don't have suspicion on her? Correct. And I promoted you for the same reason, so that she won't get suspicious about the impromptu promotions. Arnold smiled wanly. One hell of a cunning guy. I'm glad I'm working for you and not against you. Well, that solved all the questions I had. I'll leave now, or else she might think something is up. Alan got up from Arnold's bed and excused himself while immediately went to sleep. Near the outskirts of Zone 4, a convoy of 3 military vehicles was speeding through the wastelands, leaving a trail of dust behind. A total of 13 people were inside those Hummers, and the ex-brigadier general was among them, sitting in the back seat of the Hummer that was in the middle of the convoy. That bastard kicked me out of my own base, he mumbled in a low voice. His knuckles had turned white from clenching his fists too hard. He had been gritting his teeth in an effort to remain silent, which was effective but scary. His hunched form exuded an animosity that was like a snake. His face was red with suppressed rage, ready to snap at any moment. The soldiers knew he was in a foul mood and hence kept a safe distance from him. They knew him very well, and also the fact that right now he was like a volcano that could explode at any time. Thus they wanted their journey to be as smooth as possible. But fate had something else in store for them. Creak. The convoy of vehicles suddenly stopped with a loud creaking noise. The general immediately snapped and started cussing the driver and his soldiers. The hell are you people doing? Can't a man have some peace for a moment? He bellowed, grabbing the collar of the soldier next to him. Tell me what's happening outside. Go. Just as the soldier was about to step out, another soldier radioed in. Sir, a woman is standing in our path. What shall we do? The general snatched the communicator from the soldier next to him and started barking orders at the soldiers. So you stopped your vehicle because of such a minor inconvenience? Keep moving forward. If she doesn't move, then run her over. Roger that. Let's move. A voice came from the other side and soon the cars started their engines once again. But even before the driver leading the convoy could step on the gas, the roof of the vehicle collapsed out of nowhere. The same thing happened with the Hummer that was at the last. All of the 8 soldiers inside those vehicles were crushed in an instant. Afraid that the same thing would happen to them, the general and the remaining soldiers quickly jumped out of the car, and the next moment their vehicle was crushed as well. All of them were panicking hard, but soon got a hold over themselves and rushed towards the general to protect him. Their swords were drawn and ready to strike down the only one who could have done this. The woman in front of them. Sadly, their bodies simultaneously exploded even before they could swing their sword. The general was covered in the blood of his protectors when he finally saw the attacker who killed a dozen people in a matter of seconds. It was a crimson-skinned woman, wearing nothing but a torn robe. She had a lean face with an oval jaw, a thin nose, small ears, bony cheeks and small black lips. Her pale and seductive blue eyes were puffy and had thin eyebrows. The way she covered her scars on her face showed off how sensitive she was about her looks. Her elbow-length, straight, bright pink hair was neatly braided. She had toned arms and hands with long fingers, a long torso with modest breasts, plump hips, long legs. Another fact that the general noticed was the presence of multiple rings on her right hand. The general closed his eyes, expecting to be executed like his fellow soldiers, but to his surprise, nothing happened. He slowly opened his eyes to see that the woman was standing right in front of him. She placed her long and slender fingers under his chin and slowly pulled him back to his feet. "You'll be suitable to be my paladin," the woman said in her hypnotic voice, and forced her lips on his while he stood there, frozen, from both fear and excitement. He knew the woman was nothing but trouble. He wanted to pull away before he lost himself to the pleasure, but no matter how hard he tried he wasn't able to. In that moment of pleasure, his senses had been seduced and he could no longer think straight. Desperate for more, he leaned in a little closer, their foreheads touching. He couldn't fight against his primal urges that were going through his body. Her very smell was like an aphrodisiac, flooding his sense of judgment. He felt as if he had achieved everything he ever desired to have. But all this only lasted for a moment. The very next moment, when the woman parted away from the kiss, the general's face fell faster than a corpse in cement boots. In that instant his skin became grayed, his mouth hung with his lips slightly parted and his eyes turned black and were stretched as wide as they could. Chapter 134. Perfectionist. Arnold woke up as if there was an emergency. It felt as if sleeping had become a dangerous activity for him. His heart was beating faster than ever and there was a constant buzzing sound in his brain, and together they were a cause of distress for him. The forced exertion from the previous night finally got to him. He thought being tired would help him get peaceful sleep, but no. His weird nightmares just had to chase him. It was the same nightmare like the last time, only this time it was even more intense. The thing which troubled him the most was the presence of the unknown man who kept pushing him back to hell. He wanted to see the man's face but couldn't. The only he could see was that the man had a trident in his hands, his weirdly blue throat. But the thing which caught his attention was the snake that was coiled up on the man's neck as if it was some sort of an ornament. He instinctively looked out of the window. The sun was still up. Despite being tired, he barely managed to sleep for a couple of hours. He shut his eyes once again and covered them with his elbow and forearm, but the moment he did so, the images from his nightmare once again started flashing in front of his eyes. Just who was that man? What does he want from me? Arnold thought as he got up from the bed. He was still tired, but he didn't want to have any more nightmares. So getting up was the only option for him. I guess this day will pass as if I am hungover, not from drinks, but from the nightmares that demand solutions, and sadly I don't have any. It's not like he was going sulk around in a corner for not getting enough sleep. He had work to do, in fact a lot of work. He quickly opened his interface to check the amount of EXP he had gained after killing the monsters last night. A smile slowly found its way to Arnold's lips. He had expected to earn a ton of EXP, but when he actually saw the six-figure amount, all his tiredness vanished. He had earned an astounding amount of 490,526 XP in a single night. At least something good came out of that ordeal. Finally I can level up my Blood Maniac subclass. Hell, I can even upgrade Engineering Pioneer subclass while I'm at it. His day had taken a turn for the better. Upgrading the Blood Maniac subclass took around 200,000 EXP out of his earned EXP. He also spent 10,000 EXP to max out the Engineering Pioneer subclass. He was left with about 280,000 surplus EXP that he couldn't do anything with. Upgrading his subclasses also max out the skills related to them, unlocking new perks and upgrading the existing ones. His mana pool was also increased substantially, thanks to the mana molding ability. He now had over 20,000 mana and the blood runes could now store up to 8 different abilities instead of 5. The success rate of Blood Bond had also increased, but the detailed information of the Bloodlust ability was still hidden. He tried to access it but a notification popped up stating that he had to evolve the present Blood Maniac subclass to use the ability. Sadly, he didn't have a way to do that as of that moment, so he had to let go of it. But Blood Maniac wasn't the only class he upgraded. Upgrading the Engineering Pioneer subclass also unlocked various effects, the most prominent one being the new effect under Quick Dismantling ability. It was called Self-Repair, which essentially enabled his automatons to automatically repair up to 30% of damage on their own, while they were indulged in combat. There were also a few other upgrades as well, which reduces the cost of repairing and making automatons. Arnold was happy with all the upgrades he received, unknown to the fact that his happiness was about to get doubled. The moment he closed his interface, various notifications popped up on his interface. Most of them were regarding his upgrades. He scrolled through those and selected the notification that he wanted to check out first. Master of Blood Introduction. You might be a creationist who can create anything he desires, but the thirst for blood is ever growing. Task: upgrade the Blood Maniac subclass to its maximum level. Progress completed. Finally, one of the subquests is over. He let out a sigh of relief. It would take a while before he completed the entire quest, but at least he took his first step towards it. But the system had more in store for him, because yet another notification popped up on his interface. It wasn't a usual notification, but he knew what this notification was all about because he had already seen this type of notification twice before. Did I receive a new title? He mumbled and hurriedly opened the notification to read its contents. You've achieved a new title. Name: Perfectionist. This title is achieved by maxing out all of your existing subclasses. The effective class subclasses you learn after earning this title would be automatically adjusted to this title's effects. Effect: increases the effect of class-specific abilities by 6%. Class-specific abilities? What are those? Class-specific abilities are the abilities that you get after earning a class subclass. In other words, these are the abilities that are exclusive to a certain class subclass. This day keeps getting better and better. He exclaimed happily. I better hurry and complete the other things that I wanted to, before my luck runs out. He recalled all the things he had to do, which included his plans to analyze the beast collar and blood concoction that the church used to control monsters and humans, and then he had to make weapons and gears for his summons from the materials he gained last night after killing the horde of monsters. But before all that, he had to feed the wyvern egg first. After all, it had been a couple of days since he last fed something to it, and now was the opportunity to do so, since he had blood from a variety of monsters which he could use to feed the egg. Let it be human blood, or blood of monsters like goblins, ogres, and trolls. While he internally debated on whose blood should he feed to the egg, he opened a portal to Void and stepped through it. All the corpses of the monsters he and his summons had killed last night were waiting for him inside. It's awfully quiet here, Arnold mumbled when he saw there were only a few of his summons inside the void. Oh right, I sent most of them away to scout out the areas around the base for presence of monsters. I wonder if they managed to found anything. Chapter 135, Monster Lair 1. I guess they are doing fine. After all, I already told them to contact me if they find something. Arnold shook his head and started walking towards the pile of dead monsters. They are more than capable of handling themselves. Right now, I should be focusing on other important matters. For starters, let's see which monster would be suitable to feed to the egg. If I want the wyvern to grow stronger than Vritra, I should feed it with the blood of rarest and strongest monsters. like the trolls. He mumbled, pulled the wyvern egg out of his inventory and placed it on the ground. A single notification popped up on his interface. Creature's hunger grows. The creature is learning to control its hunger. Control increased. The creature is still hungry. If not fed within 20 hours minutes, the creature's HP will start decreasing at a rate of 10 minute. Current HP, 35,003,500. Time remaining to hatch, 115:01:35:23 days, hours, minutes, seconds. Looks like remaining hungry for a while has some other effects as well. Interesting. However, it's better not to wait any longer. I don't want it to die before I get the chance to ride it. He went ahead and grabbed the severed head of the troll chieftain and held it over the egg. The blood slowly flowed out of the head and fell on top of the egg. The creature is absorbing the nutrients from the blood. Hunger diminishes. The creature has successfully absorbed the nutrients from the blood of S-ranked mutated monster. Attributes increased. HP plus 300, Strength STR, plus 25, Defense Def, plus 30. The blood of the monsters contains 2 compatible abilities. The creature can learn 2 new abilities. Allow the creature to learn new abilities? Yes or no? This is something new. I didn't get a notification like this last time. Did it happen because of the wyvern blood I fed it last time? It could be possible. Arnold stroked his chin, lost in his thoughts. This egg is like a living blood rune on its own. Looks like I'm going to have a lot of fun feeding the egg now. But first, let's see what ability it can learn. Yes, the creature is learning the abilities. Ability learnt successfully. Hardening, active ability. When activated, the user's defense increases greatly and user's hide hardens, allowing Heimer to tolerate more damage than usual. It takes more mana if the user tries to harden his entire body at once. Rank A. Mana cost, 200 per use. Full body hardening cost, 1000 per use. Cooldown, none. Fury Stomp. Active ability. The user gains Herculean strength and furiously starts stomping the ground, which opens up a crack inside the ground that grows wider and wider until the user stops stomping the ground. Creatures who fall in this crack are trapped inside it. Rank S. Mana cost, 5000 per use. Cooldown, 130 hours. You bastards had a skill like this but didn't use it. What the FCK was wrong with you? Arnold smiled in disbelief. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if you had used it on us. Forget about the others. Even me and my summons would have been in grave danger. Why didn't you use it? Was it because of the high mana cost? I doubt it. When faced with death, nobody would be foolish enough to even think about saving mana. Maybe this skill had some drawback that the system isn't aware of. Who am I kidding? The system knows everything. If you haven't guessed it yet. Yup. Arnold was conversing with a severed head, half expecting it to answer back. It was a side effect of forcing his overworked brain to work more. He then realized something. As far as he was aware, the trolls didn't activate a single skill of theirs while facing Dread and Asterios, other than the hardening skill. Maybe they didn't know how to use any skill other than hardening. It could have been the case, but he doubted it. It's a shame I can't resurrect you. I should have told Dread and Asterios to go easy on you. Damn it. You could have answered so many of my questions. One of the most important conditions for Talos to perform resurrection on someone was that the corpse of the being should have been intact. He could still resurrect someone who didn't have hands or legs, but Talos couldn't resurrect a headless being. Sadly, both Asterios and Dread had only aimed for their heads. During the fight, the body of the only troll who still had his head in its designated place got crushed under a building. Its entire torso looked like mashed potatoes, so Arnold didn't have much hope of successfully resurrecting it either. He let go of the severed head and kicked it like a professional football player. It flew towards Dread, who immediately sliced the head in half with his katana. Arnold couldn't help but smile at his reaction afterwards. After slicing the head, Dread held the katana over his shoulders as if it was a baseball bat, expecting Arnold to throw more heads his way. Asterios also imitated Dread and pulled the warhammer over his shoulder, ready to hit a home run. Are you guys for real? He shook his head and picked up the egg, which once again had grown in size. If it keeps growing every time I feed it, then it'll be troublesome to store it in my inventory. He carefully placed the egg in his inventory and then walked out of the void. I think it's time to make some gears for the summons, or should I analyze? Your summon Talos has killed a mutated being. EXP, plus 1000. Total number of mutated ogres killed, 4. EXP awarded. 6 times 800 equals 4800. A total number of mutated goblins killed, 6. EXP awarded. 5 times 600 equals 3000. According to your contribution in the fight, you've earned some EXP. You didn't contribute in the fight. A minimum amount of EXP will be awarded. Only 780 EXP. 10% of the total EXP has been awarded. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. Without wasting a moment, Arnold immediately contacted Talos. What the hell is happening out there? Arnold asked Talos as soon as the connection established. Master, looks like we found a monster lair. It seems they have captured a few humans as well. We're currently trying to fend them off. Talos replied in his emotionless electronic voice. But Arnold wasn't listening. He was already sprinting towards the garage. Chapter 136. Monster Lair 2. The cruel sun beat down the barren wastelands, its one malevolent eye unblinking, and the sky was its co-conspirator. There wasn't even a wisp of cloud to soften the harsh rays. No one would have believed this region was hit by a rainstorm just a few hours ago. The small lizard-like monsters took shelter in the shadows of the rocks where the sand was not hot enough to roast them. The air was thick and hazy. Taking a breath seemed like drowning in lava. And among all this noise of a single car, engine tore the silence and laziness of the wasteland, in all its might. The noise of the car attracted the monsters, but the man driving the Humvee didn't care about anything else, other than quickly reaching his destination. He just had to reach and help his summons. No, he didn't need to help his summons. They were already sufficient to handle the monsters. What he truly wanted was to verify one of his theories. I'll cancel my summoning as soon as I reached there. I can't miss this chance to test whether the monsters I kill myself without the help of my summons would count towards the Headhunter quest or not. Arnold thought and stepped on the gas. At least I ordered Alan to keep Amanda busy, otherwise she would have sent an entire armada with me. DSK, that would have been too much work. The moment Arnold had stepped into the Hummer, Talos had shared his location with him. Being the section chief, no one asked him any questions like where he was going, etc. In truth, they were just scared that Arnold might kick them out if they pissed him off. Just like the ex-brigadier general, that's why most of them kept to themselves and simply saluted him if he crossed by. However, there were a few curious souls who still approached Arnold and asked where was he headed to, like the security stationed at the gate. Honestly, Arnold didn't have any issues with them prying about him as long as they didn't go out of their way to cause him trouble. Also, he already had an answer ready to shut them up. I'm just going out for a ride to clear my mind. I have to leave now if you don't mind. And that was it. No one, having even a single brain cell, asked him anything after that. Come on, can't you move any faster? He still had to cover a distance of 22 kilometers and top speed of the vehicle was 100 kilometers per hour, but since he was driving off-road, hence the speed had reduced significantly. It was about 92 kmph. Of course, I could just enhance it myself. All the points I invested to increase my intelligence, and I'm still an idiot. He mumbled and placed one of his hands on the dashboard of the car. You are using enhancement on high mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicle HMMWV Humvee. Due to the effect of perfectionist title, the probability of permanent enhancement is increased by 6%. Total probability of permanent enhancement, 22%. Enhancement successful. All attributes have been increased. Horsepower increased by 15. Current horsepower, 165. Max speed, 121 kmph. Acceleration improved. Buff, horsepower, Speed and sturdiness of the vehicle increased. Bonus effect: sturdiness increased by 10%. Off-road control increased by 15%. Duration: permanent buff. User's rank is too low. Effect of the skill will be adjusted accordingly. Overall rank increase in rank has been limited. TSK. If it was still the normal world, I'd have launched my own range of sports cars by now. Hee hee. Arnold smiled and stepped on the gas. The Humvee roared even louder after Arnold's successful enhancement. The floor of the cave was littered with blood and corpses. Red, black and blue were the new colors of what was once a maroon-colored, heavenly adobe, a radiation-free zone in the middle of the wastelands. It was a location no one knew about, not even monsters or the military. That's why the nomads decided to live there. Existence of nomads in the wastelands was not unheard of. Obviously, the military had tried their best to persuade them to stay near the military bases so that they can offer them safety, but the nomads simply refused, saying this was their way to repent for the sins of humanity. However, that made sense. After some time the military stopped trying to persuade them and leave them be, as they had more important matters to take care of. The nomads happily lived inside the cave until 1 month ago, when a group of orcs stumbled upon the cave and decided to take shelter inside. The nomads were weak, and despite the best of their efforts couldn't fend off the orcs. The cave, which was once referred as Heaven's Blessing by its occupants, had now become the stage of a terrible battle. After the orcs won and killed all the males including the children, a few of them left to contact their leader while the others remained and feasted upon the women, forcing themselves on them and having their way with them till they were sexually satisfied. It only got worse from there on, as the entire tribe of orcs soon flew back to the cave and established it as their base. The women were exploited again and again by them until they impregnated them and then killed them. The air, which would have normally carried the delicate scents of flowers and fruits, was now heavy and thick with the scent of smoke and blood. The mere whiff of the smell would have made you want to run away. The women continued to be playthings for orcs until out of nowhere another group of monsters appeared. But this group was peculiar. The new group of monsters consisted of an odd bunch of robots, humans and whatnot. The army of orcs and the army of mixed warriors and monsters soon began fighting with each other without any sense of reason, but it was yet to be determined which side had the winning hand. The dead among the orcs were scattered across the floor, while the faces of the ones who were still fighting had adrenaline rushing through their bodies. Some have succumbed to bloodlust and are carelessly charging any enemy without a care for their own safety, endlessly swinging their weapons, desperately trying to kill each other, while others long for the end of this battle. With the uncertainty of battle coursing through their minds, the other side courageously fights their enemies with the hope of being the stronger side. Needless to say, the second army was the army of Arnold's summons, with Talos leading them. They were continuously trying to subdue the orcs, but they had to hold back a bit as none of them wanted to injure the humans, even by accident. Most of the orcs were easily dealt with, however it was their leader and a few other orcs close to him that were causing the most trouble. If I transform into the human form, I might be able to subdue them for a while, until Master arrived. Talos mumbled and then transformed into Jake, the necromancer. The next moment dead skeletons raised out of the bowels of Gel to aid him in his battle against the Orc King. Chapter 137, Talos vs Orc King 1. It's too quiet here, Arnold mumbled as he stopped the vehicle in front of a cave. It was the very same cave Talos had informed him about. However, the eeriness around the cave made him uncomfortable. It was difficult to explain how he felt, but it was unpleasant. Arnold shook his head and stepped out of the car. Time to kill some monsters, I guess, but first. Arnold quickly equipped his gears and then wore the hazmat suit over it. Now let's get going. A few minutes earlier. What kind of servant am I if I can't even let my master have proper rest? Talos mumbled. Master is already overworked and yet I'm always causing more trouble for him. Can't I even handle a few enemies on my own? Talos felt conflicted. He knew Arnold was overworked after his last battle and wanted him to recover first, thus he didn't inform him about the discovery of the cave and the orcs. But to his disappointment, Arnold called him first, right after Talos had killed his first target. As I thought. Even if the elder is in deep sleep, Master still has control over a few of Elder's function. Kyra, bang! A goblin tried to jump over Talos and attack him while there were fewer skeletons around him. But Talos immediately shot him down before the goblin could get close to him. Orcs working together with goblins and ogres. How peculiar. Talos already knew all about the species of his enemies. That's why he thought it was peculiar for all of them to band together. Although Talos had already witnessed goblins working under ogres, it was his first time seeing ogres working under orcs. After all, the two creatures are known to be bloodthirsty for each other. You could say they were like two princes fighting for a single throne. While there wasn't much difference between their physique, orcs were superior to ogres because of their superior intellect, and thus were at the top of the hierarchy. They were also the ones who were benefited the most after the radiation spread throughout the region and had changed a lot. The ogres were next in line because of their beastly physique. All they do was fight and fight. If they can't find enemies, they don't hesitate to kill their own kin for stupidest reasons and were not afraid of doing the same to the others. The ogres that Arnold encountered during his search for the church were much more civil than this lot. All in all, you could say ogres were orcs without any brains, but they were more fierce as well. Like every other species, they too were affected by the radiation, however it didn't change their behavior. At last, came the goblins. They were the handyman for the ogres as well as the orcs. Usually, they were a tad bit smaller than an average human, but due to their mutation, they had grown significantly. Their characteristic traits included green skin, point-eared and often foul temper. Either they belonged to the cunning of the bunch or with those who were dumb as SHT. There was no in-between for them. The cunning ones usually either focused on hunting or enhancing their battle prowess. The dumb ones however focused solely on one thing, mating. They bred rapidly and constitute the largest percentage of the goblins. A few of them who managed to evolve further was called hobgoblins. They were also referred to as tamers because they were known to tame vicious beasts and use them as cavalry. Some among the hobgoblins were even deadlier than the ogres and were especially vicious. They showed no mercy to their enemies and had various ways to kill their enemies, most of them being so horrifying. Even Jack the Reaper would have been afraid of them. Thankfully there weren't any hobgoblins among the enemy forces or Talos and others were in for trouble. Looks like the Orc King is the one who is holding everyone together, otherwise, all hell would break loose within their ranks. An Orc King was an orc that had undergone various mutations and slowly gained the power of controlling other orcs as well. It was a rare mutation and thus not much was known all about them. However, Talos was sure if he managed to kill the Orc King, the other orcs would attack the ogres and during that time, he and the others would rescue the humans and retreat. Once the humans were safe, they won't need to be careful anymore. But they had to get the human out first. Unfortunately, this was no easy task. It seemed that the Orc King himself seemed to be aware of the situation, because he along with 6 orcs and 4 ogres, was standing in front of the women. I need to think of something. Talos thought and more skeleton warriors ripped open the ground and joined the fight. Talos and his team certainly had numbers advantage over their enemies, but the average strength of the monsters was much more than theirs because Talos only had undead soldiers, a couple of dozen of golems, automatons and lava hounds apart from the skeletons. The skeletons were doing what they could and were faring well against the goblins, but they couldn't do much against the orcs and the ogres and shattered into pieces after receiving just one hit from them. The skeletons couldn't regenerate themselves and thus Talos had to summon more of them, which used up his energy which was consumed as mana. The lava hounds and skeletons were handling the goblins which were causing the most trouble for them as they were small and agile, hence it was difficult to kill them. Thankfully the hounds were able to counter them as they were more agile than anyone else on the battlefield. The automatons were trying their best to defeat the ogres, while the golems were busy fighting the orcs. But it wasn't like the monsters were sitting idly doing nothing. They were continuously attacking and destroying their enemies as well. Soon the number of warriors on both sides started dwindling. After a while, the battle was still raging on. None of the sides were backing out. Everyone was adamant about fighting till the end. Thanks to the hounds, Most of the goblins had already been taken care of. The number of ogres had also decreased by half. However, all wasn't good for Talos and company, as not a single orc was dead, thanks to the leadership of the Orc King. On the contrary, the orcs had managed to destroy most of the golems who had been tanking for the hounds and the automatons. Without them, they were like sitting ducks waiting to be shot down. If we lose, they'll definitely kill the females and get away. No matter what, we have to defeat them right here and now. Talos thought after analyzing the situation and stopped summoning the skeletons. The Orc King needs to die. Chapter 138, Talos vs Orc King 2:15 orcs against 26 of Arnold's summons. Maybe the orcs wanted to mock them before destroying them for good, as a soul warrior came forward to attack the remaining golem. Marshall. The orc rained blows onto Marshall, as if he meant to smash him into the very earth he was made of, and Marshall did the same. He knew if he went down easily, Talos and the others might get into trouble. Each of them fought like they didn't just want the other dead. They wanted him smashed, obliterated, nothing left behind. Surprisingly, Marshall was doing well against the orc, but not for long. The orcs intended to act high and mighty, not weak. The next moment they attacked as a mob, with their king leading in front. There was stillness on both sides. If hatred was visible, the air would have been blood red. In that frozen second between standoff and fighting, Talos could see the eyes of the orcs flicker from him to the Orc King. Their faces are unreadable, no fear, no invitational smirk. Then with a sudden movement, so much force in every step of the orcs. In that moment of hatred, there was no feigning honor. Everyone wanted what they wanted, and force was the accepted method. It was better to be a dog in a big group than a lone lion. Talos didn't back down from the challenge, and soon the all-out war began once again. The battle had become a no-holds-barred situation when Talos went in for the attack. When it came to war with monsters, there was no honor, no code. All that mattered was the win and take nothing for granted. They had the exits covered. There was nowhere for the orcs to run, and Talos wasn't going to tell his teammates to run either. They would fight till they die. Screams broke out. The summons rushed forward, Talos shouting orders. Swords clashed. Guns fired. More shouting, more screaming, more dodging, more shooting. The attack was fierce, efficient and deadly. More skeletons popped out of nowhere, but it was different. Rather mindlessly charging towards them, they stood their ground. They weren't equipped with swords and shields either, but wore a robe instead, and upon Talos' command started firing random spell at them. They were the skeleton mages. Dance of the Dead wasn't a spell that was strictly used to summon skeleton warriors, but it granted the user to summon whatever type of troop the user wanted. It all depended upon the user's imagination. But there was a cost to pay for that too. Summoning new type of troops or troops having higher battle prowess used up far more mana than summoning basic skeleton warriors. Thus the number of skeleton mages was limited, as Talos couldn't afford to use up all of his energy mana. Talos wanted a superior skeleton, maybe something like Asterios, but he was not sure if he'd be able to do that. Hence he stuck with what he knew would work. The orcs were surprised by the appearance of a new enemy, but they quickly adapted to the change and got closer to their enemies so that the skeletons wouldn't attack them. Talos had already expected this to happen and had a plan to counter them. Curse magic. Curse magic was a branch of dark magic that allowed the user to include additional lasting negative effects to spells. The effects can range from dulled senses to debilitating sickness, and even hallucination. There were a variety of different types of spell that could do so. And right now, the orcs were their targets. Talos' plan was somewhat successful, and the performance of the orcs had reduced over time. Their agility, strength, evasion, and defense all went down, but not by much. The skeleton mages were simply too low-leveled and hence couldn't do much. Talos and the others did their best to take advantage of the situation and charged at their enemies, rage fueling their actions. The orcs were temporarily forced to step back, but the moment they did that, the skeleton mages open-fired at them without any mercy. But rather than aiming their spells at the entire enemy force, they concentrated their fire on a single orc. It took a while, but it was safe to assume that the orc was dead. 14 orcs remained. Angered by their action, The Orc King roared like an injured bull and unsheathed his sword, swinging it through the air, but as he did so something came out of it. Something came rushing out of it like a bullet made up of wind. It was the special ability of the Orc King called the Silent Kill. Talos thought it was aimed at him and dodged the aerial bullet, but the Orc King's vicious smile suggested something else. All of a sudden, Talos' energy consumption decreased sharply, which could mean only one thing. He quickly turned towards where the skeleton mages were standing, and sure enough, they were broken into pieces. But they weren't the only ones who got caught in Orc King's attack. It looked like Marshall and a couple of automatons had tried to protect the skeletons from the attack, as the skeletons lacked the agility to dodge the attack by themselves. But it seemed like they weren't successful. 14 orcs against 23 summons. Even though the odds aren't affected much, it was crystal clear that the orcs had the upper hand in the battle. Such a strong attack. They were playing with us all this time? Talos thought as he turned back to face the Orc King. Amid the chaos, a single thought went through the mind of the Orc King: perhaps it isn't a fair fight. But isn't that a strange concept anyway? I always leant toward short and brutal to curb the fatalities, maximize the fear, and thus my power base. After all, what's the point of winning if there's no one left to subjugate? But this group of enemies is different. They don't know what fear is. I thought they'd run away once they see our true power, but they didn't. Interesting. Very interesting. As a last honor, I shall personally slay their leader. Chapter 139, Talos vs Orc King 3. Get down. Talos roared as the Orc King swung his sword once again. The aerial bullet generated by the Orc King's Silent Kill ability once again found its mark and destroyed a couple of hounds in an instant. Talos and his team were at the tip of their toes against the orcs. Although they had managed to slay a couple of orcs, the damage they had incurred in the process was tremendous. Talos had lost 10 of Arnold's summons in an attempt of taking 2 orcs down. Sadly, things got worse from there on. It seemed like the Orc King's power was affected by the orcs around him, because whenever they killed an orc, the deadlier the Orc King's blows got. Talos was afraid if they liked one more orc, the Orc King would gain enough power to obliterate all of them. The only option Talos had was to kill the king first. But it wasn't possible. The orcs were in full-on offensive mode. They barely, if ever, slipped up, but even if they did, the Orc King had their backs, and the end result remained the same. Although Arnold's summons weren't afraid of getting injured or destroyed, they knew they had to be careful so that the battle could be dragged out till Arnold could arrive to help them, as they couldn't defeat all of the orcs by themselves. Situation is getting worse. Probability of winning with our current strength is 0.5%. If I use the grenades Master had given me, then the probability would increase by 6%. Talos was busy doing calculations in his man-made mind, but no matter what scenario he thought of, their maximum winning probability didn't exceed 8%. It was their upper limit. But in that scenario, the women behind the orcs would inevitably die as well. But then the entire purpose of fighting against the orcs would be destroyed. The orcs seemed to be aware of the situation as well, or at least they thought. Talos and company still had some card up their sleeves, and they stepped back, closer to the women. Even though they didn't need to. They are too close to the humans. I can't use the grenades until and unless I lure them out, or... Yes, I could do that too. All of a sudden, Talos' eyes were shining brighter than the stars. Although his plan was dangerous, the reward was high as well. He quickly summoned a single skeleton warrior, who had a giant bone hammer in its hands. Talos extended his hand towards the skeleton. "Give me that," he said, and the skeleton quickly handed him the weapon it was carrying. Talos accepted the weapon and turned towards the others. As soon as they break their formation, charge in and attack them with everything you got. It doesn't matter whether your attack's with on them or not. But till then, stay put and don't move. Understood? Members of Talos' team acknowledged his command. Talos quickly placed the hammer on his back and charged at the orc which was nearest to him, his guns in his hands. The Orc King saw him coming and instructed the orcs to get rid of him. Orc King's silent kill ability was still under cooldown, He couldn't take care of Talos on his own. The orcs prepared themselves to face the lone enemy who was running with all his might towards them. Ready to strike, are you? Talos thought and further increased his speed. Then give me your best shot. The orc slammed down his sword on Talos as soon as he was within his attack range. Talos quickly dropped on his knees and retrieved the hammer from his back. His momentum not only saved him from the orc's attack but also made him slide over the ground. Before anyone could notice what happened, Talos swung his hammer at the orc's knee with all his might, shattering his kneecap in an instant. The orc let out a cry of pain and collapsed on the grabbing his knee, but Talos wasn't done yet. He quickly grabbed something out of the pouch which was tightly tied around his waist, and threw it inside the orc's mouth before kneeing his mouth shut and kicking the orc towards the other orcs and ran away to the other side to do the same thing there as well. The orcs were confused, not knowing what Talos had done until the next moment, when the heads of the orcs, whom Talos had attacked, exploded, killing them while also injuring a few who were near them. Talos was sure that killing the orcs would enrage the Orc King, but he was prepared for the consequences. Because the master has arrived at our location, Talos shouted at the others. Now all we have to do is reduce their numbers as much as we can. He knew Arnold had arrived as both of them could view each other's location thanks to their communicators. Talos expected the Orc King to do something, but he never expected that to do anything like what Talos was witnessing right now. He looked up to see that the Orc King had killed the remaining orcs and was busy devouring them, one after another. You sick monster. They were trying to protect you and this is how you thank them? Talos yelled and gripped his guns tightly in his arms. Being killed by a lowly creature like you would have been much more disgraceful than being devoured by me. Much to Talos' shock, the Orc King spoke in human tongue while he wiped off the orc blood from his mouth. The moment he finished speaking, his body began to change. The Orc King grew bigger, his skin turned jet black, and two more arms popped out of his sides. Bones protruded out of his back like spikes of a hedgehog. Two huge black horns burst out of his head as if he was a demon. The Orc King had ascended to a whole different level. He was no longer the Orc King. He was a demon orc. Talos and the others were incapable of experiencing fear. But the women who were forced to stay behind the orc weren't that lucky. Adrenaline flooded their bodies, their hearts pumping and beating as if it was trying to escape out of their bodies. It felt like their hearts could explode at any moment. Their eyes were wide with fear. Their body was begging them to either run out of the cave or dig another one for safety, but instead, they remained where they were, frozen. It didn't matter what they wanted to do because, in the end, they could do only one thing: pray that the demon didn't kill them. All of a sudden a woman got up and started sprinting towards the exit. No, come back. Don't run. Hell kill you. Another woman shrieked at top of her lungs. But the woman didn't listen. She was just a few steps away from her freedom. But she wasn't able to take her freedom. A spike flew out of the orc's back and hit the woman at the back of her head. She was dead even before she realized it. Her body fell next to Talos' feet. The orc turned towards the women, and said slowly and clearly, "All of you will get the honor of bearing my children. Don't even dare to think you can leave this place until then." The orc's words poured gasoline onto the spark of fear in their belly. Few of them even wet themselves because of the fear. They weren't going anywhere. For them, death was the only way to gain freedom. The demon then pointed a finger towards Talos, and asked in his hoarse voice, "Are you the leader?" "What if I am?" Talos replied in his usual emotionless voice, unafraid of the monster in front of him. "You get to die last." The demon smirked and got on all fours. The spikes on his back shot out like missiles out of a missile launching system. Spikes rained on Talos' team like rain in a thunderstorm. All of them were annihilated even before they could blink their eyes. A few spikes landed in front of Talos, who was knocked off balance. One of the spikes embedded in his left shoulder. After staggering for a brief moment, Talos managed to get his balance again, but it was too late. The orc was standing in front of him. His eyes were fixed at the Talos' left shoulder, which was already half broken, thanks to the spike. Without any hesitation, the orc swung its sword at him, his three hands grabbing the remaining limbs of the automaton. Crack! The orc cleanly sliced Talos' left arm, but instead of blood, oil and sparks spewed out from where the arm was cut off. Oh. This is something new. Maybe I should eat you too. Who knows what kind of powers would you have? The orc said, licking his lips. I don't think you will. A man's voice echoed through the cave. Who are you? The orc let go of Talos and stepped forward. Me? Let's just say, I'm the one who'll kill you. Arnold replied and stepped out of the shadows, into the battlefield. Chapter 140, Demon Orc. Class, Orc Ascended Mutant. Name, Demon Orc. Level, 109. Cosmic Rank, D. Role, Brawler. Affinity Abilities: Silent Kill Active Skill, Eternal Rage Passive Skill, Hardening Passive Skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP, 1,900,019,000. Strength STR, 138. Defense Def, 91. Stamina STA, 65. Intelligence INT, 95. Agility AG, 98. Accuracy ACC, 60. Evade DVD, 88. Charisma CHA, Damage Resistances, none. Condition Immunities: Exhaustion, Frightened, Frozen, Poisoned, Blunt Attacks. Weak against fire-based attacks. Threat Level, High. Remark: Sigh, you really have a death wish, don't you? Why do you always go up against difficult enemies? Whatever, I'll do what I do best, roast you along with your enemy. See those spikes on his back? Those are poisonous and cause true damage upon being hit. Not that you have to worry about that. What you need to be careful of is the skill Silent Kill, because it'll silently whoop your OS, although its back is its weakest area. But try not to get too close to it either, otherwise, he might give up on the women and take you as his bride instead. If you want to roast me, then try harder. Arnold smirked. Laugh while you can, human. You'll be dead in a minute. The demon orc kicked Talos away. A talking monster. Interesting. No one would believe me if I told them about you. I don't think I've ever had a chat with someone like you before either. Too bad. You'll be dying by my hands, right here and now, Arnold said, and took off his hazmat suit after confirming there was no radiation inside the cave through the broken Talos. Talos, use the self-repairing and wait outside, will you? Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with this abomination even among the monsters. Yes, master. Talos obeyed and quickly went outside after grabbing his broken left hand, before staring at the orc. As good as dead. Leave now, human. I have no ill feelings towards you. The orc gave Arnold a chance to leave. But Arnold wasn't going to, not after he had destroyed so many of his summons. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm going nowhere until and unless those women come with me, Arnold replied. So be a gentleman and step aside, will ya? I don't want to kill you unless I absolutely have to. You, a mere human, dares to threaten me? These females are mine. I'll repopulate my kind through their wombs, and build a strong army for myself. But don't worry, I'll put you in your place before I do that. The demon roared and dropped on all 6 of his limbs just like before. Spikes were about to fly out of his back. Give me the best you've got. But before that, let's make sure the women are safe, right? Arnold mumbled and used his elemental abilities to cover the women under an earthly dome. You don't want to harm them, do you? But the orc didn't reply to Arnold's comment and proceeded to attack him. Arnold, however, stood there, folding both arms over his chest, not caring about the orc. He wasn't afraid of the orc in the least. Why would he, someone who had fought and defeated a rank C cosmic being despite being at a disadvantage, be afraid of a D-ranked cosmic being? Since the orc was a D-rank cosmic being, it also meant that he was a rank S or S plus monster at best, nothing Arnold hadn't faced before. Moreover, the spikes won't be able to do much damage to him, thanks to his immunity to true damage. The only question running through his mind being, how the hell did this orc become a cosmic being? He wouldn't answer me even if I forced him to. Why do I always have to kill someone before I can interrogate them? Sigh. Hundreds of spikes flew towards him. The orc smirked at him. It's over for you. cocky human. Clouds of dust shot up in the air as the spikes rained down upon Arnold. Was talking the only thing you were good at? The orc snorted and walked towards the dome-like structure which Arnold had constructed to keep the women safe from the battle. The orc raised his hands over his head and slammed them down on the dome. One blow was all it took for the orc to destroy it. The rubble fell over the women who were inside it, shivering with fear. "Let's celebrate my victory over those rascals," and, bang, a bullet pierced through the orc's hand that was about to grab the legs of the woman. The orc flinched in pain and stepped back. "No, bad orc, leave women alone." Arnold smirked, smoke coming out of the barrel of one of the Vindicators. "How are you alive?" The orc roared and turned to face the cocky human once again. But this time he was even more aggressive. It wasn't because Arnold had injured him, but because Arnold himself was unaffected by the orc's attack. In truth, even though Arnold was immune to true damage, Devil's Advocate would have only protected him from the true damage caused by the poison that the spikes carried, and not the physical damage that the spikes would have dealt. Thus, to protect himself completely, he used the plasma shield ability to deflect the spikes that was going to hit him. Let's just say, things don't always go as planned. Arnold smiled, aimed both of his guns at the monster. "Don't get angry though, I have to protect myself, don't I?" Roar. The orc bellowed like a mad titan and charged at him, his sword in one of his hand. The orc swung the sword even before he reached him, something which perplexed Arnold. Why the hell is he swinging his sword even before him in his attack range? Arnold's questions were answered a moment later when a gust of wind rushed towards him. The attack was fast, but not fast enough. Arnold managed to dodge the attack with minimum effort, but as a result, he lost sight of the orc. That was all the orc needed to simultaneously punch Arnold across the face. The force of the attack was unlike he had ever felt before. His body flew backwards like the Hulk had punched him into oblivion. Thud. His flying body finally came to a halt as he got slammed on the wall of the cave, with his arms and legs stretched out. The wall was imprinted by Arnold's body as if he was making a snow fairy on the wall. It was perfect. For a second Arnold felt like he had just been visited by Truckan. The force behind Orc's attack was terrifying. If it wasn't for Arnold's enhanced and upgraded gears, he would have been squatted out of there like a fly. The orc's attack had knocked any sense of fun out of Arnold's brain. Now all he wanted was to kill the orc in the most gruesome and painful way possible. Arnold stepped out of the dent made by him in the wall and spat a tooth out of his mouth. Along with the tooth, a couple of blood droplets fell on the ground. The orc couldn't believe his eyes. A human managed to take his attack head-on. Impossible. The orc didn't want Arnold to recover even a bit, thus he charged at him once again. But this time Arnold was ready for him. As soon as the orc gained momentum, Arnold activated Rapid Flash, and managed to sidestep the orc at the last minute. Arnold tilted his body to the side slightly and allowed the demon orc's sword brush past him, a fatal mistake for the orc. The orc struggled to turn around, but his agile movements were far too slow. Arnold's right shot out and he jumped over the orc like a panther, landed behind him. Arnold was free to do as he pleased while the orc had his back turned against him. "Don't get close to him, my ass." Arnold was beyond pissed at the orc and hence didn't show any mercy to the orc. He quickly conjured a ball of frost flame in his hand and quickly threw it at the orc's exposed back. Arnold knew that the orc had immunity and hence wouldn't get frozen debuff, but it was alright. The spikes present on the orc's back shattered the hard shell of the ball of frost flame, but couldn't stop the fire contained within it from hurting the orc. The arcane flames melted a chunk of the orc's spikes away, further reducing his defense. He was now at Arnold's mercy. Sadly, Arnold didn't have mercy inside of him. Arnold wasn't going to let the orc recover either. He took out a bunch of fire grenades from his inventory and threw them towards the spikeless back of the orc one after another, while simultaneously shooting fiery bullets at him as well. The cave was filled with the sound of sizzling flesh. The orc was being burned to death by the human he underestimated. Hurt and angry, the orc furiously started swinging his sword around in hopes of injuring his attacker. But Arnold's agility was much more than the rate at which the orc was swinging his sword at him. "Save your strength and go to hell," Arnold yelled and threw a last grenade at the orc, which exploded right next to his face. Chapter 141, Master Tamer. In this world, the definition of normal had changed beyond imagination. Once a normal world meant a world which was free from monsters. The only ways to find these monsters was through movies or games. But then, one fateful day, the normal world changed. Dungeons started popping up on the surface of Earth out of nowhere. Few people wanted to explore these dungeons, while the rest were xenophobic. Superscript 1, they had all the right in the world to think so. Not many people had the guts to step into the unknown, completely aware of the fact that they could die inside those dungeons. But for some, the thrill was too much and they couldn't resist going inside the dungeon. Ignoring the orders and guidelines from the government, a group of soldiers who were stationed to prevent others from entering, themselves defied the rules and violated a direct command from their superiors and stepped inside the portal. It was this foolishness that activated the countdown of the time left to clear the dungeon, a countdown that would inevitably lead to the first ever dungeon break on Earth. Not to mention that those soldiers couldn't clear the dungeon without weapons, but they died a horrible death by the hands of the monsters inside. Even after the incident, there was no way for the government to know about the countdown. As far as they could tell, the dungeon was still the same. Nothing had changed. At least that's what the greatest minds of Earth had concluded based on a rigorous analysis of the dungeon. The conclusion of this rigorous analysis was strictly based on the outside appearance of the dungeon. The only thing the scientist could say with proof was the fact that the dungeon was surrounded by a new type of radiation or energy that no one had ever witnessed before. Sadly, there wasn't a way for them to measure this energy. If they could, they'd have known that it was dissipating exponentially. And the moment it disappeared, the monsters it had been holding back would be released upon the unprepared world, and the definition of normal was changed forever. Out of the dungeon came low-ranked monsters like goblins, but since humanity didn't know how to defeat them, it took a lot of time to do so. During this time countless humans lost their lives, but everything was forgotten after the world witnessed the true horrors of the places that were called dungeons. Monsters, beasts, magic, anything and everything that could have only been found in movies, games and fictional stories, were now a part of the reality. They were real. The mysterious energy radiation around the dungeons was given a name, xenoic radiation. The radiation which kept the monsters trapped inside the dungeon was the same as the radiation which granted humans the superpowers to face monsters inside the dungeon. It was like the Earth was trying to find an equilibrium within the chaos. People rapidly adapted to these new changes, and soon the dungeons became a new source of business. A business with millions of dollars. Slowly but surely, everything began to settle in. But then the world changed once again, and this time the change was neither smooth nor easy to adapt to. Along with the change, came mutation, which was thanks to the curiosity of humans. This mutation evolved the already deadly monsters into even deadlier species. One of such monsters laid lifeless near the feet of the man who had burned him to death. "You've killed a cosmic being, EXP, plus 10,000. First rank D cosmic being killed. EXP, plus 8,000. First demon orc killed. EXP, plus 6,000. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP, 304,596. A minute ago, the cave had resonated with desperate screams of the orc, but now it was shrouded in silence, as the smell of burning flesh defiled the cave. There, once proud demon orc had been burnt to a crisp, his flesh on his back had melted away. Only the bony spikes of the orc were left behind. Talos silently stood behind his master, his left arm back in its place. "So you can't revive him?" Arnold asked Talos, without turning back to face him. "No, master. Unfortunately, almost half of the monster's body has been burnt away. My abilities won't be able to resurrect him," Talos informed him. Arnold took a deep breath and, in an attempt to calm himself down, I got carried away. Alright, then let's do the next best thing, Arnold said and grabbed a fistful of gooey flesh of the dead orc and smeared it on Taylor's chest. Within a moment, the blood rune present in the center of his chest started giving off a neon blue light, confirming that Arnold's plan was successful. Transform, Arnold mumbled. Taylor's metallic body started changing as Arnold uttered the word. His body grew bigger, a tough black skin materialized out of thin air and covered him up. Spikes popped out of his back. As time passed he started looking more and more like the demon orc. Name, Talos. Role, Battle Automaton. Form, Demon Orc. One more forms available. 2 forms can be added. Level, 92. Rank, S. Form role, Brawler Berserker. Affinity abilities. Silent Kill active skill. Eternal Rage passive skill. Hardening passive skill. Demon's Will controlling skill. Expand to view one more. HP, 1,200,012,000. Strength STR, 118. Defense Def, 88. Stamina STA, 60. Intelligence INT, 90. Agility AG, 86. Accuracy ACC, 58. Evade DVD, 85. Charisma CHA, damage resistances, none. Condition immunities, exhaustion, frightened, frozen, poisoned, blunt attacks. Weak against fire-based attacks. Your summons cannot be upgraded to achieve a cosmic rank until you, yourself, have ascended to a cosmic level. Arnold was pleased with the results of the transformation. He had finally obtained an S-ranked summon, but more than that he was happy about the next 2 notifications that he received. You've achieved a new title. Name, Master Tamer. This title is achieved by successfully taming monsters of every rank in the human realm from F to S. The monsters you tame after earning this title would be automatically adjusted to this title's effects. Effect: increases the effect of synchronization effects of your summons and allies by 4%. Headhunter Introduction: you've proven your worth to the Immortal One and now your true training begins. Task: hunt down 300 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. Progress: 30,300 monsters hunted. Special completion reward: exclusive title. Looks like I was right. The Headhunter quest only counts the monsters that I slay without the help of my summons. Not only that, slaying cosmic beings seemed to give more points as the counter went up by not 1 but 10 points. At least now I know what I have to do to complete the Headhunter quest. Also, what's that controlling spell Talos has gained? If it is what I'm thinking, then, ho ho ho, I'm in for a treat. It is an ability that will allow me to control any orc or any green-skinned monster squared within a range of 2 kilometers from my location. Talos answered as if he read his master's mind. Talos, inform Alan about the situation and ask him to send a small force to rescue these women. After they are done, you and I are going on a hunt, Arnold said with a smile on his face. His good day had just turned into a great day. Author's note: 1. Xenophobia is the psychological term for fear of the unknown, and people who suffer from it are called xenophobic. 2. I grouped up the goblins, ogres and orcs together and referred them as green-skinned monsters. These are the only monsters that the ability Demon's Will can control and not all the monsters who have green skin. Chapter 142, new addition to the army. By the time Alan and his troops reached the cave, it was way past noon. It took them about 1.5 hours to reach the destination. But when they did, they were both amazed and disturbed at the same time. They were amazed to know that Arnold had managed to kill a type of orc who had never been seen before, but were disturbed after seeing the burnt remains of the orc. A few weak-hearted soldiers even puked over the walls after seeing the gruesome sight. You don't know anything about mercy kill, do you, brother? Alan said as he kicked the head of the dead orc. The damned bastard broke my tooth and I got a bit carried away. Arnold smiled, turned towards the women who were dressed in hazmat suits which covered their weak and naked bodies. So what do you want us to do with them? Alan nodded at their direction. I don't know, maybe feed them, and once they are strong enough then they could do small chores around the base. I was thinking the same thing. Should I ask Amanda to help with this? Sure. Do as you please. By the way, I'm not coming with you guys. There's something I need to take care of. Do you need any help? Should I come along with you? Thanks for the concern, but there's no need, Alan. If you have free time, then you should practice and perfect your skills first. The way you are now, you'll only hold me back, Arnold replied. Suddenly, a woman parted ways with her group and headed towards Arnold, but before she got too close, Alan drew his sword and jumped between them. It's all right, Alan, she won't do anything. Arnold grabbed Alan's arm, telling him to put his sword down. How can I help you? In the half-lit cave, the woman approached him. She was very young, perhaps still a teenager. Alan hesitated but allowed her to step towards Arnold, who looked at her through the visor of the hazmat suit. Her hair was long like it was never been cut, hanging in dusty clusters. Her face was gaunt, a sign of malnutrition. Her brown skin appeared as if gray and her eyes lacked the light that should come with her youth. Despite her legs being thin, her middle was oddly lumpy. She was pregnant with a baby. Most likely it belongs to a monster. If it had been the old country, like it once was, she'd be rushed into a hospital, and showered with medical attention and love. As well, she would have been given whatever her child needed. But this wasn't that world anymore. This world was cruel and uncertain. No one knew what would become of the fetus she was carrying within her womb. Alan was giving him a weird look, as if saying, they had to kill her? But Arnold shook his head. He can't make rushed decisions. Before Arnold could think about it anymore, the woman spoke. Thank you for helping us. There would have been a lot more women like me if you hadn't arrived and saved us. It's too late for me, but please take care of the others. Arnold could see that the woman was desperately fighting to keep her tears back. Maybe she knew what was going to happen to her next. She could have decided not to tell them anything about it, but she did it on her own. Alan nodded. He too understood what the woman was trying to say, and raised his sword, ready to take her down with one clean strike. But Arnold stopped him once again. You can't be serious. Alan burst out. Being kind is a great and all, but what you're doing now is just plain stupid. Arnold didn't reply, but his glare was enough to silence Alan. Deep down, he knew Alan was right. They shouldn't take the risk, but he needed more time to think about the situation because his probability didn't help him much. The only thing it made clear was that the fetus inside the woman's body was no human. It belonged to an unknown species. Maybe if Arnold allowed the fetus to develop more, then the system would be able to recognize what the fetus was and whether it was safe to keep them around or not. You'll stay with us, but our scientists might want to do some experiments on you to make sure it's safe to keep you and your baby around us. If you agree with this condition, then you can come with us, otherwise we'll have to leave you here, Arnold declared. But if things go out of hand, then I won't hesitate to kill you. Is that okay with you, Alan? Yes, sir, Alan replied, but he wasn't satisfied. Upon hearing Arnold's words, the woman bent forward and sank down, holding Arnold's legs with tears in her eyes. Thank you so much. The young woman kept crying inconsolably until the soldiers gently pulled her back and took her away. You think you made the right decision? Alan asked, still upset about Arnold's decision. I do. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Guardian Syndicate, the darkroom was like a place out of time, a place to where the wrong had to face the consequences of their mistakes. The darkness in the room signified that justice is blind. It didn't see nor care about who was being trialed. In a way, the room was a sanctuary of truth, a place to serve justice. This place was known as the home of the Council of 12 Heads. This time they were in the middle of reading the sentence that had been given to one of their own, to the one who was known as Elena White, a former member of the Council of 12 Heads. With all the proof provided to the Council by the Black family, it's clear that the White family misguided the Guardian Syndicate and misused their power for their personal gain. The Chief of Justice, Liv Tempest, spoke with a determined tone. The Council holds them guilty and as a punishment, strips away all of the special authority and provisions that were bestowed upon them until further notice. Further, the Council suggests the Syndicate to terminate all active and inactive contracts that were signed with Troy Industries, and deeply investigate the matter. The council is adjourned. Elena couldn't believe her ears. The punishment essentially meant everyone that belonged to her family would be deported to East America to serve in the military, and she couldn't accept it. She turned to face her loyal family members for some support, but to her shock, no one was in their allotted seats. Unknown to her, most of the people from her family had already joined other families in secret, and those who didn't were missing. To add salt to her injured heart, most of them joined the black family. At that moment she was alone. Her family chose safety over loyalty. Suddenly she started crying and yelling hysterically, cursing the black family, especially Nathan. But no one gave their attention to her as she was dragged out of the room. Justice was served. Chapter 143, New Addition to the Army 2. Do you think you've made a good choice, choosing that human to be your paladin? A black-skinned man, draped in a majestic robe, asked the crimson-skinned woman, who was hiding half of her burnt and dead face with the hoodie attached to her robes. You do remember that he annihilated your last paladin even with overwhelming odds. Immortal One's paladin should not be taken lightly under any circumstance. You worry too much, Surtra squared. The woman replied, her eyes fixed upon the man who was now her paladin. The ex-brigadier general of Zone 4, the one who will enforce her will upon the residents of this planet, that is, if he lives long enough to become her vassal. Right now, he was busy fighting a couple of ogres with just his fists. As a part of his training, we, the lesser gods, are rarely allowed to participate in the game of gods. For such a lively planet, we cannot let them take this world away from us. We have to win this game or else we might not live long enough. And it's only possible if all 5 of the lesser gods join their hands together. Maybe then we can defeat the higher gods, for the first time in millions of years. Yes, we shall be the ones to rule over humans. But what about him, Superscript 1? He hasn't joined us yet. 4 of us can't confront the higher gods. The Immortal One will destroy us all, just like he destroyed the Forgotten. Surtra expressed his worries to Al, who was also known as the goddess of death. She hated Shiva, from the bottom of her soul, because Shiva had killed the love of her life and forbid anyone from ever taking his name again. As usual, no one dared to question Shiva, an entity who was respected like a divine deity even among the higher gods. It all happened millions of years ago, in the realm of gods, when her husband, who was now referred as the Forgotten, started questioning the higher gods about their unfair treatment of the lesser gods in regards of the prayers they received from various worlds across the universe, which was like a power source which gave them the divine powers that they had, essentially meaning the more prayers a god received, the stronger the god will become. Sadly, the lesser gods couldn't directly receive the prayers from the mortal species as they were considered to be the servants of the higher gods and had to live off of whatever the higher gods threw their way. The Forgotten pointed out that it was them, the lesser gods, who did all the work around the universe and were true gods of the universe as they were the ones taking care of various planets. Hence, they should receive a greater share of the prayers, but the higher gods laughed it off and ignored him or gave him vague replies. He simply wasn't important enough for them to waste their time. The Forgotten, then in a fit of rage, demanded the higher gods to give them the respect and prayers that they deserved, or else the lesser gods would revolt against them. She tried to talk some sense into her husband, but sadly, he didn't listen. The lesser god threatened the higher gods. Many gods didn't take it well and began plotting a way to suppress the lesser gods once and for all. The Forgotten knew that a war between gods would disturb the balance of the universe that they had sacrificed their blood and sweat to achieve, and that the higher gods would do anything to prevent that because they won't be able to receive the prayers from the mortals. Due to these facts, the Forgotten expected his demands would be fulfilled in no time, but to his surprise, nothing happened. The higher gods stopped giving them the little bit of power that they have been so far. The Forgotten saw this as an act of war and assembled an army of the lesser gods and prepared for a godly war that would inevitably ended the reign of the higher gods. Little did he know he was doing exactly what the higher gods wanted him to do. By assembling an army he had dug his own grave. The higher gods knew they would have a hard time defeating the lesser gods on their own and thus had planned to do something horrible. This is where Shiva, the sworn protector of the universe had to step in. Shiva had always been ascetic and hence would often spend months, even years at times, to meditate inside the darkest and deepest mountain caves, completely cut off from the rest of the universe. No one was allowed to disturb him while he was in that state. No one except Nandi Cubed, the war god of the Minotaurs and Shiva's most loyal and trusted follower. Even so, Nandi would only disturb Shiva if and only if the hard-earned peace of the universe was threatened by someone. Shiva didn't care about the political matters between the gods and wouldn't help the higher gods for their own gain. Shiva only brandished his weapon if the universe itself was in danger, and the higher gods knew about it. So after the Forgotten had assembled an army, they tried and convinced Nandi that the universe was danger and the Forgotten was the one threatening to destroy the universe. Nandi then hesitantly awoke the Supreme Being from his slumber and walked him through the recent happenings. Enraged by the insolence of a lesser god, Shiva took his trident and left his domain to slay the heretic. No one knew what happened next, but right before the war was about to break out, Shiva reappeared with the Forgotten's severed head fixed on his trident. Thanks to Shiva, the war ended before it started. The higher gods were happy with the outcome, but deep down they were scared of him as well. If somehow Shiva got to know about the lies they had told him and manipulate him into killing the Forgotten and save their sorry assess in the process, no one would be able to save them from the rage of the Immortal One. Thankfully, they didn't have to worry about it. The only ones who could have informed him were the lesser gods, but the strength and rage of Shiva had silenced the lesser gods for good. None of them knew about the true relationship between the higher gods and Shiva and thought since Shiva was a higher god himself, thus he had sided with the higher gods and was helping them. Furthermore, they were already scared out of wits and didn't want to die themselves. So they kept to themselves and refused to talk against with Shiva or any other higher god in that matter. After this conflict, the higher gods gave another nickname to Shiva, Bholanath, meaning the one who is easily fooled and trusts everyone. Sitra and the other lesser gods didn't know that Shiva himself had been tricked into killing the Forgotten and silently started blaming him for their misery. But the revolt had opened the eyes of the higher gods. Now they knew that the lesser gods were dangerous enemies, thus to keep them under control, the higher gods decided to include a selected few among the lesser gods to accompany them in the game of gods, a game which the higher gods used to play among themselves to battle for the worlds that offered them the highest amount of prayers. The winner of this game won the world and would have the royalty over the prayers from that world. This way they could give the lesser gods the opportunity to defeat them and earn prayers for themselves. It was because of this game of gods that the dungeons started popping up on the surface of Earth. The thinking behind it was pretty simple. In face of danger, mortals start offering more and more prayers to the gods, and fear of death and destruction was the best way to force someone to pray. But it was all a scam. No matter what the lesser gods tried to do, they had never won a single world. The higher gods were simply too powerful. Thus the lesser gods hatched a new plan. If we killed off all the paladins of the higher gods, then they would be disqualified from the game. And since the higher gods are forbidden from entering the realm of the mortals, it won't be easy for them to make a new paladin and start over. Thought and smiled. This time, we won't be the ones losing this battle, even if it means going against the Immortal One. The xenoic energy emitted by the higher gods was too much for the mortal realm to handle, and thus the higher gods weren't able to visit the mortal realm. This was also the reason behind the existence of the lesser gods. As they didn't have much xenoic energy, they could freely roam around the mortal realm and take care of the mortals. The mortals then offered prayers to the higher gods, who then paid a small fraction of these prayers to the lesser gods. But if a lesser god became greedy, they killed him or her without any hesitation. That was the truth behind the gods, earth, and monsters. Author's note: 1. In the Poetic Edda, Prose Edda, and Heimskringla, Hel is referred to as a daughter of Loki. Hel is described as having been appointed by the god Odin as ruler of a realm of the same name, located in Niflheim, and is the goddess of death in Norse mythology. Actually, it's said that she's a giant, but I didn't want her to look like that in my novel, so please don't imagine her like that. 2. Surtur is the king of fire in Norse mythology. the lord of the fire giants of the realm of Muspelheim. In the beginning, there was only the blackness of Ginnungagap, and then Set appeared out of the blackness with his flaming sword and touched land, and it lit up and became the realm of fire. I've tried to depict him here as if his fire had burnt out and he's a weak version of the actual Set. 3. Nandi. Nandi is the gate guardian deity of Kailasa, the abode of Lord Shiva. He is usually depicted as a bull. That's why I decided to depict him as a minotaur, because that's the only mythical creature as far as I know which resembles a bull. At last, I hope I didn't offend anyone or any religion, and I'm terribly sorry if I did. This is a work of fiction, so I hope you understand that. Thank you for reading. Chapter 144, Void Travel 1. Outside the cave, Arnold stood with Talos intently watching the trail of dust left behind by Alan and his small group of soldiers as they retreated towards the Alpha base, and immediately headed inside the cave. Once they were out of sight, he still had a way to use the corpse of the demon orc as a source of food for the wyvern egg. Once inside, he quickly opened a portal to his domain and threw the corpse inside it, before stepping inside it himself. The mountain of corpses is growing exponentially. Even though my summons don't have a problem living along with a ton of corpse, I think I should do something about their living arrangement. Arnold thought while scratching his beard. Maybe I should go and visit the church once again. It should be big enough to house a couple of monsters, right? I should ask Alice about it when I'm done with other things here. Duke, come here a second. Arnold called the golem who had been with him for the longest and moved towards the mountain of corpses. Arnold then pointed at the corpse of the Black Troll Chieftain. You still have a transformation slot left, right? Since golems couldn't speak, Duke nodded in agreement with his master. Good. Then absorb and transform into the Troll Chieftain and practice shooting with his crossbow. The crossbow is next to his corpse. He'll make you a better crossbow and arrows from the spikes of the dead orc later. Okay. The golem happily nodded once again and used his blood rune to absorb the monster. So far Duke had already acquired 2 forms, first one being the Undead Reaper, and the second one being one of the behemoths that Arnold had encountered during their time in the trans-dimensional dungeon. Absorbing the troll's form would fill all the slots of Duke's transformation blood rune, because unlike the blood runes attached to Talos and Cerberus, who could absorb and take up to 4 forms, Duke's blood rune allowed him to absorb only 3 forms. If Arnold wanted Duke to transform into a monster apart from these 3 monsters, he'd have to make Duke delete one of the pre-existing forms to do so. But Arnold doubted he'll need to do something like that for some time. After successfully absorbing the form of the troll, Duke immediately transformed into his newly acquired form. Name, Duke. Role, Frost Golem. Form, Black Troll Mutated Being. 2 more forms available. 0 forms can be added. Level, 88. Rank, A+. Form role, Tank Marksman. Affinity abilities. Uproot active skill. Fury Stomp active skill. Hardening active skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP, 90,009,000. Strength STR, 91. Defense Def, 85. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 60. Agility AG, 63. Accuracy ACC, 55. Evade DVD, 24. Charisma CHA, damage resistances, ice-based attacks, condition immunities, exhaustion, frightened, frozen, poisoned, weak against, bludgeoning attacks, fire, and piercing attacks. Your summons cannot be upgraded to achieve a cosmic rank until you, yourself, have ascended to a cosmic level. It's good. Now I have someone who can deal long-range damage to my enemies. However, I'll have to make a crossbow and arrows for him to use because I can't modify the troll's crossbow. The moment he'll touch it, it'll disintegrate. Luckily I have both the time as well as resources to do so. Arnold thought and turned around. You can change back now, or you could do a target practice and get yourself acquainted with the weapon, while I'm out. The golem nodded and picked up the crossbow. He wasn't going to waste a single moment and went to master the of shooting with whatever crude arrows the troll carried with him. Arnold then went to Alice to inquire about the building that the church had used as its headquarters. I see. It's very noble of you to think about your summons, and yes, we did remodel the building so that it could accommodate around 500 people, but it would be difficult for Dread and Asterios to settle inside that building as they are quite huge. Alice replied. She was right, and even Arnold knew that. Dread and Asterios were especially big, and hence Arnold would need to think about some other way to comfortably accommodate them in the void. After attending to a few other matters, Arnold stepped out of the portal, Talos at his toes. Time to tame some beasts. No, you're doing it wrong. Control your strength. You don't always have to kill your enemies, sometimes you need to capture them alive, so you need control your strength. Arnold stood back as Asterios fought with a small group of ogres that they stumbled upon while they were on their way to the church. Behind Arnold stood 8 ogres and 2 goblins, silently witnessing Asterios slaughtering their kin. Initially, the group had 8 ogres and 12 goblins and mindlessly charged at Arnold and Talos. Arnold could have easily dispatched them on his own, but he decided it was a good opportunity to try to train his summons, especially the strong ones like Asterios, who had the ability to one-shot their enemies. Arnold didn't want to lose the ogres, that's why he already instructed Talos to control them and a couple of goblins before he summoned Asterios out. Arnold decided to train his summons as he knew in future he was going to battle stronger and stronger enemies like the demon orc, who could be added as his summons, which would then indirectly increase Arnold's battle power. But the way his last couple of fights ended, he doubted if he'd be able to do what he was planning to. He couldn't resurrect either the demon orc or the black troll chieftain because they were damaged beyond recovery. Yes, he had the transformation blood rune, but their slots are limited. Although he could reset them, it was still a pain to do so frequently, and one could never know when and where would he a specific type of summon to do a task. That's why it was necessary for him and his summons to control their strength. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. Asterios was like a minotaur on steroids. It was very difficult for him to control his strength, and having an overpowered weapon didn't help him either. Don't go for their heads until and unless you want to kill them. If you want to capture them, then you should preferably go for their lower body or legs. Arnold instructed Asterios after he smashed a goblin's head with his hammer. Asterios looked back momentarily and gave Arnold a thumbs up, before viciously swinging his abnormally large hammer towards a goblin's stomach. His single attack blasted the goblin into the air like a baseball. The goblin kept flying until he was slammed into the wall of an abandoned building. The goblin's blood and flesh got splattered all over the wall. This guy. I teach him one thing and he forgets everything else I taught him before. Arnold smacked his head and let out a heavy sigh. You know what? Just drop the hammer. Asterios looked at Arnold as if he was telling him, but I don't want to. Asterios finally let it go once he saw the annoyed look on Arnold's face. The hammer, nearly as tall as the one who had been using it, dropped to the ground and unexpectedly made a small pit around the hammer's head. Asterios then started fighting against the goblins using his limbs and head. Asterios' strength was still a bit overwhelming for the goblins, but he managed to hold back a bit, and not one-shotting the goblins until one of the retarded goblins decided to use the hammer against the Minotaur. Arnold saw this but didn't do anything. Why? Because he knew it would take the goblin 100 years before he'd be able to wield it. The hammer was simply too big for the goblin to use, but it didn't matter to Asterios whether the goblin could wield it or not. He was pissed. How did the heck a goblin dare to touch his weapon? He released all the strength that he had been holding within himself upon a lone and pitiful goblin. The goblin died a quick and painless death. The moment Asterios' fist touched the goblin's head, it splattered into bits and pieces. Overkill much? This was the only thing which crossed Arnold's mind. Alright, I'll give you that one, no need to get pissed about it now. Try not to one-shot the others though. Arnold tried to calm down the raging Minotaur, who now refused to let go of his prized weapon. Looks like this will take some time. Arnold then turned towards the monsters that were standing behind him like his bodyguards and pointed at the 2 goblins and one of the ogres. You and you, go and check out whether there are any more monsters around the church or not. However, the monsters didn't budge from their spot. like they couldn't hear what Arnold was instructing them to do. "Oh right, I forgot they don't listen or obey my orders." "Talos, could you?" Arnold looked at Talos, who was in his newly obtained demon orc form. Unlike Talos' animate dead ability, under which every resurrected being could be controlled by Arnold, Demon's will didn't work like that. The green-skinned monsters under the influence of the ability would only obey their master, who was Talos. "Yes, Master." Talos then said something to the monsters in the Orcish tongue, and the monsters immediately departed towards the church. Chapter 145. Void travel to the air that had been flowing violently on the previous day had lost all of its momentum and was still as if it had obtained eternal peace and calmness, yet was content enough to meander at its own pace. The soothing winds welcomed the ember glow of the sky with open arms. The sun, slowly but surely, sank through the surface of Earth. During this time, a man was standing in front of a building. He was surrounded by a horde of hundreds of different types of monsters, beasts, humans, and robots. The horde contained from monsters as tall and strong as a titan, to as small as a wolf. If someone saw this scene, they would immediately run away from there, screaming for help. But the monsters weren't going to do any harm to anyone until and unless it was their master's will. It was none other than Arnold and his army of summons, standing in front of the building that was once the headquarters of the Church of Chaos. "Is everyone out of the void?" Arnold asked Talos, who was still in his demon orc form. "Yes, Master. Everyone apart from Natasha, as per your request." Talos replied. Arnold had called his summons out of the void because he didn't want the building to collapse on them, and destroy them. As it was his first time doing something like this, he took all the precautions that he could. Everyone and everything inside the void had been brought outside, apart from two things: Natasha, the perverted succubus, and the pile of corpses, for obvious reasons. If Natasha got out of the void, Arnold would have lost the power to control that was granted to him by his domain, and have to kill her inevitably, which would then lead to him wasting his time, which was an obvious no-go. Plus, even if she got destroyed while Arnold sent the building inside his domain, it wouldn't have affected him much, as he never actually used her in battle. Not till he figured out of a way to control her outside the domain. Secondly, if he brought the pile of corpses outside of the void, they would have immediately started to rot, and Arnold didn't know how long it would take him to transfer the building inside his void, and he didn't want the precious corpses to rot even a bit. Hence, he thought it was better if the corpses stayed inside the domain throughout the procedure. However, as a precaution, he did order his summons to make a smaller group of corpses out of the huge pile and scatter them around the void so that the probability of all of the corpses getting crushed was reduced. Then he called everyone out of the void. After confirming that everyone was out of the void, Arnold set his plan into motion. Arnold activated his skill, and within a blink of an eye, a large black circle appeared at his feet, which continuously expanded until it covered the building in its entirety. Although Arnold had opened a lot of portals before in his life, he had never even tried to open a portal having such a massive size. The sheer size of the portal was overwhelming everyone around it. But all was not well. Soon heavy beads of sweat rolled down his face. A trickle of blood ran down his nose. The pressure he felt on his body due to activating such a huge portal was beyond Arnold's imagination. But he didn't give up and kept going at it, refusing to stop until the task was done, and slowly his efforts started showing their colors. The building slowly started sinking into the enormous dark hole. "Come on. Move faster." Arnold gritted his teeth. His face was as red as the sun was barely over the horizon, as if even the sun wanted to see the spectacle of Arnold's commitment to the task. The trees surrounding the church were the first things to fall inside the portal, while the garage was the first part of the building that was consumed by the void. Slowly, the Tostor-aid building was swallowed up by the void in its entirety, as if the building never existed there. The portal collapsed as soon as the terrace of the church went into the void. Arnold was lying on his back, panting heavily, thick beads of sweat continuously drenching him. Blood coming out of his nose had dried up, It felt as if his strength had been thrust out of his body. Alice immediately ran towards him and started utilizing spells to restore his stamina and strength. "Thanks, Alice," Arnold mumbled as Duke helped him back on his legs. "Let's go and see whether the building is our rig." The sudden appearance of a notification on his interface interrupted Arnold. "I leveled up a skill, but I didn't even use my potential points, and even if I had it wouldn't be enough to level up any skill of mine." Arnold thought and opened the interface. Holy Mother of Jesus. I didn't know this ability could have been leveled up as well. The words escaped from Arnold's mouth even before he could realize it. You've upgraded the ability Void Domain. You've unlocked a bonus effect, Void Travel, an additional effect gained after upgrading the ability Void Domain for the first time. This bonus effect allows you to open a portal which can be used to travel to somewhere within a moment, no matter how far the location is, as long as you or your summons or you allies have traveled to that place and stayed there for more than 6 hours. Rank S. Mana cost 3000 Use. Cooldown 1 hour. Arnold was speechless. He didn't why or how it happened, but he wasn't going to complain about it. In fact, his mind was tingling to use it, and he soon got the opportunity to do so. Alan contacted him through his communicator. Arnold quickly received the call. "Yeah? Ananda is looking for you. You said you'll be back in a few hours, but the sun is about to go down and you're still not here." "Geez, dude. What are you? My girlfriend?" "I'm already back." Arnold barely managed to hold his grin. "What? Where are you?" "In my room. Where else?" "I see. Maybe I should checked the first. I went to the garage. The Humvee wasn't there, so I thought you weren't back." "Yeah, the car broke down after I got back, so I told Talos and the others to repair it." "Alright, see you in a while." Alan disconnected the call. "Alright guys, let's move." Arnold said opened a portal to his domain which was as big as the one he had used to devour the building, but surprisingly, this time, he didn't feel stress over his body like he has felt before. "You guys go and check everything in the inside, and T2, take the Humvee with you as well." "Yes, Master." T2 replied and drove the Humvee inside the portal, while the others followed him. Once everyone was inside, Arnold closed the portal and opened another one, but this time the portal was much smaller than the previous one, and rather than being black, it was surprisingly crimson in color. This was the travel portal, while the black one was called the domain portal. Arnold unhesitatingly walked through the portal, as the redness of the sun disappeared from the sky. Chapter 146, Into the Swamps 1R. Home sweet home. Arnold mumbled as the travel portal collapsed behind him. He arrived inside his room. Inside the workshop, he quickly took off his hazmat suit and went inside to shower. This shit actually works. I can only wonder what kind of possibilities this ability has brought with itself, and the best thing about it, Void Travel is in cooldown. You can use this skill again in 59 hours 46 minutes. It's slow cooldown. I can freely travel to anywhere around the world, as long as I've been there before. The only downside is its mana cost, but it doesn't matter much. I already have more mana than what I can use. He turned the knob of the shower and started washing his hair and face. He didn't have the time to go for his full routine as Amanda and Alan were waiting for him, and the way Alan talked over the communicator felt like they wanted to talk about something important. Still, he felt like a kid on Christmas. There were so many things he could do with this additional effect of the Void Domain. He could now freely travel across the wastelands, or he could visit Nicholas in Brazil. He still had some unfinished business with the White Wolves, but then he was sure Nicholas would have already taken care of that, as he was now the president of Brazil and not the father of the guild master of that guild. Also, Nicholas wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to F around him or his students. Regardless, Arnold was planning to go to Brazil and meet Nicholas again someday. He could only imagine how Nicholas would react after seeing him, or if he would react at all. Nicholas was someone no one could know what he was thinking about. He once again turned the knob of the shower and the water stopped flowing at once. He wiped the remaining water off his body using a towel and stepped out of the shower, still thinking about his new ability. The more he thought about it, the more diverse its applications became. It was clearly more than just a traveling ability, and Arnold could think of various tactical uses of void travel as well. For example, if he was losing in a fight, he could use the portal to retreat to somewhere and recover while waiting for the cooldown to get over, or he could use the skill for an element of surprise and sneak up on his enemies, or he could also attack an enemy when they expected the least. As he had already said, the possibilities were endless with this ability, and he couldn't wait to try the ability in those scenarios. He quickly put on a black shirt and blow-dried his hair before tying it up in half-up style by tying the hairs on top and back of his head as a man bun and left the sides as they were. This was the style he generally preferred. It looked classy yet stopped the hairs from interfering with his day-to-day activities. Author's note: if confused about the hairstyle, it's the same as the one Chris Hemsworth had in his turn as Thor and Thor: The Dark World. As he was dreaming about the things he could do with his ability, Alan came knocking on his door. "Brother, you in there?" Alan asked through the door. "For the last time, I'm not your brother," Arnold replied as he opened the door. "There you are." "Come on, we got whoa, dude, you sure Chinese?" Alan asked, desperately trying to hold back his laugh. "What are you getting at?" Arnold didn't want to indulge in Alan's weird games, nor did he have the time for that. Alan only chuckled and pointed towards Arnold's crotch with his eyes. It was then Arnold realized what was wrong. In his excitement of thinking of ways to use void travel, he had forgotten to wear anything to cover his below. He did warp a towel around his waist, but it had slipped away and Arnold hadn't noticed it until Alan pointed it out. However, Arnold wasn't embarrassed in the least. He had been naked in front of a fire-breathing wyvern, and a lesser god after that during his trial, so he couldn't care less about Alan seeing his junk. Still, he quickly squatted down, grabbed the towel, and warped it around his waist once again. "Way to embarrass yourself, brother." Alan finally gave up and started laughing like a maniac. "Embarrassed? For what?" "Not the first man who has seen this. Wait, I didn't mean it like that." What Arnold had wanted to say was that people and a few other beings have already seen him naked, so he wasn't embarrassed, but instead what he said had a whole another meaning. Alan started laughing even harder than before Arnold realized what he had just said. "So, do you mean you're interested in guys?" "Well, I've never seen you with a girl either, so that would make sense." "Good for you, brother, and congratulations. You're finally out of the closet." "I'm just thinking what would've happened if Amanda came to fetch you instead of me." "Ha ha ha. I'll kill you. If I hear another sound coming out of your mouth, I'll kill you." Arnold flipped him off and turned around. Embarrassment finally got through his thick skin. "Wait here till I get changed into something." As promised, not a sound came out of Alan's mouth. "I'm telling you. Not a word about it to else, or..." Arnold reminded Alan once again. "Don't worry, brother, your secret is safe with me. My lips are sealed until your towel betrays you again." Alan said and tried his hardest to control himself, but he couldn't and started laughing once again. But he was about to regret that. Arnold smacked the back of his head so hard that he almost fell on the ground. "Ouch. What was that for?" Alan complained, caressing his head. "For not keeping your mouth shut." It was Arnold's turn to laugh now. "By the way, what was it that you guys wanted to talk to me about?" "It still hurts." "What did you ask?" "What was it that you guys wanted to talk to me about?" "And stop your drama, I didn't even hit you hard enough." "Ah. It was something about a conference or something which is going to be held next month in California, and Nathan invited you for that as a representative of Zone 4. He also wanted to personally talk with you, and since we don't have a secure and verified communication channel in the workshop, hence you'll have to use the one in Amanda's office. He could've just called me on my communicator. Information related to the military are not allowed to be done on personal channels." "I thought you know that." "I didn't. Apart from that, is this a regular thing?" "The conference?" "Yes. Happens every year. Usually, the Brigadier General went to these conferences, but since you're here now, you'll have to go." "However, this time they have scheduled the meeting earlier than usual." "What do you mean by earlier than usual?" "Did something happen?" "Usually the conference room place in November, but the syndicate has postponed out this year to September. So yeah, I think something's wrong. Interesting, by the way. Have you ever been to West America after all this happened? Arnold asked Alan out of the blue. Yeah, when the outbreak happened, all of us had to move. If I remember correctly, we were living near the building which is now the headquarters of the syndicate. And for how long were you there? I'd say a couple of months before, until that tramp ordered me and most of the others to be thrown away back to East America to defend them. That man was a genius. Forced a bunch C rankers to protect the people who were mostly B rank or above. Big brain move. But why are you asking all this now? It's nothing, just curious. Arnold gave a half-hearted reply. You don't sound much curious. Either way, we're here, Alan informed Arnold, but he didn't reply. A single text revolved inside his mind. Void travel can be used to travel to somewhere within a moment. As long as you or your summons or you allies have traveled to that place and stayed there for more than 6 hours. What are you saying? I'm super curious about it. Arnold smiled and entered the room. Inside the dimly lit room, Amanda was talking with someone through a huge screen. As Arnold stepped closer, he recognized the owner of the voice which was coming through speakers. It was Nathan. "I'm here," Arnold informed the gossiping duo. "Heard you wanted to talk to me." "Ah yes," Nathan said as Arnold entered in his view. "Brigadier General, could you give us a moment?" "Of course, sir." Amanda saluted the two of them and left immediately. Alan followed her suit. Nathan started speaking again once they had left the room. "So Arnold, or I should say Section Chief Arnold Ling, it is my pleasure to invite you for the 5th annual conference against crisis. Blah blah blah, you get the gist. I can't do this official crap for so long. This tie is too tight, let me just." Arnold silently watched Nathan, while he proceeded to rip off the tie from his suit. "Ah, much better. Mind telling me where the hell you've been this entire day?" "You know what, don't tell me. I have too many questions to ask you either way and the time is limited, so let's get straight to business. We have some info regarding the swamps, but I can't share it with you through this secured communications channel for obvious reasons. So what do you want me to do? I can't enter West America until— I know. That's why the syndicate has granted you special permission to enter West America. I'm sending a chopper. It should reach the by tomorrow and then by the evening you'll be here. We'll be able to talk freely then. Forget about the chopper. Are you free tonight? Yes I am, but then send me the address and end the communication. I'll see you in a couple of hours. But how will you get here so fast? I have my ways. Chapter 147. Into the swamps 2. Now there shouldn't be any problem for you. Nathan sent his address to Arnold along with a copy of the digitally signed document which permitted Arnold to enter West America. Alright then, well, see you in a bit. See you in a bit. Arnold smiled and disconnected the call. The dimly lit room got bright immediately. Arnold walked out of the room to see Amanda and Alan, waiting for him outside, eager to know what their section chief and the general of the armies had been talking about. Well, truth be told, Amanda was eager, and Alan didn't give a shit, because he knew if Arnold thought there was a need to tell him something, he will. "What did you guys talk about?" Amanda asked Arnold as soon as he walked out of the room. "I knew you'd be interested in it." Arnold thought, I may not be a mind reader, but I do know how to read someone's face. Obviously, Arnold didn't want to tell her about anything, because he still didn't trust her much, so he told her what he had already prepared for her. "Oh, nothing much. He just wanted to officially invite me to the conference, and after that, we talked about some stupid old things that we did before all this happened. As it was all so embarrassing, that's why he asked both of you to leave. You know, he needs to take care of his public image, right?" "Oh yes. It's very important, especially during these times." Amanda waved her hand in the air. "So what are you planning to do?" "I'm thinking you'll go to sleep." I think she meant, "What are you planning to do with those women I brought here?" Alan interjected, clearly still upset about Arnold's decision to not kill that pregnant woman right then and there. "Just give them some space to sleep and some food. Get them checked for diseases. Oh, I almost forgot. Keep that pregnant girl in solitary confinement until we know what inside her. Clear, Crystal? Both of them simultaneously replied. All right then, I'm off to bed. Good night and don't overwork yourselves, Arnold said and left for his room inside the workshop. In his dark bedroom, he silently laid on his bed, curiously looking at the bland ceiling. The sun had already gone to sleep, and the moon had conquered the sky, along with an army of 1 billion stars. It was a perfect night to go for a walk, but Arnold had to patiently wait for something inside his room. Void travel is in cooldown. You can use this skill again in 39 hours 27 minutes. He had to wait for the cooldown to hit 0 so that he could leave for West America. What should I do to pass the time? Let's just go inside my domain. Nothing's happening here, either way. Also, time flows faster there, so that's a plus point, and I also want to check up on how things are inside. Alright, it's decided then. Arnold jumped off his bed and went inside his domain, but what he saw there took him by surprise. The building was alright, it hadn't been destroyed or damaged from any angle. Maybe everyone was already inside, as no one was to be seen apart from the pile of corpses that had once again been grouped together to form a mountain. Only this time it was thrown at the far end of his domain. Even Asterios and Dread were missing. Maybe they somehow managed to get inside the building? But this wasn't the thing that surprised him. It was the presence of electricity inside the building which took him by surprise. How the hell is there power inside here? Arnold asked the undead warrior who was standing next to the door, but he didn't reply. Oh right. You guys can't speak. My bad. Mind telling me where Talos, Alice and others are? The undead warrior immediately pointed up, so Arnold went further inside the building, to go to the upper floors using the stairs. The building itself was huge. Arnold felt like the building had grown a bit since the last time he saw it and was even bigger than before. However, it was just his imagination. But he felt like that because the building was a lot less crowded than before. Anyways, Arnold went upstairs. His summons was scattered everywhere around the building and greeted him when they saw him. With their help, it wasn't much difficult to find someone to answer his questions. Mind telling me what's going on here? Arnold's voice echoed through the almost empty corridor, where Talos, Bad Breath and Alice were chatting among themselves. And where are Dread and Asterios? Allow me to explain. Alice chirped around them before anyone else could have said anything. With Talos' help, we were able to convert xenoic energy generated from beast crystals into electrical energy. It was a tiring process, but we did it and now we have electricity. Awesome, right? You guys used the beast crystals without my permission? Corners of Arnold's mouth twitched as he heard Alice utter those words. Don't worry, Master. Talos stepped in on the conversation and reassured Arnold, I didn't use a single rare beast crystal. In fact, the only beast crystals I used were the white and green ones, which we got after slaying low-rank beasts last night. The rare crystals are still safe and sound within the armory that this building had. We also stored all of our necessary pieces of equipment there as well so that we could be battle-ready at all times. You guys are a bit too much. Arnold smiled. But do tell me more about the crystals and energy. Author's note. I know some of you will get confused about the ranking based on the colors of beast crystals, so I'm including a table here for your convenience. Type of monster: color of beast crystal. E-ranked monster white, D-ranked monster green, C-ranked monster blue, B-ranked monster yellow, A-ranked monster red, S-ranked monster purple, SS-ranked monster black. Please note that it doesn't necessarily mean that an SS-rank monster will always give black beast crystal. They might also give any of the other lower ranking crystals as well. The table only shows that the probability of getting black beast crystal is highest in SS ranked beast. This is similar for the other ranks as well, as an S ranked monster can give red beast crystal as well, and won't always give a purple one. Also, this table is only valid for normal monsters and not cosmic beings. So please don't get confused about it. I hope this was helpful. Chapter 148, into the swamps. 3. You used the lowest quality crystals to generate enough energy to power up a building this big. I don't even think anyone knows about this even in theory. I've never heard about it anywhere either, so I think this knowledge is exclusive to us. Arnold was amazed by Taylor's intelligence and utility. He felt a proud father whose son won the Nobel Prize in physics or chemistry or whatever. He was just happy. The answer is yes and no. Taylor's replied. What do you mean by yes and no? While I indeed used white and green beast crystals to power up this building, they don't much energy in their raw form and can't be used to generate enough electricity to power up this entire building. Taylor's explained it to Arnold and the others, however, only Arnold and Alice were listening to him intently. Bad Breath tried to involve himself in the conversation, but he simply lacked the intelligence to understand much about it. More like he didn't care about it. He was just happy that they now had electricity inside the dark void. I see. So what did you do? Arnold asked yet another question. He was invested too much in this. This idea had the potential to take them into a different place entirely. Although he was just informed about it and didn't know much, he could still inform Nathan about Taylor's findings so that this could be implemented on a larger scale. Arnold knew the true worth of the discovery Taylor's had made, and it was just the type of thing which would place America back on the world map. A new pollution-free source of energy. Happy hippies. I simply fused them together to increase their rarity along with their xenoic energy. Taylor's answered back. You did what? Arnold was a bit confused about it now. Yes, Dread and I, in my demon orc form, poured all of our strength into forcing the beast crystals together. With Alice's strength and stamina boosting support spells and Bad Breath's lightning, we managed to superheat the crystals and they ended up fusing together. As Alice already said, it was a tiring process, but in the end, it was worth it. After achieving success for the first time, we kept repeating the process again and again till we formed a bunch of red beast crystals. We did not stop there and kept trying again and again, but sadly couldn't fuse the red beast crystals into a purple one. So in the end, we used a handful red crystals to power up the generator that the other automatons made while we were busy fusing the best crystals. It's still a prototype, but as you can see, it works well. Upon the mention of his name, Bad Breath smirked as if he was the only one who could have done so, while Alice remained as calm as always. She was just glad that she could help in any way or form possible. However, Taylor's explanation raised further questions about his discovery. Are the crystal you fused together the same as the ones found naturally? I mean inside the monsters, or there's some difference between them? Also, how did you come to know that the crystals could be fused together and used in such a manner? I don't think you just had an arbitrary thought about it all. Arnold kept coming up with questions. He was just invested too much to care about the time anymore, for something that would greatly benefit America. Nathan could wait for some more time. Obviously it isn't similar to the beast crystals found inside the body of the monsters. It might be impossible for an artificially made thing to be compared with a natural resource. It'd say that, at best, the crystals we made contained only about 80% energy that's found in a natural red crystal. Taylor's explained everything as if he was teaching to a group of primary school students. As for your second question, Master, the demon orc you battled wasn't that strong when the battle between them and us began. He was just a mutated orc king having powerful abilities, but that was it. And then suddenly he did something that made him evolve even further. Upon hearing the word evolve, even Bad Breath, who hadn't been serious about the conversation, instantly became interested in it. What did he do? Arnold asked. Do you remember the dead orcs that were concentrated in a particular area with their necks being ripped apart? Yes, I thought it was a bit weird since you guys wouldn't have done something like that even to a monster. The Orc King bit onto their necks, killing them instantly, and swallowed a part of their neck. I think you are aware of the fact that the neck of humanoid monsters is the place where their beast crystal is located. Arnold completed Taylor's statement. So saying that he evolved after eating beast crystals of his own kind? Yes, Master. But not only did he evolve physically, but he also evolved mentally and hence gained the ability to communicate through human language. But how come he got so strong in such a small time frame, whereas you people took so much time to fuse them together? At least I think it took a while for you people, right? Yes. It took time for us to fuse the crystals together. I think it depends upon the metabolism of the monsters. Stronger the metabolism is, the quicker it will absorb the beast crystal and hence stronger will it become. At least this is what I think. Thankfully we have acquired some living specimen whom I can experiment on and see whether what I'm thinking is correct or not. And if all went well, then maybe we could even use the same method to make ourselves evolve as well. Talos presented his hypothesis in front of Arnold and the others. Will it work on humans as well? It could, but considering how different the metabolism and physique of monsters and humans are, it might not be effective and in the worst case scenario, could even kill someone. Talos replied, what about a human who has a monster inside her? Master, not trying to suggest. Talos, you may think my intentions are pure, but they are. You said that eating beast crystals evolved the monster mentally, so maybe if the fetus absorbs enough crystals and gains some sort of intelligence and other values, then maybe, just maybe we could raise the monster kid as a human being. Don't you think we should at least try to do something to help the mother as well as research more about the beast crystals at the same time? Just imagine a beast having the intelligence as well as the moral values of a human. The possibilities could be endless. Arnold didn't need to persuade Talos into doing anything. All he needed to do was to give just one command and Talos would have to do whatever Arnold said. But it didn't feel right to Arnold. That's why he decided to persuade Talos instead of ordering him to do so. You do have a point. It could be a revolutionary step if it worked, and if it didn't, well, then we already know what we have to do. Alice reassured Talos, who looked at Bad Breath, and he too agreed with Alice and Arnold. After seeing everyone's reactions, Talos finally gave in. Then I shall do as the master wishes. Thank you, Talos. And now you guys have fun. I have to go somewhere and I'm already late, Arnold said and left the domain. Chapter 149, Meet Up, Into the Swamp. Shark 4. In the silent evening of the day, there was no one on the rooftop of one of the oldest and most glorious buildings in California, apart from an old security guard who appeared to be smoking while reading a newspaper. All of his youth had been wasted away either by doing odd jobs or chasing after women. Although he had been successful in doing the latter, he couldn't maintain a relationship with any of his escapades, and in his old age, he had no one who could take care of him, no children, no wife, no family. But still he was happy with who he was. However, there was something he wanted more than anything else. A last adventure before he retired. Tomorrow. Nothing gives him the thrill like chasing after a thief or protecting someone's life. Sigh, what am I even thinking about? Nothing exciting has happened here in almost half a decade, and I'm wishing to get some action a few hours before my retirement. The watchman mumbled to himself, still hoping to get a last dose of excitement before his retirement. Ever since America got divided into East America and West America, the crime rate of West America had declined sharply. Crimes like theft, mugging, sexual assaults etc. became kind of non-existent. This decline too was a product of the partition and happened due to the following reasons. 1. Only respectable and honored people were allowed to live in West America, and hence there weren't many people left to commit crimes in the first place. And 2. There was a single punishment for anyone who dared to commit a crime, and that was banishment. Many considered it to be a harsh punishment, but it was necessary, and it was given regardless of how big or small the crime was. Most of the people living there had to work hard to get where they were right now, and hence didn't wanted to do something that would get them thrown out of the safety of the western region, not even by mistake. This law was also implemented because the syndicate already had their hands filled with dealing monsters. They simply didn't have the time to handle petty criminals as well. So this banishment rule was set up after debating for some time. Sadly, even with the strict laws, No one could stop the few from trying, and these people ended up getting banished now and then. Just let me witness something exciting for the last time, the watchman sighed heavily. Just then the air in front of his eyes started warping in weird shapes, and soon a weird human-sized, crimson-colored circle appeared out of nowhere. Thinking that it might be a monster attack, the watchman quickly reached for his trusted sword, only to realize he had left it downstairs. He wanted to warn the others, but the portal in front of him got bigger and bigger. Something was about to come out of that thing, and he couldn't risk the lives of the others. The old man cursed himself, and slammed the terrace door shut, while he grabbed his torch in his hands like a baton, ready to charge at whatever or whoever came out of that thing. It wasn't clear, but the guard was willing to bet it was a monster. After all, what else could come out of a portal? Something finally appeared out of the portal, and the old man fearlessly charged at the creature, wildly swinging his 12 inches long flashlight at his unknown target. Finally, one last adventure. The rooftop was dark, and not only the old man missed the only change to knock out his enemy, but he also couldn't even control his momentum and went racing towards the railing of the roof. He was about to knock himself off the roof, to his certain death, when suddenly someone grabbed the collar of his uniform and pulled him back, saving his life. The watchman fell on the ground with a thud. His flashlight rolled off his hands and lit up. He hesitantly turned around, hoping to see a horrifying monster, but instead, he saw the face of a man who was standing behind him. As the crimson portal slowly disappearing behind him, the man had walked out of the portal, wearing a black, neatly pressed, three-piece suit, the kind you only see on high-priced lawyers or the people who worked for the syndicate. The man pulled the watchman back onto the terrace with a single sweep, his eyes settling on nothing. He just kept looking around his surroundings. The watchman was about to ask him who he was, but the stranger was quicker than him. "Would you be kind enough to tell me which city are we in right now?" Arnold smiled as he helped the watchman back to his feet. "Los Angeles," the guard blurted out after some effort. "Looks like I've arrived in the right place," Arnold thought as he gazed over the city of angels. From up there, Arnold felt like he was looking down at the world. He could see everything, from the trees and the flowers to the sea and the many busy people going on about the night. He could even see the famous Griffith Observatory in the distance, as well as the world-famous Hollywood sign. The city was the polar opposite of what he had seen in the wastelands. It was like nothing had happened there at all. Nighttime is when the city reveals its essence. It was something Arnold had always believed in. But there was an edge to the nights here also, a weird loneliness. Or perhaps it was more accurate to call it a dispersion, a quality of letting go. He wasn't talking about the nightlife, but rather about the life of the night. A weird sense of fulfillment filled Arnold's body. Until he looked at the watchman and the police officers who were talking about him. "Looks like I startled a poor old man. He nearly died because of me, although it was him who charged at me, and I only did what anyone would have done to dodge Sumion's attack." Arnold sighed heavily. "I didn't think he'd find someone as soon as I got here." "Well, it's good that he called an officer here. It saved me a lot of trouble." Once the watchman regained his demeanor, he immediately called the police emergency helpline and reported everything to them. It seemed to Arnold that the watchman was a man of character, as he didn't hide anything from them and informed the police about how Arnold saved his life as well. Arnold could have just disappeared from there and the watchman couldn't have done anything, but he wanted all of this to be processed legally so that he could be on his way in no time. Thus once the police arrived, he immediately showed them the letter Nathan had sent him, and right now they were in the middle of verifying it. While Arnold gazed around the lively city. "Looks like it's all good here, but next time try to use a verified means of transport." The officer handed Arnold's communicator watch back to him. "A car is waiting for you downstairs that would drive you to the HQ of the Guardian Syndicate." "Sure, officer." "Sorry for the trouble." Arnold shook their hands and together took the lift with them. Arnold walked out of the lobby of the building along with the officers and the old watchman, and just like the officers had informed him, a car was waiting for him outside the building. But it wasn't just any car. It was a black 2021 Dodge Challenger. Its gates were flung open as Arnold took a step towards it, and out of it came Nina. "I'll take over from here, officers," she said. "As your wish, ma'am." The officers saluted her and immediately went away. Once they were earshot, Nina spoke once again. "Nice suit. It's good to see you in decent clothes and not your cosplay stuff, for once." She sniggered and got inside the car. "Well, it was the only suit I could wear other than this one was a hazmat suit, so yeah, no more cosplaying." "Although it's quite disappointing that you're not wearing your yoga pants anymore," Arnold joked and made himself comfortable on the passenger seat. "Nice ride, by the way." "Really infatuated by my yoga pants, aren't you?" Nina smiled and revved up the engine a bit. "And yes, she's a nice ride. Sadly she ain't mine." "Then whose? Wait, let me guess. Johnny." "Ding ding ding." "Right, and you've won nothing." Nina smiled as the car drove off. "So he's here as well?" "Nah, he had to go away on a mission along with Colt and a few others, so I'm taking care of his car for a while." "But enough chit-chat about the car," Nina said. "Mind telling me, how the hell did you end up on the rooftop of that building?" "Nathan told us you won't be arriving until the day after tomorrow, and the next thing I know, I'm told to pick you up from a random building." "Well, let's just say I got an ability to travel around faster." He slyly smiled, because he knew what Nina was about to say. "Damn. Another ability? Are you kidding me? How many abilities do you have now?" "I don't know. Maybe a dozen or maybe more." "You, brother and sister duo, just never cease to amaze me. On average, a human only has about 67 abilities, but both of you are on a different scale. Even Johnny doesn't have more than 12 abilities, I think. But Nicole has more than abilities than him, so." "Whoa, Nicole has more abilities than Johnny?" "Yeah, or that's what I assume, because the stronger you are, the more abilities you have, right? And she's stronger than him." "If that would've been true, then he'll be the king of the world." Arnold mumbled. "Did you say something?" "No, I just wondering how did Nicole get so strong in so little time?" Arnold replied and got lost in his thoughts. "I don't have any idea, but the doctors said she already had some powers, but they were in a dormant state and awoke due to a trigger or something. I do have an idea how she got so strong in so little time. She might have a system too, that could solve the mystery behind her having so many abilities and her sudden power-up. But nah, she wouldn't have one. It's not possible, right?" "Yes, it's quite absurd to think that, but then Jake had one as well." "But if she had a system, my system would have informed me if there was another paladin around me when she visited me at the Alpha base." Arnold's mind was racing faster than a horse. "Damn, I forgot my system is offline and is only using the basic functions. Damn it. Does it mean in future the system will force me to fight her as well?" Arnold was silent for the rest of their way. Chapter 150, Sword Fight. Into the Swamps. Arc 5. The cityscape was unapologetically urban, which was to be expected. Unlike the area around the building Arnold had just been inside, there were no trees or city-planted blooms next to the roads, just monoliths of concrete soaring out of the sidewalk in an exact grid pattern. At night it was beautiful in its own way, so many lights and people. But everyone relied on the sky to let them know that it wasn't a monochromatic world, just one in which the people were too busy to appreciate the art that the world was trying them to show. For over a couple of generations, progress had meant the teaching of specific skill sets to the children of the metropolis to let them live in the beautiful yet often misunderstood City of Angels. In this city people only work and eat. There was no time to sweep for leaves or plant spring flowers. Hardly even enough to notice the starry sky above. A group of people were desperately trying to be a part of the elite society, while there was another group of people with designer clothes and a variety of sports cars. These people were living busy and yet fulfilling life. Arnold didn't know why, but it filled him with pain to see these people going about their lives as if nothing was wrong with their country, while for the people on the eastern counterpart, death could come and knock on your door at any time. Why were they, the ones who had to sacrifice their lives so that these people can have fun? The fact that Arnold knew the reason only disgusted him more, but he couldn't do anything about it. All he could do was to try and rebuild the place once again. All of this added to the fact that Nicole too could also have a system made Arnold's mood go down dramatically. For the first time, He was thankful that his system wasn't fully operational, or otherwise who knew what Arnold would have to do. Wait a minute. If she too has a system, she probably knows that I have one as well. If my system can inform me about the others, then they must have the same ability as well. And it's my system that's offline and not hers, so it could very well be possible, or at least that's what I think. It all keeps getting confusing. No, I've got to get a hold of myself. Right now let's just focus on the task at hand. Arnold thought and lightly slapped himself on the cheeks, but he forgot he wasn't alone in the car. Don't tell me you're not having a panic attack, are you? Nina asked as she took another turn with a smug look on her face. Are you being overwhelmed by seeing the city after so long? It's nothing. Living around the monsters can be tiring, and being around you is even worse. Arnold tried to dodge the question. It's just that the people here are tensed and relaxed at the same time, unlike the eastern side, where one can only have fun if they enjoyed killing the monsters. Nina nodded in agreement. Right. It's not all fun and games out there. Even I was stationed at Zone 1 as Azariah's assistant for about a year, so I know how harsh things can get there, especially for the zones which don't have a section chief, because then the brigadier generals of different bases often end up arguing with each other rather than working together. But it's not like all is well on the west side either. More and more dungeons have started popping up around different parts of the country. So we've all been busy as well. Arnold nodded, agreeing with her comments, yet the sense of envy and anger lingered on. I thought I landed near the HQ of the Syndicate. So are we taking a detour or something? Arnold asked Nina. According to Alan, the place Arnold landed was close to the HQ, yet they have been driving around the city for a while now, and it didn't look like Nina was planning on stopping the car anytime soon. Yeah, we were near the HQ. But we aren't going there, not for now at least. Instead, we are headed towards the Black Estate. All of the members of our family stay there, and that's where everyone lives, just like the old times. Nina replied and drove off. By the way, who told you about the HQ? I have my sources. Yeah. And when did you make those sources? When you were in Akuma. Here we are, Nina exclaimed as she slowly drove the car through the main entrance as the gates automatically opened up. The estate was a replica of the previous one, almost as if the old estate had been uprooted and shifted here in its entirety. Nostalgia was hitting him hard. He was home after a long time. Nina quickly drove towards the main mansion of the estate, the one where the head of the family resided. Once they reached the mansion, the duo got out of the car and headed into the mansion. As they reached the main hall, they heard the loud noise of clashing steel. Arnold narrowed his eyes. Someone is practicing sword fighting at this time? Arnold asked Nina, who just smiled. Let's go and see. Nina led the way towards the training hall. The closer they got to the sound, the more Arnold was impressed. These swords are not supposed to be used for practice, as they are enchanted with magic. Only accomplished swordsmen could be dueling there. Arnold was immersed. However, his face fell when he saw who were the ones fighting among themselves. It was Nicole and some other guy Arnold didn't know. He was about to take a step towards them, but Nina grabbed his shoulder. Just watch. Arnold did what she told and analyzed the duel. Although Nicole was drastically smaller in size than her opponent, her agility was much more than what her opponent could handle. The man was swinging hard with his sword, showing his strength. But Nicole was using her size as well as her agility to her advantage. She was already smaller than her opponent, yet she bent down a bit more, forcing her opponent to fight in an uncomfortable position. It looked like the man had enough of it, and he raised his sword above his head and violently swung it towards Nicole. A big mistake. Even a blind man would have been able to see that attack coming. Nicole gracefully turned sideways to dodge the attack and placed her sword lightly on the man's neck, indicating she had won. Watching her move was like watching a river flowing through a river. Nicola dealt her strike with speed and precision. As she hadn't stopped, it would have been the end of the man. Wow, Arnold mumbled. She's been practicing daily since we discovered her powers, and you can see the results yourself, Amanda explained. But Arnold wasn't listening. This duel made him realize something. I'm sure she has a system. There's no denying it.